Guys, I'm later than a mug. Later than a mug. I was talking to my mama. On the telephone. Got distracted. We're late. That's all right. That's all right. What do we got tonight? We're going to play some Zelda again. This game's amazing. Best game ever made? Maybe. Maybe. It's up there. This game is amazing. We're going to play some Zelda. I'm going to make a poll in the chat. I'm going to make a poll in the chat for what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to have to explain what each of these options entails because we may not get any of them done. First, we're going to have to come up with a poll. We're going to watch some videos. Crazy, angry leftists hating. This is a new channel I found. Abolitionist Rising. Cool channel. Not pro-life. They don't like the term pro-life. Neither do I. It's abolitionists, and they use it to tie it in with the whole slavery issue and all that. So some political stuff, some controversial stuff while we're playing Zelda. And then maybe we'll go into some there's another channel I found. This channel has 30,000 subscribers. The other channel I found has 60,000. They talk about like Reddit mysteries and spooky stuff, so maybe we'll watch some of those videos. But in the chat, we're going to have to do a poll. Start a poll. After the paraglider suit, what should we do? Do in game. We're gonna watch this video. And what should we do in game? First option. Backspace. First option is the sword, which I think that means the glyphs. If we go sword action, the master sword. Should we try to get the master sword after we get the paraglider suit? To get the master sword, we have to have 2 stamina wheels. So to get more stamina wheels, we're gonna have to find blessings of light. We're gonna have to go blessings of light. 20 blessings of light. We've already got, I think, 2 stamina wheels, so we only need 2 more stamina wheels. I think we have enough stamina. I think we have enough blessings to actually get the master sword. So actually, we might just do that. So we'll say master sword. We put the master sword in the poll. Fairies. We can find the drag queen fairies. Pause. The 4 fairy locations to upgrade our armor. Now, we could just say armor. We could say find new armor, or we could say do the fairies to upgrade our current armor. The problem is, I don't want to waste time upgrading our current armor if we don't have like the best armor. So armor lists. I should show you guys what I'm looking at here. Can I put all this into here? So we could either find new armor, because we're working on the paraglider. So um, we can find new armor, or we could upgrade our current armor. But I don't want to upgrade current armor till we find more armor. So find strong armor. Okay. Or We could do towers. Or we could go to the next location. So we could go Gerudo or what are the 4 sages? We've got 2. Sage's Will. All 20 Sage's Wills. We could do Sage's Wills, which increases the strength of our sages. Fire, Rudo. No, not Ocarina of Time. We need in Totk. Sage's Will. Put 4 Sagers. Sagers, hard R. All Sage abilities. We got the Gerudo one.
Tourist.
There's the Gerudo one, and then one other one. The Gorok. Or are those the same thing? I get them all mixed up.
Based, and then going out, you're gonna see it doesn't more the better. And he's gonna go and then knock straight into the enemies from here.
We can get that guy.
$2 a month.
Yeah.
Let's go. Charge forward. Using these 2 champions, I was able to go from ground level to over here. Enemies are completely stunned when you land a headshot. So because of that, over here, Vulcan is able to do all that with his 1 charge attack. Disrupt the enemy forces, create fire for you to then be more versatile. And then, even though that dude was holding a shield, he was no match for Yunobo skyrocketing right at his face. If you're in an area that has a large amount of rock, giant rock walls.
I just want the names of them. Hold on. Let me see if it's in the game. Ooh, I put in the updates. I got the updates. So, and we're not doing no infinite item cheating. We're not cheating no infinite items. So, other option in the poll is, let me see. Other option in the poll is Dragon's Tears is for the sword. Regional Phenomenon. Okay. I need to go to the map. We need to track Regional Phenomenon in the map. Okay. We can do Goro. We can do Goro. I think it's Goro or Gerudo. Goro. Work on the Goro. Goro Temple. Or we could do add an option, one more option. Or we can do Gerudo. I kind of want to do Gerudo. And I'll put Goro Temple or Gerudo Temple in the poll, but doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get all the way through the temple today. It's just if we're going to work on it. But I would kind of like to do Master Sword or Find Strong Armor today, actually. But eventually we need to do Gerudo. So let's see what the poll says. Let's watch this video. Stephen Will. What's up, Stephen Will? Hola, mi amigo. You want to call in on the Discord, Stephen Will? Let me know. But I'm going to watch some videos until then. So this is Abolitionist Rising on YouTube. 35K subs. Go hit him up. A nice little anti-abortion group. So we'll play this video. And first thing we're gonna do in the game, regardless of what the poll says, is we gotta get the paraglider suit because we've already started working on it. We gotta do the shrine real quick, and then we're gonna go to the Forbidden Forest, which it'll be nice to get to the Forbidden Forest anyway, because I think that's where the Master Sword is. And we're gonna have to find the sky region in the Forbidden Forest. I don't think I've been there yet. I think it's this region. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Forbidden Forest is over in here, which we have not got to yet. So, we got to go to the Forbidden Forest, find the tower, launch up the tower, and then get to the sky area to get the last piece of the paraglider armor. Which I think we just got the second piece. Yep, we just got the second piece. So we've got 2 pieces of the paraglider armor. Once we have the full paraglider suit, we're pretty much like a squirrel in the sky, and we take no fall damage. We could just jump off from the sky, fly down, and land, and no fall damage. I'm a mess. All's well. I'm a mess. Got a new phone. Uh-oh. Got a new phone. Don't remember my password. If you got a new phone, don't you put a new password in? It's not connecting, so you know, I'm old, so I'm an idiot. I can't right now. I'm gonna fix it. Love to. Head out. Alright, later, Stephen. If you can't get into your phone, how are you watching a YouTube video right now? Are you watching it on a computer or something? What the? Later, Stephen Will. Thanks for stopping by. Hit the like button. All right, let's play this video.
No, it's true of any book you can get out of the library at the University of Oklahoma. Any book? Yes, life. So I get a book on art, it's going to tell me that. No, any book on. Hey, sir, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Losing an argument. Losing an argument doesn't mean you can act like a jerk and yell. Okay?
Hey, you got me worked up. That's why.
Did you call me a girl?
Yeah, she did.
Girl.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's not at you. It's slang.
I got you. I got you.
It's not.
I got you. But so you think
Gotta cut the
human
dreads,
being
guys.
isn't
We gotta
a
cut
human
the dreads
being
soon.
until they are
I think
born?
I might need to get a
like,
new job.
like looking at ultrasounds and naming their
I'm gonna have to cut the
babies.
dreads.
Okay, let's see the science on this because this goes.
Diamonds? Whoa, we just walk in here and get a diamond? Let's go. That's a great shrine. That's my favorite shrine.
Sure.
Thomas Aquinas?
Yeah.
What, 3 months? He said.
No, I don't know what St. Thomas. I don't.
3 months.
I don't care what St. Thomas Aquinas said.
He made a figure in religious history.
Yeah.
I don't care what anything.
No, I don't care what he said. I'm saying what is or is not true. Do human beings pop into existence at birth, or do they develop in their mother's wombs?
They do develop.
They do develop.
It's not. That's
And
not.
It's a clump of cells. You're a clump of cells.
If you slice open a child in the womb, you are ending the life of a human being, and you're doing it for selfish, sinful reasons. Yes. Most of it. Oh, come on.
Even if you take the
told
pill.
me-
You're telling me.
You don't
told
even
me
have
for
to
any
slice them
reason.
up. Even if you take a
told me
pill,
for any
You're saying
reason.
someone is selfish.
it's still ending a life.
Yes.
Doing it is selfish.
Yes. Sometimes.
So,
Yes.
It is selfishness bad?
Yeah.
Is
if
selfishness
you're burdening
bad?
people for yourself, it's bad.
For yourself.
Yeah. If you're trying.
Would you die for your country?
Huh?
That's a different thing, dude.
It's not.
No, that's a different thing. Dying,
die for your
dying
country?
for someone is okay. If someone were trying to murder you and I threw myself in front of you, that'd be okay. I wouldn't be murdering myself. I'd be saving you.
How many light
If
of
a
blessings?
mother lays down her life for her child, that's okay. That's good.
So
But
if
intentionally-
we go with getting the Master
intentionally
Sword,
killing a child.
So,
we could actually get it pretty quickly, I think,
like, I know you're
because
fertilization. Late-term abortion.
so if Chat Pigs get a Master Sword after I get this last
Sure, and there's some kind of really extreme.
paraglider piece, then
Not always, but yeah, sure. There's
we
a-
could probably start working on another one on the list as well.
Yeah. So like, if there's about three.
If we do Master Sword and
there's
Armor,
like
if nobody votes,
3,000 abortions
then
a day happening.
if we do
Most of
Master
them,
Sword first.
6 to
The
8
problem
weeks.
is, if I do Master
It's
Sword
not
now,
at
that means
all
I
like
gotta
the
spend
situation you're
all my
arguing from.
blessings
Again, you are arguing for
stamina.
abortion at any time, at
And
any
I
given
kind
period
of don't
and
want to
that
do that. I'd
humans
rather
don't
get
have
hearts.
until they're born.
I think I can get 3
I'm
blessings.
arguing that humans do have rights, are valuable, should be protected from the moment of conception for any reason.
All right.
Like the argument that you can murder them.
Extended thought. So I think, granted, you are anti-death penalty.
No. Because I'm pro-justice.
It's still killing.
No, the same reason.
Still killing.
The same reason that I would be.
Anti-death
I'm not saying willy-nilly.
I've had a lot of thoughts on the death penalty because of the abortion argument. And I'm going to take the Christian stance. The government is supposed to be an extension of the hand of God, right? It's supposed to be. It ought to be. It doesn't mean it is. It never is. It never is. And since it never is, that makes me against the death penalty because I don't trust the government. So if the government says somebody deserves to die because they did this thing, I don't know if I trust that. I definitely don't want life in prison. I don't think taxpayers should be paying for. Now, if you're 100% without a shadow of a doubt guilty of being a serial killer and traveling across the country and murdering 38 people, and they find you over the body of the person with the knife in your hand, and they know this person did it without a shadow of doubt, then yeah, kill him. Boom. The government, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Government should just take them out. Boom. The problem is, I don't really trust our legal system, which makes me, I don't want the government doling out God's punishment for sinners, because God decides who lives or who dies. And the powers and the principalities decide who rules the governments of the earth. But not all the powers and principalities are good. Because there's evil angels too. There's fallen angels. So if the fallen angel assigns the fallen power, or the fallen principality assigns a ruler of a government, I don't want the government deciding who lives and who dies. So in that case, I wouldn't like the death penalty. But if God assigned, and you would tell this by the fruit, if God assigned the ruler of a government, then I would be okay with him doling out the death penalty. If somebody deserved to die from the government, which is the extension of God on earth, should be, ought to be, isn't, but ought to be. I'd say 99.9999% of the time the government is ran by Satan. But in the rare instance that it was an extension of uppercase G, his powers and principalities, then I would be okay with the government handing out the death penalty to somebody who deserved it. But as a human being, and now this is going to sound crazy, and it probably is. If somebody killed everybody in my family, would I be justified in killing that person? No, I wouldn't, because vengeance is God's alone. So that would be me getting angry and trying to take God's vengeance into my own hand. I would have to forgive them. I would have to love my enemy and forgive them. But the government is different. The government is not the individual. The government is an extension of either God or Satan. So if it is an extension of God, then I'm okay with the government doling out the death penalty to somebody. But usually the governments are corrupt, and I don't want a corrupt government deciding who lives and who dies. Just like I don't want an individual deciding who lives and who dies. Just like I don't want a mother deciding who lives and who dies. So the abortion argument leads me to the death penalty argument to say, no, you don't get to kill people. But I also don't want them locking up people for life and the taxpayer paying for it. That's why I come up with the idea of you build a wall and you send them out into the wild. You make them the wildlings. You make them go live on the other side of the wall. You banish them. I'm cool with that. That's my solution. If I'm king of the world, we got a base place right here, a safe space base place. We got a safe space base place right here. Outside of the walls, you can do whatever you want. You got freedom. You could go R, K, and M. Whatever you want. You know, you could go do what you want out there, but you got to live out there in the wild. You don't get the benefits of society. Does that make sense? Anyway, we're going deep in the gaming stream. We're going deep.
Death penalty. Yeah. You're for protecting murderers. I'm for protecting babies from murder.
No, I'm not. No.
Are you for the death penalty?
I never said I was anti-death.
Okay, but a lot of times.
You did. You said you're pro.
Yeah, I think the only thing that forfeits a person's life are murder and rape. I think murder and rape, you forfeit your life.
Kill rapists?
Sure.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think we should punish the children for rape. I think a rapist should be tried, and they should be. I think that should be. That should be. I think you should also lose. You should also lose your life if you steal a person. Man stealing, slavery. Man stealing, rape, murder. You forfeit your life because you're doing to another image bearer, another human being, someone who bears the image of God.
All right. So here, I'm going to change on you here because I've already asked about death penalty. I want to ask somebody.
Well, no, I'm just saying our culture wants to protect murderers and rapists, but doesn't want to protect innocent babies. That's the point.
I'm not trying to leave that conversation.
Okay.
What are you doing for that baby after it's birth?
My babies or everyone's babies? Well,
How's Chad doing?
Do whatever we can to help whatever babies need help. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff you can do.
Are you on the streets waving us out for universal health care?
If it was legal to murder born babies too, I would protect them. But no.
That's not my question.
There isn't
My
a.
question ties to your point.
But you got to be consistent. It's not
How do
illegal
I find a time?
to help a born baby,
Right.
but it is illegal to help an unborn baby. There's
it's
no.
not illegal.
Wait a minute, how is it illegal to help an unborn baby? How is it illegal to help the mother
Yeah.
in order to help
You
her
can't.
carry that
You
through?
can't enter like.
Is it really illegal
like-
to help the mother carry that
like-
through?
like if you
is
were-
it really illegal
if
to
you
give her the
listen,
necessary
if
stuff
you were
that
about
she
to take a
needs in
pill,
order to
I
keep
couldn't
her own
stop you.
baby?
If you were about to take a pill, I couldn't stop you. That'd be illegal.
We have not been streaming
That's
for
what
an
I'm saying.
hour.
Because you're protected in the state of Oklahoma to abort your baby with a pill. I'm
Oh
saying.
my God, my body's protected. God forbid.
No, the baby
My
inside-
body has
the-
has as much rights as a dead
The,
corpse.
the baby inside
God
your body,
forbid.
the baby inside your body is the unprotected person. You're protected. No one can murder you.
God forbid.
They have to break the law to murder you. But if you have a baby, they don't have to break the law to murder
What?
you.
What is the timestamp,
The
guys?
baby. The baby. Babies are not.
You got your words a little twisted.
No, babies are not protected by law.
Babies breathing.
Well, even before they breathe. Whenever they're just pumping
They're not
blood.
a baby till they're breathing. They're a
Processing
fetus.
oxygen. Before that, they're human embryos.
All right.
The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter.
Burn out. Bow. Bow.
If you don't like the word baby, which I just mean small human being, human child, human embryo, human fetus. Yes, it is. A human embryo is a human in the embryonic stage of development.
There's a shrine,
Human
or
fetus,
there's a.
human zygote. You can get on Google and Wikipedia and later on tonight go, wow, I was really, really dumb and said dumb things. But no, Wikipedia, Google, anyone else,
But I would not put it in a
human-
classification as a human being.
it's everyone who
Does it have
knows
fingers,
anything.
toes, teeth, eyes?
I don't think if I removed
Those
your
characteristics
if I removed your fingers and toes and eyes, would you no longer be human?
Are you required to donate an organ because a
You
child
developed
is
them and no one murdered you while you were developing them.
Sir.
Human beings develop.
We need to find the
Human beings
the.
develop their fingers and their toes. Our fingers and toes are not what makes us human.
I feel like that's got to
Monkeys
be the
have fingers
Forbidden
and
Forest.
toes. They're monkeys. Chimps.
Monkeys have fingers and toes. Paraglider suit. Do I have this video saved? Let me see something. Ah. Fast batteries. Problematic. Sword. How do you get the paraglider suit? How to get paraglider in Tears of the Kingdom? No, not the paraglider. This. Glide suit.
Carter's has everything you need for baby's first months. Certified clean cotton for their very first days.
Some of the most valuable treasures in Tears. The final island, Bravery Island, is located right above the Lost Woods. But to get there, you'll want to fast travel to the Thiflow Ruined Skyview Tower. Fly south once you...
That was up by Death Mountain. I think I've already been there. Oh no, it's over here. It's in here. This is the forest, so we could get there. I think the best way to get there would be from here. This is going to put us in the sky above Gerudo. We're going to come down. I remember this tower. I should have marked this tower.
Launch yourself skyward and aim to land on this round floating island. The final island, Bravery Island, is located right above the Lost Woods. But to get there, you'll want to fast travel to the Thiflow Ruined Skyview
Tower. Okay, we're heading to the Lost Woods. They're right in here. Should be right in this general area. So straight this way. There it is, right there. Yeah. See that dark cloud? That's the Lost Forest. That's, I think, that's Hyrule Forest. That's the Lost Forest. When you fall down through those clouds, you're in the Lost Forest. But we need to get to that tower. I almost want to build a plane to get me. It's a far way away. And then we're trying to get to, I think, that tower right there. Yep. We're trying to get up to there. So to get to there, we need to get to there. Launch up in the air. We're probably going to land on that. We're going to make our way up to that. So first things first. There's Death Mountain. There's a shrine on Death Mountain. First things first, we need to get that way. We don't have any built. Ooh, we do have. We have an item dispenser. Let's see what's in this. Actually, I could just check on my map to see what is in this. Might be wasting these, but they're not too hard to get. The Zonite ore, on the other hand, to raise your battery level is very hard to get. And I don't know how all these streamers have fully complete max battery within a couple days unless their streams were nothing but leveling up battery. Or what's more likely is they all did the item duplication trick to duplicate their Zonite ore. Otherwise, I see it to get a full battery, how all these streamers have, so you can build crazy stuff and have it work forever. I see that taking 40 hours of stream, 20 to 40 hours of stream time. I don't think they did that. I think they item duped. Which is whack, by the way. If you did that, you're whack. Sorry about it, streamers. Alright, we need to get over there. A lot of treachery going on in this region. I got markers, so I might as well mark shrines. Even though we're going to end up... Shrine is star. Shrines are stars? Or shrines are these? I can't remember my pins. Edit. I think these are shrines. Alright, we need to get way over there. We've got a paraglider. Almost a full paraglider suit. Also, what's that beam of light? I don't know what that is. That might be my... Actually, that's my pin. Alright, let's build something. We gotta build something. We almost have a basic... Build like a hoverboard, or do we want to build a glider? I feel like the glider goes farther. Does that glider have a bottom to it? How much would this cost to build? 54? I don't have any. Bro, how do you get more Zoanite ore? Because to build this stuff, you need Zoanite ore. I can't tell if there's a cart on the bottom of this or not. I can't build it. I can't build any of this stuff. Okay. We need a cart. We need a wing. We need... let's say 2 batteries. We need a control stick. Or 2 fans. We need a control stick, and we need 2 batteries. And now we get building. A board would be nice to lay right here, because that's a bumpy launch ramp. Is that centered? That looks pretty centered. Pretty good. pretty good. Not perfect. It's back heavy, so we're gonna load our batteries on the front. It's okay. I'd rather have it actually back heavy than front heavy because they tend to nosedive when you launch off cliffs, and that's when you fail. I'll put one on back, one on front, just to keep it balanced. 2 batteries should be enough with my glide and my paraglider suit. Should be fine. The question is this enough of a runway? Right? Like, there's not much of a runway. Let's go back to the video we were watching.
Elephants, different animals have human beings. Does a human have some kind of intrinsic?
I don't know if that's
worth or
enough
right
of a
or
runway,
value?
dude.
Yes.
I might actually want to come back here.
Says
Oh,
God
we
who
can
lives.
says
Pretty much everyone who's ever thought about
Unless
anything.
you want this place
If
to
you
look
take,
like the opposite,
say that.
because
well, okay, yes, Hitler did not think that humans had rights. He thought some kind of humans. Slave owners didn't think that slave humans had rights. Sure, no, but they've been wrong. But they've been wrong, right?
I could
So
use the
people can be
launcher,
wrong
but the
about
problem
human rights.
is if I mess up with the launcher,
I'm saying everybody.
I'm
listen,
kinda screwed.
Listen, everybody who speaks with any kind of truth that you would state.
Wish there was a way to
would be that
freeze
human
it.
beings you're gonna think that a universal truth that human beings do not develop in the womb.
wish there was a way to
and
freeze
aren't
it.
Human beings. You said they weren't human until they were born. They are human.
Hold on, I got an idea.
And I said, I won't use baby. Baby seems to trigger you, so I'm saying human. A human zygote is a human being in the zygotic stage. And you can't murder them because they're a human being. They're made in the image of God. They're valuable. They're just like you. They're just like me.
I just want to make sure that you understand that your laws, the laws that you want to enact, are making sure that children will be raised without love because they cannot have babies.
I don't think the answer is murdering them.
So the answer is murdering the women.
No, I'm not
So
saying
the answer is
don't murder the women.
letting the women die.
No, don't murder women. Don't let women die. Protect women. Protect babies.
How?
With everything
All right.
you can. So like if it
Oh,
was
with this legislation.
Can I
Not
save?
this legislation.
Not just
Then
the
how are you
legislation.
helping?
No,
How
so-
are you helping by just making a law
so-
that says that they can't?
Is there a way I can save the game?
No, I have no laws. that
Because if
say
I
women
fail
can't
this, I'm
receive
gonna be
medical help.
pissed.
Women can receive medical help.
Abortions are part of that medical health.
You can't define murdering a baby in the womb as medical
It's not
help.
murdering a baby.
It is.
It isn't.
It's
It is a
terminating.
medical procedure that is sometimes necessary.
It's
Ready?
terminating a human being. Saving a woman.
Oh, that didn't work!
But you, sir.
No, stop! No,
You
no, no,
said-
no, no!
No,
Where's
you
my ship?
said- Hold on.
Oh no, it failed!
Sir, you said
Oh,
that abortion
no.
should be legal for any reason whatsoever.
Oh my god!
Any reason whatsoever. But then you argued from everything else. Is this your dad?
Losing blood is touching.
Why do you think he's so angry about abortion?
Because it's about my right.
has been taken away from this country.
What
No,
just
the
happened?
The right has not been taken away. No, the right hasn't been taken away. Roe v. Wade was repealed,
What
but
just
that's not
happened?
taken away the right. We're not pro-lifers. We don't think
I'm gonna die
aborting
and
Roe
see
v.
what
Wade has
happens.
changed anything. Abortion's still legal. You can still abort a baby.
I'm gonna die and see if I go back up there and.
I'm for its abolition.
Oh my goodness.
I just think sometimes when you see Norman, yeah, I live like 2.5 miles from here.
Why didn't that work?
But if I was from somewhere else, it wouldn't make my arguments invalid. That would be a logical fallacy that you wanted to use but didn't get to.
I love HoneyBook. It handles everything
No!
from proposals, contracts, payments, everything I need
didn't
on
die.
one platform.
Stop. Let's start from the top.
I'm Latasha James, content creator, online educator, and freelance digital marketing strategist. My
No!
best piece of advice for any independent business is focus on your passion. This will help overcome the obstacles, even the day-to-day tasks it takes to run it. HoneyBook helps me be in control of my business and focus on the passion that made me start it in the first place. Start your free trial at honeybook.com.
I don't know what just happened. Forget that. I didn't die when I was supposed to. We're gonna rebuild what we just built.
No, I didn't. You don't know what I wanted.
Well, you asked me where I was from, and then when I said it was Norman, you said...
We have had people in this...
No, I'm just used to running into people who are dealing with guilt and shame and hate what they've done in the past.
Are they in Utah? I think they are in Utah because
It's
people
not
are
toxic.
assuming he's a Mormon.
How's that toxic? I know on TikTok it's fun to just wag your finger at people, but this is real life. It's actually make an argument. No, I'm saying every time I ask her a question or whatever, she just goes, "Come on, girl," or whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not razzing her. I'm just saying, think more deeply about things than what I would call as the TikTok. Yeah, this is worth thinking about.
Did I,
No, that's not true at all, sir. Come on. An uncaused beginning of the universe that made itself is more reasonable than it all like being made by a designer.
More reasonable that there be a magic part in front of it.
It's not magic. A designer making something. What's more reasonable? Hold on. What's more reasonable? That I drew this, or that I laid out pens and markers and it drew itself? What's more reasonable?
It's more reasonable that you use a drawing program because those words were not drawn.
No.
drawing
No, I drew this
program?
with pen and ink.
I don't art teacher shit. I know people can draw.
Okay,
But you
but I'm
did
saying,
not draw
but what?
that or that or that
That's right.
or that
That's
or
right.
that.
But that's
So don't tell me you drew the whole
But
damn
what's the
thing.
point of the
He
argument?
did draw it.
I'm saying,
What is it?
what is more likely, that this was designed by a human,
Oh, now it's designed.
or, yeah, this was
So
designed.
did you print that too?
Some other human printed it on a machine that was designed for some other human. So what's more reasonable, that it was designed, or that it came into being from nothing? What's more reasonable, just on this poster?
Rusty shield.
Our bodies,
So that is not here nor there.
but you said that it was unreasonable to believe in a God, and I said you're saying it's more reasonable. to believe
It's
in no
unreasonable to
God
believe
and
in the Big
everything
Bang.
happening without a God, and I'm saying
They're
just
both
like it's more
unreasonable.
reasonable to believe that this was made by an artist and a printer and whatever other people, a program. It's more reasonable that this was made by an intelligent designer with an intention than that it happened from nowhere. The same thing, it's more reasonable to think that you and all the other people out here are designed than that they just happened. It's not the whole belief in a sky daddy on Facebook or something. It sounds reasonable, but it's not reasonable. It's unreasonable. If you have to argue for it, it's unreasonable. Yeah. Something comes from a maker versus something comes from nothing. There's chance, but chance does not create DNA. Yeah, there's chance.
So if there's little chance, there's big chance.
No.
It's chance. It's chance.
No.
It's all or none, man.
I'm saying
All or none.
chance working on variations does not create.
Look at them laughing
giraffes
like they
and
got
you
him on
and
something.
bats.
Oh.
Evolution itself is beyond complex for that to even come about. Entropy? Yeah, entropy works against things. It makes things break down.
How can there be entropy if there is a design?
What?
The heck am I doing?
Sure, but it's breaking down from something. You're saying that
See, the
chaos
pro-life argument
you're
turns
saying
into
that, well, yeah,
a
entropy
God
entropy
argument.
is a result of the system. Just
Because
like if I were to draw
basically, it's
something over time,
atheistic,
it would break
or
down. The
you
original
can't
drawing
found
is
your
design.
morals or beliefs without some sort of God. So only the people who have no God and are godless would support
Electrical
abortion.
distribution systems are complex setups with
You
critical
have
requirements such
you have to disregard God, or you have to have a
First of all,
God that
I want
is
to thank the witnesses for being here today
just wicked.
to discuss this.
We
very
only brought 2
important
batteries
topic
with us.
facing
We're
our
gonna
nation.
see if it
To you, man,
is
Miss
enough.
Nobles, I am so sorry for your loss. We failed
We
you.
actually need to climb.
I'm so sorry that you lost your daughter, and I can assure you that you sitting here today means that she
Get as
lives
much
through you,
altitude as
and
possible.
we will do everything in our power to make sure that her voice will be heard for the future to stop this foolishness from happening again. Thank you for being here,
This is a
man.
flight
I
right
really
here.
appreciate
Even
it.
after our batteries run out, we'll still
you
have.
might be wondering what this photo is behind me.
Oh,
This
we're
is a
almost
photo
out of battery, my
of
boys.
a room and
We'll
a
still have
plush
the
New York
glider,
City tent made
but
specifically
the glider's got to
for
run
migrants.
out of.
There's Xboxes and flat screens everywhere, and every creature comfort that you could think of is in this tent.
Oh, we're free falling now.
This tent is actually nicer than my room at West Point. I wish I had this stuff. My colleagues on the left often talk about the long, arduous journey to get to this country, and I ask you this.
Probably going to land right
Why
about that
would
area.
illegal immigrants not make
Probably
the
gonna
journey to
land
this
right around
country
somewhere in
if
there.
this was
There's a
going to
shrine
be
there,
the
actually.
end result? In this facility, they get free room and board, flat screens, 3 meals a day, free internet, and phones. This is the carrot that is bringing millions of illegal aliens to this country at a time when this country can least afford it. For the Democrats, migrants jump to the top of the list while Americans are consistently left behind. Mayor Eric Adams never thought the border crisis would make it to New York City.
$500
and now
a night
even he has to
hotels.
admit that the
I can't
Biden
afford
open
no
border
$500
policies have
night
created
hotel.
a, quote, real-life humanitarian crisis. I say again, a real-life humanitarian crisis. Welcome to the party, sir. Let me show you a real-life humanitarian crisis in its America's cities due to Democrat policies, and America's cities have been crumbling long before President Biden opened the border. And now that every town that we know of, including New York City, is a border town, it's about to get worse. This is
about to get worse.
These are not illegal immigrants. These are American cities currently living in abject poverty. And this situation is about to get worse. Greetings from Gary, Indiana. Or is that Eastern Ukraine? It's hard to say, but I can guarantee you that if this were Eastern Ukraine, the government would be printing as much money as possible to help them
out.
but not our own American citizens.
Facts.
Not so good for the people of Gary, Indiana. And this is not the Dust Bowl or the Great Depression. This is yesterday.
Oh.
And our situation is about to get worse. It's been 3 months since a train derailment in East Palestine, and the people of East Palestine don't have the necessary resources to rebuild, and the community can't even drink clean water today. And like Philadelphia,
Told
Gary,
you I would
Indiana,
land right about
East
there.
Palestine, Ohio. It was a part of
Let's
the
go.
forgotten America, the Americans left behind as Democrats provide the American dream to illegal aliens and not to our fellow Americans. I've got news for you. It's going to continue to get worse.
Worse. Who is this guy?
San Mateo, California.
Wesley Hunt goes nuclear. Nuclear. We got a shrine. Nobody's voting in the poll. All right, enough from this guy. Wealthy couple flips out after taking too much. Baminolia got a premiere going on. Let's see what Baminolia's up to. Mowing some lawns. A little lawn action. Check out Baminolia. What up, Bama? They're talking about something, but it's in super speed.
All right, guys. Thank you for watching.
Nice,
commenting, telling a friend, telling your neighbors, telling your enemies.
Telling your enemies.
All right, these the edges
Landscape
of the
mode,
yard.
Bama. Landscape mode. You gotta hold the phone sideways, my boy.
Glad to have my little helper back with me. He helps me during the summer. He's a good helper. The sidewalk, edges, pretty clean.
You're a landscaper.
Driveway.
Landscaper.
Mustang.
Hold.
It don't look like it's ever on run.
The phone.
I don't know. I don't.
In landscape.
I don't care for Fords, but he is found on the road side of the road dead.
Holding your phone sideways is called landscape mode. And he's a landscaper. You're a landscaper. Hold the phone in landscape mode.
He made some stripes out here. I ain't gonna say they all straight lines, but he did get some stripes there.
You got some stripes? Got some stripes
y'all
there?
Been waiting on. There's a little booger. He just hangs around right here. The last 2 or 3 months, he's been hanging right here.
That's
every Wednesday. This is Wednesday. This video will come out on Saturday. All right, guys. Thank you for watching. Y'all have a great day, great evening.
Is that video
great
live
night,
or a
great
premiere?
morning.
It's a premiere.
And we'll see you on the channel. Thanks for watching. Have a great day.
Bama Know Your Lawn Adventures. He joined the Adventurers Club. Robloxian YouTuber. I need to practice, man. Hey, I need to talk to you. What do I do? What do I play in this next tournament? When do the ban lists come into effect? We got a new ban list in the Dragon Ball Super card game. When does the ban list come into effect? Because, and actually, if you want to play some games, I need to play some games. I know it's a Zelda stream, but I need to play some games because here's the deal. I pretty much got a fully optimized Beerus and fully optimized GT Goku deck to where I like it. Not fully optimized, actually, because I don't own any of the Gohan, the red Gohan counterplay. I need to get some of those for my GT deck. But I got GT, or I got Beerus. Now, the tournament is on June 3rd. I don't think the ban list is going to be active for that tournament. But the date says it goes active whenever pre-release for the next set in your region goes active. And I don't know when pre-release starts in my region. So I'm signed up for a tournament on June 3rd, which is like 8 days away. And then I'm signed up for a tournament something. July, like, it might be late in July. I think the July one, the ban list will be active, which is fine because neither of my decks are hit. But red is hit hard. I think GT, you know, I know unisons are a problem, but what, somebody going to spend 2 energy for a smoke dragon for a freaking GT spaceship? As long as early in the game, when I'm low on markers, I don't put important cards under it. I just use it as like a draw engine. If they kill it on turn 2 with a smoke dragon, they spend 2 energy on turn 2 to kill my thing. I just awaken and play another one for free from the drop. So I feel like GT could be good. What do you think about GT? And then I got Beerus. Dirty Burst is hit. But I don't think Gamma got hit as well. Yeah, when I don't play Gamma, I'm talking about is the ban. So I have Dirty Burst in my Beerus list. Can I still have that on June 3rd? I think June 3rd I'll still be able to have Dirty Burst. But what do you think's better? What do you think I should play? Should I play Beerus? Should I play the GT? Either way, I need to get some practice games in. But you're a little bit behind. You're watching a 20-second delay, so while you respond to things I just asked, I guess. I got to go pee real quick. I don't know. Also, by the way, I can't play right now. I'm going to play with a friend in 20 minutes or so. But I can play 2 hours later. Alright. Cool. I'll have to send you my deck list for GT. See what you think of it. Alright, let's do the shrine. I wanted to watch some, I was watching this, who's this girl? Is it Kylie? This is why Africans can't say the M word. What are you talking about? They do say it. Pro-choice versus pro-life debate coming up on Modern Day Debate at 6. It's 5:41. Cool. We'll check that out. This girl, I've seen her debate. Ashley and Ryan versus... Oh, it's a 4-person panel. Let me see. What was the name? Was it Kylie? I just subscribed to her last night. What I'm gonna think of it, standard copy paste deck. It's a standard copy paste deck. Is that what you're saying? I mean, I'm just curious about what you think about ratios and stuff. Actually, I don't even know if I own a 4th of those trunks. Fine then. Don't tell me anything. Dang. Who am I subscribed to? It is Kylie. Nobody can solve these Reddit mysteries. Let's check this out.
We all love a good mystery, and Reddit has become the source for many beloved or sought-after ones. But it's important to give spotlight to the mysteries that no one really talks about. This is the 4th entry of the Tip of My Tongue series, where we dive into the more obscure pieces of people's media memories that have yet to be found. Some disturbing, others simply intriguing, but all of them bring about that urge to get to the bottom of the unsolved case. Let's get right into it.
Do you ever feel like you're too small or too young to really witness and win somebody to the Lord?
Really, Jesus loves us in a very special way. He keeps us safe. We'll always stay with our shepherd.
Everybody can be happy. Isn't Jesus wonderful? He can heal anything, even warts.
You know, we have all sorts of surprises here in Treasure Attic.
Creepy religious kids show made by a cult I escaped from. I know the title sounds clickbaity, but I assure you every word of it is true, and what I'm describing is real. I just know it is. Some
That's how gravity works.
The cult in question is called the Family International,
See how that ball
or
was
TFI.
going around like that forever?
I grew up in Huntington
warping of
Beach, which,
space-time.
funnily enough, is where the culture started. I was born into it with my parents still remaining members to this day.
This channel is called Kylie, 60.5k subscribers. I just found it last night. Creepy Reddit stories and just internet mysteries and stuff. It's kind of interesting.
For start dates for the cult as of now being unknown. What I know for a fact. The show followed a sheep, possibly named something biblical, as they encountered problems. The show was in the style of Sesame Street, with puppets and actors with small animated segments. Standard kids show affairs, right? Well, the problems encountered dove into disturbing subject matter. One segment I recall had the sheep talking to a little boy, who had said he wanted to serve Jesus in all the ways he could, with the sheep saying the little boy should give his body to the church, with an animated Jesus standing next to what I recall being children wearing little clothing. The show, from what I remember, appeared to have been made in the 80s, judging by the camera quality, but I grew up in the 90s and saw these at only 4 years old. So that puts us guess at 1994 for my earliest recollection of it. Some of the kids within our group were born in the
I just don't know
80s,
what
and
to
they
do
had
with
seen
a
these
side
too.
deck.
So that puts a possible start date as late as 1985 to 1989.
This
but I
list is
could be
53
wrong.
cards.
The show came on VHS, and we had hundreds stored away on church property. If this proves the existence of hundreds of episodes, or just means there are multiple copies of the same episode, is unknown. My theories. Information is likely scarce for two reasons. Either it's been scrubbed to save reputation, or it was produced by the cult with no
Difference
release
of
outside
status
it.
is
So
something I
obviously
need to
no
put into the
documentation.
side
I
deck.
also believe that the actress who voiced Sheep was a gospel singer who sang in numerous videos for the
I
cult
really don't know
dating
what
back
to
to
do
the
with the side
70s,
deck.
which also leads
And
me to
actually,
believe it may have had musical segments.
I want to
Children
put
within the
these
cult may
brawlies
have
into
also
the
been
Z-deck.
used for the production as well. I intend to update as new information is found, and I thank anyone who takes the
54
time
cards.
to read
I need to
and help
cut.
the search. As OP briefly went over, the Family International is a still
I need to cut
active
4
religious
cards.
cult that was founded in 1968. They've undergone several name changes over the years, presumably in an attempt to cover their horrific
I want 4 of the
past.
Trunkses.
One name being the Children of God, which is the cult that River and Joaquin Phoenix were a part
Well,
of
one
as
of the
children
spaceships
due to their
starts on the field,
parents'
so it's technically a
involvement.
53
It's
card
a very
list.
disturbing
Kinda.
rabbit hole, and truth be told, the show
But I
want to
get it down to 50.
Lost. However, I'm sure the reason no one has been able to find it is a mix of obscurity and the cult trying to
We
hide
want
their
difference of
disgusting
status
history.
in the
I think it brings awareness
side
of
deck.
said history because such things shouldn't
And
be
we want
hidden.
some brawlies
Let's get
in
into the
the
comments
Z
and
deck.
suggestions. Treasure Attic,
My
probably the
freaking-
most infamous TFI show, was brought up repeatedly, especially this.
My freaking DBS deck planet has been being weird lately. Like Z battle, Z lead. It's red green. What does this thing do? So, oh, but you have to have a green energy for this, huh? Specified cost. Use card attack. Oh, I thought I could use this in a red deck. This Brawly, but I can't. The Z Brawly. Discard 1 from your camera. Choose 1. Your opponent discards 1 card from there. Nah, it costs 1 red, 1 green, and 1 Z energy. So I can't. I'd actually be interested in playing Surge Brawly. Surge Brawly's popping off. And that's a deck I used to play. I still have the core put together, but it's totally different now. It's a totally different deck. So I think my Z deck would have to look. I can't put the Brawly in because it costs 1 green. 2, 4, 6, 7. That's what my Z deck would look like, and then we'd have a difference of status somewhere in the side deck, maybe. I own 2 of them. I'm about to send you this. So the side deck is too big. It has 17 cards. But it's just ideas of things that I could put in there, I guess. I don't even know if I own all those cards, actually. And I want to cut the deck down like at least 2 more cards. How do I send it to you? On Discord? Screenshot, or can I send you like a URL? I'd like to report that I found a way to use a super combo 10 or more times. Are you crazy? That's my GT deck, and then so the one I sent you, I don't know if you're still listening, but the one I sent you, there's 17 cards in the side, just ideas. I need to work on a side deck. What you think for the meta if I played GT? What do you think of that? And then oh shit, did I save it? I don't know if I saved it. 54. Save deck. And then my Beerus doesn't need to really be changed much. Problem is, with my Beerus, Dirty Burst is going to get hit. But I think this looks like a pretty solid list. I've made slight changes to it, so let me show you what I changed in my Beerus deck. My Beerus deck used to have baby unisons. I'm changing those out for hit unisons. If I draw a card, or I get a double straight crit. Double straight crit first. Boom. Boom. So this would actually be better as man on a mission. And here's my Beerus deck. It's not banned yet. When does the ban list take effect? That's what I need to find out. Because if Omega June 3rd, the ban list isn't going to be in effect yet. So I think I want to play GT in this tournament, and I want to play Beerus in the following tournament. Because the ban list isn't going to be in effect yet. So Sin and all that will still be a thing. But when the ban list hits, I'm not going to need Shin anymore. I'm not going to need... I forgot why I was running Zeno. Oh, Zeno's for Cumber. Kind of a weird side deck tech. But all the Dirty Bursts come out. All the Dirty Bursts come out. I put the Saiyan Synergy into the main deck to replace the negates lost by Dirty Burst. Also giving me more 5k. One thing I ran into is too many 10k, so in my Beerus deck. So I think I either got to cut Whis down to 1 or I got to cut Android 17 down to 1. I got to look at what you're saying in chat. Anyway. Take a look at my GT list. The Beerus list. I don't know. I need to find out when this ban list is going to take effect.
Episode Let's Have Fun, where a sheep is featured and has a similar unsettling undertone, like OP's description. But while close, this was not the show they were looking for. Another that was suggested a few times was Kitty Viddy, but this wasn't it either. I noticed...
Alright, so you commented, haven't played GT in a while. Personally, 4 unisons just because to counter Smoke or Green Gohan rare. Starter pan stuff. Also, if you want, you can use starter pan stuff for the normal awakened side. As far as running 4 unisons, the leader lets you play unisons from your drop. My original list had 4 unisons, and that was before they even had all the unison hate. But I think even with the unison hate, if they kill my unison, it goes to my drop. Unless Smoke Dragon removes it from the game, which I don't think it does. If it goes to my drop, where does Smoke Dragon send my unison? Because if it goes to my drop, then my leader awakened side lets me play it from my drop. The only reason I have even a second unison in there is just because sometimes you need that one extra pump. You know, you need that one extra pump to bump it up to 10 so you can do your leader skill to play out the triple flash or the the big Goku from your hand. So if you have one in the deck, sometimes it gives you that one extra bump. Can play from drop, not warp. Smoke warps it. Ooh, shizer. That causes problems. That causes problems. Damn, in that case, I don't even want to run. I don't even want to play that deck. I don't even want to play that deck. But are a lot of people really running Unison hate like that? You know? Yeah, that kills the deck. That kills the deck. I didn't know it warped it. Dang. Well, that sucks.
However, I'm sure the reason no one has been able to find it is a mix of obscurity and the cult trying to hide their disgusting history. I think it brings awareness of said history because such things shouldn't be hidden. Let's get into the comments and suggestions. Treasure Attic, probably the most infamous TFI show, was brought up repeatedly, especially this episode Let's Have Fun, where a sheep is featured and has a similar unsettling undertone, like OP's description. But while close, this was not the show they were looking for. Another that was suggested a few times was Kitty Viddy, but this wasn't it either. I noticed several of these literal cult indoctrination videos are marked as
Yeah, I
for
saw your
kids
comment on
YouTube,
Discord.
which is really
That
concerning
sucks.
and goes to show YouTube is worried about the wrong things. I was demonetized
There's a reason
for
why
talking about a
GT
cartoon
Unison is
clown
dead, basically.
going down the
Haha.
sewer slide
I knew
in the
that
second
Smoke
volume
heard
of
it,
the
but I
series,
forgot.
but child
Man, that
exploitative
sucks.
cult shows definitely belong on YouTube Kids. This user asked if it was the Levettes and linked a terrifying theme song with some uncanny looking ass puppets. But OP said the style of puppets didn't match
Damn.
up and just overall
That
looked
sucks.
very different.
So we played
Someone
Beerus.
brought up the Colt's bizarre music video for a song called SOS that I guess became a meme, and while obviously it wasn't the kids show, someone brought up how this was produced by Aurora Productions, which
I do think
could
the
be
hit
a meme.
Unison
User
is
the
way
Real
better in
Eggplant
Beerus
commented,
than
was it
the
this?
baby.
The guy in this video was busted years later in online chats
Just at
talking
2.
about
I'm only gonna run
kidnapping,
it at 2.
killing, and eating children. Referring to this clip of the show Joy Junction, where the puppeteer talks about dirty pictures, and who would have thought, eventually this dude ended up being sentenced to 20 years in prison. Honeydew Flavored linked this titled Frightening Christian Puppet Show, where sheep sing about their shepherd Jesus, but it doesn't match up too much and only gives Pink Morning cartoon vibes. I don't think it's actually anything sinister. But with all of these ideas and suggestions, and
about hit
none
Deadly
of them putting the
Vanguard.
mystery to rest,
Hit Deadly
user
Vanguard
Slevlife
in,
raised a very valid point,
the-
saying there were only so many series that TFI made, none matching up with OP's recollection, adding that their guess was it was a children's show from another Christian group that was in the spirit enough to let them watch it. However, this user commented, TFI scrubbed all the child abuse shit pretty thoroughly after the Ricky incident, if I recall correctly. But good luck finding it. There seems to be a lot of confusion on where and under what circumstances the man behind the puppet show propaganda died. The Ricky incident that they are referring to is a member who was essentially born and raised into this cult, being abused his whole life. Eventually escaped the cult in 2001, but
I've had a problem in my Beerus deck with too many 10Ks. When I run out of energy, I shouldn't be running out of energy in a blue deck, right? On defense, but sometimes you do. I've had this problem with choose whenever it's your opponent's turn. Draw one card, then choose one of your opponent's battle cards, and it costs 2 or less placed at the bottom of the deck. So Beerus destroys Realm of the Gods. Beerus destroys infinite power. Kamehameha, or the blue UI Kamehameha extra card lets you restand energy on your opponent's turn. So you pay for it with 1, you get that energy back. I feel like in some situations that might be better than Realm of the Gods Beerus Destroy. So I was thinking it's doing a 2-2 split instead of 3 Beerus Realm of the Gods. Gotta go, man. I'll see you in an hour or 2. Alright. Later. Anyway, I don't know. I gotta get these decks ready for this tournament. But enough of that. Enough of that. Let's go back to this video. Debate
still understandably struggled moving on with his life. 4 years later, on January 7th, 2005, he recorded a video saying he needed to take retribution for the abuse in the family. The next day, he killed a member of the cult following himself. It's such a tragic situation and highlights just how messed up the cult is. I really can't believe it's still a thing. And Feline Nova said a girl they used to be friends with had grown up in the cult and that when her family left, her parents stole some of the quote brainwashing videos. She then went on to upload them to YouTube, proving there's probably a lot more media from TFI out there than we realize. This user, if their memory is recalling correctly, is the only person in the thread who remembers the video. I know exactly what you're talking about, but I have no idea what it's called. At least I think it's the same thing. I was at a hotel with my wife once, and this was on one of the TV channels. We were in Traverse City, Michigan though, which isn't anywhere remotely close to Huntington Beach. We saw it around 2008, if that helps. All I remember was a song that went, "I'm sorry God and my sins make me sad. Please forgive me and make me glad. I'm sorry God with the cross you show me that my sins make me die.
Why does that gotta be a cult? Just because it's
This also had
Christian?
subtitles for the song, and die was in all capitals. It was super creepy, and we refer to it as the Penitent Puppet Pals, but that's just the name we made up. We've never been able to find what it really was. Memory is pretty fickle though, so I'd take this with a grain of salt. Honestly, the only reason why I could justify this resurfacing is to give OP some sort of peace of mind, and to raise awareness of the immorality and sickness of the cult, but regardless, I wish OP the best.
T-Mobile knows whether you break down in the middle of nowhere or get a flat tire on the edge.
Another mysterious song.
1980s/90s. Need help identifying a short snippet of some rock song. User Tethered97 turned to the Tip of My Tongue subreddit on May 25th, 2022, in hopes they'd be able to figure out the artist of the song. They said, "Here's the only snippet of the song that I have, and a link to a Vocaroo clip that you can take a listen to now."
I've never heard this. Just sounds like one of those old nostalgic songs.
Immediately, my first thought was that it sounded like Morrissey from the Smiths, and a lot of other people shared that sentiment, but this obviously isn't actually a Smiths song. OP had obtained the audio from a now deleted YouTube video that they said had nothing to do with the song and was an unrelated still photo while the music played in the background. They did have the link, but it wasn't archived all the way back.
You want me to go
OP
under?
said the channel that posted the video is an asshat who was harassing the community they were a part of, and is confident that the channel would not help in finding an answer anyway. Suggestions and opinions on the genre, era, and style of singing varied drastically within the thread. Peppermint S commented, "Musically it reminds me of 5440, but the voice isn't quite right. How certain are you about it being an 80s or 90s song?" To which OP replied, "I'm not exactly certain about that, it's just that from where I got it from, that makes me think as such. I could be wrong, but I guess that can only be answered when someone finds this darn thing." Replies on the opinion of the era and genre included all of the following. I'd go back to the 60s or 70s. I'd say mid to late 70s, given the synth harmony. That was right around the time they were coming into vogue. Disagree. The production is very British, around the mid 80s. I think it sounds like a Britpop/rock group from the 90s. That definitely isn't any
So I
90s
could
song
get to
I've
the
ever
end,
heard.
but I can't
There is
get
too
to
much
the-
synth in the background, which would put it closer to early to mid 80s. But the instruments and singer seem closer to a 60s or 70s band. It sounds like a 90s Canadian alt rock band. Accordions, along with the style, were common at one point in the 90s. That's such a mid-80s sound. Definitely some Smiths influence with a bit of Postcard Records. The accent sounds northern, but not clearly Manchester or Liverpool. I would be surprised if it was earlier than 83. It's so catchy. Users mentioned the song sounding like it could be James Taylor, John Denver, The Church,
Wait.
R.E.M., Kitchens of Distinction, Miracle Legion, along with handfuls of other artists. But like this user said, it's most likely not any popular band since the lyrics can't be found online. The lyrics not being online doesn't mean it's an insanely obscure band, it just probably isn't any of the ones previously mentioned. I lean towards mid to late 80s to early 90s purely for the fact that I ran into comparable music while on my Blue Chin hunts. PM me a good song.
wasn't
Thought
worth
it
it.
sounded like the neo-psych revival of the 80s, giving Rain Parade and the 3 O'Clock vibes. But that there were hundreds of indie bands releasing singles and EPs at that time, so it could be hard to pinpoint the actual artist. They wished OP good luck on their search and said, worst case scenario, you don't find this song, but you find a ton new favorite bands if you like that particular style of music. There's yet to be a considerable lead, but I still think if gained enough traction, this song can be identified. Obscure claymation. Hello, I'm trying to find this very old claymation. It featured an orange woman and it was insanely creepy. In one of the episodes, she murders a worm from an apple with a syringe needle. She had a very deep, Simlish voice, and everything she did in other episodes was just downright creepy and odd. I think the time period might be 70s to 80s. Please help. This post was made nearly 3 years ago in October of 2020. OP also went on to make an edit sharing a picture of their beautiful rendition of the creature, noting these were literal spheres and not anything else you might think upon first glance. I'm gonna keep it real, I put this one in the video because I just want to see it be found. Distant Salem commented, first guess, the trapdoor, an 80s British claymation that had lots of worms. But OP said while it seems to be the same era, it wasn't this claymation, and that they also remembered a scene where the orange woman is scraping newspaper letters from the window with a razor blade because she would clean windows with newspaper. Very peculiar detail. Adventures of Mark Twain was a suggestion as it is definitely a creepy claymation movie, but this wasn't it either. This user asked, could it be Cecile the Ball from Sesame Street? It scared the living crap out of me at age 3. Cecile was an orange ball of clay with a mouth and no eyes. Cecile would do weird things on screen. There was a Cecile song where she would say sinister things like, there's no escape, you just can't hide from me. Even though it wasn't what OP was hunting for, they did say, if their memory was correct, that this strange orange ball was the same hue as the worm woman. It also wasn't Rex the Runt from Aardman or anything by Jan Vankmajer. The only substantial detail we have besides the contents of the show is that OP remembers seeing it on Croatian national television, specifically the HRT
Oh, it's
channel,
Croatian.
and
That's why we
thinks it
can't
could
find
have been from Germany. While we don't have a whole lot of information to go off of, I hope this ends up being found and is as bizarrely wonderful as I picture it to be.
Fight with me for the salvation of all our souls.
A weird/creepy ad I saw on Hulu and Twitch
And there's
that
the
didn't
tower.
seem to actually advertise anything. On April 18th, 2023, user Operation Green Beans inquired about an unsettling advertisement that they saw on both Twitch and Hulu. Between the start of the pandemic lockdown and March 2021, given that they had gotten the ad-free version of Hulu after that. The details of the post are as follows. It was a 45-second ad, started out with TV static, then flipped to what appeared to be a male standing in an open grass field facing away from the camera with no sound. It went back to static into a weird rundown hospital. I'm assuming because there were old wheelchairs and mobile hospital beds. Again, no sound. Then it went back to the static a bit before, showing a woman in old-time clothes, think like they wear on old western shows. The woman was not facing the camera and was slowly backing up toward it. She started to turn around sound when it went back to static and the words "Don't be scared" appeared on a black background
Oh.
with white text. Then there was a noise I can best describe as a pen click and it went back to TV static. The only sounds in the ad were the TV static sounds and the thing I could only call a pen click. I saw the ad quite a few times on Hulu, but only like twice on Twitch. Google hasn't helped me at all. If there's a better place for this beyond here where I could get an answer, let me know, but this was the only place I could think of. User Drowning in Flames said how the clicking noise and static screen reminded them of The Ring, so had the idea it could have been an ad for one of the sequels. But OP insisted this wasn't the case, saying it wasn't some creepy bitch who crawls out of a TV in Wells. Then later added their brain was scarred by The Ring when they saw it during its release, implying they would have recognized it as an advert for the film franchise. Aniana asked if the font matched the ads for the game Don't Be Afraid, since they splashed the title on screen, but unfortunately OP said it didn't and described the text as blocky. User Don't Kill Hobos suggested ads
Don't
for
kill
American Horror
hobos.
Stories, but OP replied with, "I've basically ruled out AHS." And their latest edits say it doesn't seem to be anything to do with American Horror Story, and I have ruled out it being any Halloween ads. None of them fit. It seemed like there was no promising suggestion or lead, but then this user came across an old thread titled, "Okay Twitch, you can stop with the creepy ads that aren't advertising anything." This was in 2018, but some details match up with OP's post, and we all know how memory can be funky. Or maybe they were simply still advertising them again in
Skyview Tower's out of
2020.
order.
These
What's
are
wrong?
the ads they recalled
Terminal that
seeing.
starts up
1.
Skyview
A
Tower
girl
isn't working.
standing in the
I've
middle
checked
of
the
an
terminal's
open
parts.
field,
Nothing was
walking
broken.
slowly
Wonder if
toward the
something to do with
camera
the tower
as
itself
the
is
camera
broken.
person backs up. 2. A birthday
I'm
cake
sure it has to do
collapsing
with
on
these.
itself. 3. A car following a truck on what seems to be a highway. A mattress falls out of the truck and the car swerves off the road and the camera stares at the mattress. 4. A person walking slowly into a lake. 5. A wheelchair in an empty room. This is the one with sound, and it is of a baby crying. In typical Reddit fashion, this OP got accused of carbon monoxide poisoning, but their CO levels were a-okay, and people later found another thread talking about what appeared to be the same phenomenon of puzzling ads, saying, "For the past few weeks, I've been getting really weird ads at late night. Most of the time, I don't even think they're advertising anything." And going on to describe some, they added an edit. "Literally seconds after posting this, I got a weird ad. It's some guy singing and lighting a candle. No products, no text, just a guy singing and lighting the candle. It ends abruptly mid-song." And this time, they provided a screenshot. So users in the Tip of My Tongue thread were able to fetch the original video of this candle advert. But no one has yet been able to find the creepy field video that OP is looking for. It's only been about a month though, and whether it's a part of this string of unsettling Twitch ads or not, I can't imagine something from only a few years ago would stay lost. So I'm hopeful that this post will be marked as solved at some point in the future.
Hello, Salt Lake City. This is the face of all-day breakfast, late-night munchies, and the biggest, most delicious menu on the planet. Hello, Ronald.
Shut up. Monolith Research.
Disturbing/upsetting YouTube channel from I'm guessing around 2010 to 2013. Quick disclaimer, there's a brief mention of child SA and a couple of things that some people probably don't want to hear about. I don't think it's that disclaimer worthy until the last animation they describe, but I'll put timestamps and I have to censor some stuff anyway, so let's just get into the post. I remember this YouTube channel that posted strange, crude animations of disturbing things. I only remember a few as these really upset me and I was around the ages of 10 to 12 at the time. First one is an animation. I remember it being black and white, but there could have been minimal color. Of a young girl with a very deformed and ugly baby wrapped in a blanket. She was on a public street using a payphone and talking to some kind of 911 operator, or crisis type hotline. The conversation was something like, "Hello, I ran away from home with my baby, I need help." To which 911 responded, "Okay, we can help you, where are you?" But the girl replied with, "There's something wrong with my baby, it doesn't look right. The thing is, it's also my dad's baby." 911 said something like, "Okay, I understand, we can get you help." The second video was another crude animation of a young girl who had woken up and gotten her first period. I don't remember many details from this one, but it was something like she didn't know what was happening and thought something was really wrong with her, so she got scared and ran into traffic, then got hit by a car and died. One I sort of remember was either a young child, don't remember if it was a boy or girl, taking a weapon to school and weaponizing kids and teachers. Later it shows them coming home and being beaten by a man, maybe father or stepfather, then a silhouette of them being by the man on the ground. That's all I remember. It was really weird, disturbing, and upsetting, and I don't think I watched many other videos on the channel. Or if I did, I blocked them. I want to say the name of the channel started with a K and had a P in the name somewhere. The animation style was not very colorful, pretty crude and simple as I remember. Kind of similar to the style of Cyanide and Happiness, but not exactly that. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, I'd appreciate your input. Thank you. As someone who grew up on the weird, sometimes disturbing side of YouTube, these videos ring a bell. I don't know if I'm recalling the videos because tons of similar edgy, gross content were being produced at the time, or if I had come across this specific channel, but other users also felt they had seen some of them. User Random Cacti commented, "I definitely remember watching these videos. I'm guessing they aren't up on YouTube anymore." Due to the nature of topics mentioned, being removed or the creator deleting them is definitely likely, but I think there's a chance it still somehow is on YouTube or someone out there has it archived. We know it isn't from Danger Dolan or this animation titled Amy. This user asked if it was a Treats for Beast video, but it didn't match up. Someone had the audacity to say salad fingers, but as Happy Investment pointed out, salad fingers is wholesome. Eating a Cookie had the idea for OP to go through their watch history if they use the same account as they did back then, saying you can sort by date to make it a lot more of a convenient task. But OP replied, "This would be great. Unfortunately, I just browsed without an account back then." This user said they think the best way to figure out the mystery of this disturbing channel could be browsing 2010 to 2013 YouTube.
I think I just need to move this one off the top.
I'm inclined to agree. I'd be really surprised if none of the videos are archived anywhere, and this is one that I think is just a matter of time before it shows up. Psychological horror / thriller where the big reveal is that they're in a large structure in the desert. My fiance and I were talking about foreshadowing and how I hate movies that make a big plot point with no foreshadowing. One of my gripes was, like in Cube, how at the end the guy goes to exit, but it turns out the cube is in the desert, but there was no foreshadowing, and it was just random. He looked at me weird and said, "That's not how Cube ends." I was adamant it was. I have seen Cube. I love the Saw series, so friends made me watch Cube in about the early 2010s. So he sat me down and made me watch the end of Cube again. I have no recollection of the end he showed me, or the character that survives at the end of the film, even though he is the MC or anything about it. But I know I've seen it because I know stuff like how the set was just 2 rooms with different lighting. Also, you know it's in a cave, not the desert. So now I have this scene in my head, maybe in the Saw-esque genre, maybe not, of a movie about people escaping rooms / puzzles in a giant structure, but at the end a character escapes, but they're in a vast desert. I think it was a large mirrored cube-esque structure.
Sounds like Hunger Games.
No foreshadowing. It was in a desert, so their escape was actually just not worth it because now they die in a desert. I genuinely feel like I'm going bonkers. Did I just make up a film and assign the storyline to Cube? I'm not an artist in any way, but here's some visuals that are like kinda in the ballpark of
looks
what
like Dune maybe, or
points they added. I know memory is fallible, and I don't have carbon monoxide poisoning. With this entry, we're going to be sort of dipping into the Mandela effect and how fallible memory really is. Now, I was obsessed with the Mandela effect back in 2016 and thought I was in some kind of parallel reality. Now, I think memory is unreliable and people would rather blame it on CERN or whatever than admit we can't trust our own brains. But that doesn't mean the movie that OP is recalling doesn't exist, it's just there's a chance they did make it up. Going into the comments though, you'll see multiple people also thought Cube ended like this. Catwoman 1948 commented,
maybe it was an alternate ending.
Because that is how I remember the ending of Cube too. Never saw the sequels, would never watch Saw or anything that extreme. It had to be Cube. A cave? No. I'm certain I remember desert at the end. Now I'm going to have to watch it again. Yo, you two get back to your own timeline. This user said, "Dude, I literally came here to say Cube, so if Cube doesn't end that way, I gotta know the answer to this too." Okay, I'm going to throw gasoline on this Mandela effect fire and agree with you, OP, 100%. I was certain this was the cube. That was the first thing that popped into my mind, and I remember the exact ending you described, beat for beat. How is this not the cube? It must be something so similar that our minds are mixing the two movies, but I can't figure out what it was. There were some actual feasible suggestions, like the Maze Runner, Circle, the Portal 2 ending, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, Signal, a tons more, but none were it. OP
Speaking of cube, there's a cube maze over there.
It isn't. At this point, I was like, alright, probably a false memory. Let's be real, the ending to Cube isn't the most memorable. But then, user Sarcasm left a comment that caught my eye. Maybe you saw the alternate ending, and linked to a Lost Media Wiki article. In it contains info of the original ending for Cube, where Kazan is still the one who makes it out, but as he walks out, it's revealed that what's outside of the cube is a beach, which can look a lot like a desert in some iffy memory. The only thing is it also has to do with aliens, which OP said didn't seem familiar, but reiterated how unreliable memories are. The director decided he wanted the outside of the cube to remain a mystery, which is why we have the ending that we do today. But several people have claimed to have seen this ending during its theatrical release. There's just no known copy of it. Someone in this thread actually said they saw both versions. There is a hole in this theory though. OP was 5 years old during Cube's theater run, so they didn't see it in theaters. But OP did say this: there were two ways I could have possibly seen it at this point in my life. A person in my life at the time was a movie savant. Genuinely.
Savant.
He had shelves of DVDs even though it was around 2010.
Shelves.
Definitely a definite, very legal way that is legal, which both could have ended up having that ending. Dude was obsessed with hoarding rare stuff in media in case it went out of print or was lost forever. But because it's unconfirmed and I can't find it, I can't give it the stamp of approval. The only possibilities are it's an obscure movie that hasn't been named, OP's pirate friend had a copy of the lost ending, or this doesn't exist and is just a collective false memory. It is funny how these widespread false memories tend to have little pieces of truth in them, like the alternate cube ending, or how Fruit of the Loom trademark filed a cornucopia in the 80s, only to never use a cornucopia in their logo. Maybe the movie that OP watched will be found, or maybe it never existed. Unfortunately, this post is one that I fear might stay open forever, but you never know. The world of media is insanely vast. We've all grown up consuming different pieces. And memory really can be one of the strangest things. Brains can remember the most specific detail of something from decades ago, yet get major details wrong. Thankfully, we live in the age of the internet.
Is this debate on yet?
Why are we not outraged by these facts? Where are these pro-life advocates while our
Hake
children
is
are starving
debating
and
what?
growing up in abusive households? Until there
I didn't know Hake was debating pro-life.
are more systems put into place to ensure proper health care, education, and put food on the tables of hungry Americans, I question how one can call themselves pro-life.
This girl's about. I'm surprised Ashley is back on Modern Day Debate after last time she got told to shut up by James.
Alrighty, thank you very much for that opening statement. And want to let you know, folks,
how long has it been
if it's
on?
your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral debate channel host.
I think that's the first
for
opening
you
statement.
name it. We are glad that you're here, and we have one mission, one vision, which is to provide a neutral platform so that everybody has their chance to make their case on a level playing field. We're going to kick it over to the pro-life side as well. Hake, or no, that's right. Kay, thanks very much. The floor is all yours.
All right. Well, hi, I'm Kay Fellows. I'm sure everybody in James's audience is rather familiar with me on these abortion debates. Tonight we're trying to answer a very, very complex question about whether or not abortion is morally permissible. And as Ashley and Ryan pointed out in both their opening statements, this is going to go well beyond just the confines of abortion in this conversation. I'm not going to take a lot of time on my opening statement, but my position on the issue has always been and continues to be that in the situation of pregnancy, that there's nothing like it on earth, the relationship between a human being and another human being growing literally inside their bodies. But my position has always been that during a pregnancy, in that situation, regardless of underlying circumstances surrounding that situation, you have two equally valuable human beings that are equally deserving of rights, protections, and life. Our goal should always be to try to protect both human beings until it is no longer possible for us to do so. And with that, I will just wrap up my statement and hand it over to Hank.
The construct.
Thank you, K fellows, and thank
Hank
you,
is
Radical
echoing.
Coder Ryan and Ashley XOXO, and of course James of Modern Day Debate. And shout out to the chat. I would like to also shout out the AAPIs. This is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. May you guys, those of you with shrinking populations, grow your populations just as the Caucasians ought to be doing. No, abortion is not morally permissible. It is an interesting phrasing. I don't know if I would say that it's, I don't know if I would pose it as morally permissible, because that makes it sound like other people who are outside of abortion, who are not committing the abortions, should be trying to stop the people who are committing the abortions in a society where we have these laws that say that you can kill the unborn baby in the womb. And abortion sort of reminds me of slavery in that in years past, slavery was
it's just like slavery.
the
The abolitionists.
Acceptable in many circles.
Great
of society,
argument. Hey,
just as abortion
great
was.
argument. Liberals
It behooves
hate
the
that
slave
argument.
owner, though, to treat his slave well so that the slave could thrive and do good work. Unlike with abortion, where it's up to the woman who decides who lives or dies. And I don't believe that we should be making the woman God like that.
Facts.
I think that we're giving her a choice that she's not equipped to make. It's not her body. It is not her choice. It is a developing human being. And we shouldn't be allowing the doctors and the women or the boyfriends who, on occasion, there are boyfriends who are for this type of thing, to make that type of decision. It's kind of like if you kill an old aging person in the privacy of your home. Does anybody notice? Who does it really harm? It's your home. It's kind of similar to what they're doing with abortion. It reminds me of what I was taught about the Holocaust. They use dehumanizing
Hank is
language
bringing
like
up all the
fetuses and
buzzwords.
zygotes
He's bringing up the
to
H
pretend
cost.
like the
He's bringing
babies
up
are not
slavery.
developing human beings.
He's talking about killing old people. Facts. Hank.
I'm not
Let's
for
go.
this increasing shamelessness about shout your abortion. We see it going more and more out of control. And with the Roe v. Wade situation that happened back in the 70s, out of wedlock births increased because sex out of wedlock
This is
increased
not right.
because
This
both
is
the
not
men and the
right.
women knew that they would have, and young ladies and underage boys and girls knew that they had that extra choice, so it was more acceptable to have the sex out of wedlock. And then so they had more children out of wedlock, and so poverty and crime increased because many men were not taking responsibility, and women too did not want to take responsibility for their actions. To those who've committed abortion, though, and to those who are opposed to it, I say we have both level heads, neither guilt nor shamelessness. Both are wrong. And I don't believe, just as I don't really believe that slavery justified a war, I don't think that abortion justifies terrorism or things like that. I do think that we should be punishing if we establish moral laws against abortion.
Wait, whoa,
we should
what
be
just
punishing
happened?
both the women and the doctors who violate those laws.
All right, I think I went to the wrong place.
But I don't think that we should be going crazy on either side like it's going right now. They say it should be safe, legal, and rare, but no, they want it increasingly shameless, and they want a lack of responsibility, and that's not good.
Thank you very much for that opening as well. Hey,
how is Hake
and want to let you know,
talking
folks,
to the
we have
chat
many
while
more
making his
upcoming
opening
debates, so
statement?
you don't want to miss them. Hit that subscribe button right now so you don't miss any of the upcoming debates that we have here on Modern Day Debate. We're going to kick it into the open discussion. So, with that, thank you very much, Ashley, Radical Coder, Kay, and Hake. The floor is all yours.
Let's go first. I guess my first question. I think I know where Kay stands on this. I'm not sure Hake, but to one of the first.
Are they in the same house? Are they together? Radical Coder and Ashley?
About, like, well, that makes. Do we all agree that there's like some circumstances where like the life of the mother's in danger? If an abortion is not carried out, that like this
Ashley
is
would be a Radical Coder.
Permissible case for an abortion.
I suppose so. There was a story of a 10-year-old little girl who was allegedly raped. Sorry to say it.
Well, a 10-year-old can't consent to sex, so I think you should take out allegedly.
Yeah, 10-year-old can't get pregnant without being raped. That's the only way that happens.
Allegedly meaning it's not 100% proven.
And I think that the child was not even going to survive in the first place. It was kind of outside of the womb, and it was going to. And I don't know if the Republicans, I call them Republicans.
You know what the womb is?
Oh my God!
I know that it's the thing that holds the baby, but it was something wrong with the conception, and they were saying that the Republicans, I call them Republicans, sometimes, had this law in place that made it so that the child had to travel to Indiana from Ohio to get the procedure done, the extraction or the abortion or whatever you want to call it, and I think that we can have we can iron out these problems with these laws so that you can do that. Now, the life of the mother, it's interesting because back in the day, a woman sometimes would die in giving childbirth and they would save the baby. So
what is all the banging
I'm
going on?
a little on the fence about it, but yeah, I'm for the life of the mother, I think.
Yeah, I can kind of piggyback off of that a little bit. It's a very, very complex thing. I mean, pregnancy in and of itself is complex, and things can turn very, very bad.
The final island, Bravery Island, is located right above the Lost Woods. But to get there, you'll want to fast travel to the Thiflo ruined Skyview Tower. Fly south once you launch yourself skyward and aim to land on this round floating island.
I've already been
Here
there.
You're going to launch yourself with the man cannon and fly south as far as your stamina will take you until you reach the bottom of another helix-looking island. Do one more pair of ring challenges, and congratulations!
I just did that, and it didn't work.
So I guess a follow-up on that. Kay, your position about like valuing both lives equally. Do you personally? I'm just curious about this actually. Do you personally feel that most of the legislation that's being put forward in regards to this topic aligns with like your values here and the way that you think it should happen?
No, I've been very, very vocal in the past about how these laws are not well written. I am not somebody that is educated enough to understand everything that is being said in a law or a bill, just the way that it's worded. But I can get the basic premise enough to understand that there are massive holes in some of these laws. I've spoken out very publicly about how it doesn't make any sense that just legislators are coming together and writing these bills. There are millions of pro-life OBGYNs in the country. They need to be involved in writing this language. I've talked about how the difference in language used in law and the difference in language used in medicine makes it incredibly confusing for doctors whenever these laws are written. Other countries have actually addressed this, like Germany, I believe.
Real simple.
And in some parts of the UK, they talked about like the confusion around what even is an abortion and what qualifies as an abortion in the United States is incredibly confusing because we have made absolutely no effort to clarify the difference between terms used in the legal terminology and
there
medical
is a difference.
Terminology. So that is definitely something
she's lying.
That
There
needs
is
to
a
change.
difference.
We need to do a much better job. If
The
they're
thing that
going
happened
to
in
be
Texas,
passing abortion bans, they need to be
when somebody
ironclad.
needs an abortion to save the life of the mother,
I thought it was interesting that you said specifically pro-life OBGYNs. It's interesting. there's pro-choice OBGYNs out there too that they should probably consult for these laws. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and it's not that I don't believe that pro-choice OBGYNs should be consulted. I'm kind of a realist, and I know that if Republicans, which overwhelmingly pro-life politicians are Republican, if they're going to even be willing to kind of bridge that gap in having consulting OBGYNs, they're not going to go so far as to.
Well, I think that what they should be doing is consulting the state's medical board. That's what I think they should be doing, which has nothing to do with your choice, whether you politically or through religious reasons feel that abortion should or should not be legalized or accessible. I just don't think that should be part of the medical decision as to what we're talking about a medical decision here as to what conditions during pregnancy constitute a medical emergency or would deem a pregnancy viable or not viable. So I don't think that whether or not a doctor's pro-choice or pro-life, I see what you're saying with that, but I just think the bigger thing would be like, let's not seek out pro-life doctors. Let's just seek out let's seek out the freaking state medical board, let's just and keep our religion out of our politics.
Why not?
I agree.
Why not have it in general terms so that there's some wiggle room on these?
Because general terms are what's causing so many problems. Just like earlier, you said that the baby was outside of the womb, unless the baby's in the woman's vagina at that point, actually being expelled from her body. The baby's not outside of the womb. And the language you use, though, that's the same kind of language that a lot of these politicians they're using as well. They don't even understand what the hell it is they're talking about and making laws about. They don't know anatomy, which Kay brought up a good point about that. Like she said, I'm not even well versed enough in this to be making these kind of decisions. I'm just saying, like, that's why we don't dumb it down for people, because this isn't a dumb subject. This is something that affects millions of lives and potential lives and so much more. We should be more specific, not using lowbrow layman terms. No,
I disagree, though, respectfully, because you don't have to even use the word womb. You can just say to save the life of the mother or something to that effect, and then that leaves it open.
It doesn't, though. Do you know how many physicians are actually delaying care that is potentially life-saving for their patients right now because they are afraid of being prosecuted and put in jail and losing their medical license and fined hundreds of thousands, if not more, dollars because the language in the bill is not specific enough as to constitute what is deemed as a necessary or life-threatening situation. That's why it needs to be more specific.
This is why I say that we shouldn't have all of this lawyer legalese in our bills. It should be something that people can understand, and so that doctors can make the decisions.
So the people that are the ones making these decisions, like you just said, these are doctors. These are very well-educated, intelligent people that are experienced. And I promise you, to them, the language isn't going to be too complicated.
Fair enough, but even still, I think that it's this nitpicking type of thing is part of the problem in the country, where you have all these loopholes and it's overly specific. It's kind of like the regulatory industry of the part of the government and the industries. It's sometimes there's these regulations that don't make any sense, like OSHA regulations and other state level regulations that do not make sense, and it costs regular industries a whole lot of money. That's why Trump was deregulating and allowing for it helped businesses flourish. And I think that this over-regulation can cost more money and more complications, just like you said.
Nick, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So say that there's a woman and she's about 16 to 18 weeks pregnant.
Batteries.
She's actively miscarrying that baby, meaning it's going to be not in
faces
the womb
whatever it deems
point, right?
that's the tracker.
She's bleeding.
We got the tracker.
Her membranes have already ruptured, so the amniotic sac, the fluid's gone, meaning this pregnancy's 100% over. It's done. The baby is not far along enough yet that even with medical intervention in the NICU can survive outside of this woman's body, right? But because of these laws, the fetus or the baby that's inside of her womb still, but actively being expelled, meaning it could take days, sometimes 10 days after it starts, after membranes rupture, right? This baby still has a heartbeat, though. Here's the thing. The doctors can't perform a dilation and curettage or an abortion, so to speak. They can't remove this and get her on the mend and start giving her treatment because of the laws. The laws state that they can lose their medical license, go to prison, and also that woman, if she electively chooses for them to go ahead and do that, she can also face prison time. But here's the problem with this.
This is the argument that they use to push late-term abortions.
5 days later after this starts, and they're forcing her to sit there and actively miscarry. They send her home, by the way, to do this on her own.
So this is basically the best argument that they have to push late-term abortions is basically when something medically crazy happens. But these same people will deny medical miracles. They'll deny that people rise from the dead. You know, when you talk about Jesus, oh, so you think somebody rose from the dead? People rise from the dead all the time. They'll deny these medical miracles, which are called by doctors medical miracles. They'll deny these things, but then they'll use these extremely, extremely rare, obscure examples to use this to push late-term abortion. So her argument right now is the best case to be made for why we need to legalize late-term abortions, 9-month abortions, because there could be some crazy medical thing that happens in the 8th or 9th month. And since we have laws against late-term abortion, it's going to cause a problem for this rare woman to get her medical needs. But the simple answer is all you have to do is have it be a separate thing. It's not an abortion if you're saving the life of a woman, of the mother.
You just don't want people going around killing babies inside of people. What it's actually meaning is that
saving the life of a woman.
We're having a bunch of radicalists running around and basically preventing life saving, I guess that's the word I'm looking for, life-saving care
mother.
for these women.
Yes, exactly.
Another woman got pregnant. These are all real stories, actually. There's a report that just came out, Care Post Row document.
Before you go into the next one,
sorry,
I get the feeling that if both of you don't like the way abortion laws are being written right now, and so I guess when
I don't know what that bird was,
action,
but I wish I would have killed him.
When it comes to the political process and who we're voting for, I guess you're not advocating to support the people who are pushing for this legislation.
I think if what you guys are saying is true about those cases, then I don't believe that those people who are writing these laws and who are for these laws would be for the situations that are occurring, and just need to iron out the details on that and make it so that the doctors who are actually doing the Hippocratic Oath, doing no harm, can do what they need to do. But to be honest, most abortions are committed for the convenience, for the ego.
No, it is
ego
true.
of the mother.
It is true.
There's zero evidence to support that. It's not true.
No, she's wrong.
So-called abortions, because they want
99%,
or they think that it's going to be too expensive, which it's overstated how expensive raising a child is, and it's the selfishness.
Or lie.
Okay.
You don't think that by and large that's the main reason?
I do not. No, I don't think that abortion is.
I don't
think that this willy-nilly, that women just willy-nilly go out and they go, oh, I got pregnant. What's the big deal? Let me just show you my abortion, y'all, and spend $500 to $700 or $800 to do it. Go through that traumatic experience, and no, I don't think that is somebody's first choice to go and do that. I think that a woman getting an abortion is a very personal and a very difficult and a very grueling decision to make. I personally have never had an abortion, and I was telling Ryan this earlier, if I were to get pregnant tomorrow, I don't think I would have an abortion, and I don't want any more kids, and I'm not in a good position right now. But that I don't feel like it is my
If there weren't so
job,
many dang
as you said earlier, to play
willy-nillys.
God. I don't think I can play God. It's not my job to police someone else's body and their choice. It's not my job to tell a woman who can't feed herself, who's in an abusive relationship,
Calm down,
who grew up in
Ashley.
poverty herself, and who is now going to be forced. Like, it's not my job.
Listen, I know it's not. I keep muting Ashley because I'm not trying to hear that mess. It just sounds like wah, 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 wah. But listen, Ashley, I've slept with 5 girls named Ashley in my life. My body count for Ashley's is higher than most men's body count, period. So shut up, Ashley.
So economic damage that it does to these women. Like, no, it's not my job, and it's not for me to tell them what to do with themselves at all. Not my job, not my place.
It's for the men to tell the women how to be. I think you said it was mostly male legislators who are making these laws. It should be the men, because women don't really make good decisions for themselves or for other people, and it's
true.
I don't care how difficult the decision is; it still comes down to selfishness.
Because the men are just going to go along with the women, the males,
I will,
not the
I'll
men,
just add
the
there,
males.
I think women are fully capable of making their own decisions. Even
Shut up!
Really difficult ones.
And they suffer for it, though.
And many times they do.
Shut up,
and their children who
Radical
survive.
Shut up.
People
Crime
suffer for many of their choices. Yeah, for sure.
I believe that crime has increased since Roe v. Wade, and it's partly because these women who are killing their babies are searing their consciences. and they're
Actually,
already
there's a
doing
study showing that
wrong
crime
things.
significantly decreased, especially in urban areas where
Yeah.
after abortion was legal.
That's because they were killing all the black people. But I don't know what Hake is saying. I actually agree with Ashley on this one. Crime decreased. That most of the abortion mills are in urban areas. That's because Margaret Sanger wanted to eliminate all the black people from the population. And when you're killing all the young black males before they ever be born, that was kind of dropping the crime rate in the urban areas. So Ashley's kind of right with this, but she doesn't know how what she's saying right now is actually kind of racist.
Fulfilling education and crime in and of itself, yes, it did significantly decrease. In fact, there's a whole theory, which you'd probably love because it's pretty cringe, that making Roe v. Wade legal, like
Right.
that the original decision of
But
Roe
you
v.
just
Wade,
supported
the
it.
Supreme Court decision to federally legalize abortion, it was really just to like suppress and take down people of color. Like, they wanted less people of color, and they knew.
So she knows the idea, but she just spouted off
And we're looking at the statistics of that show that in heavily urbanized areas, yes, it actually statistically did come true that crime rates did lower.
Not really, because they're mass murdering the children.
Ashley's
And
face.
think about
Ashley
the way that
kinda-
these mothers who are raising their
Ashley
children,
said something
who, as you
base.
mentioned, they already do have children, and so they're raising them with harsher abuse and more anger.
Yeah.
And the fathers are not around, and out of wedlock births increased post Roe v. Wade. And
Well, they've been steadily increasing since the 60s
but
and free
especially
love.
since Roe
and-
v. Wade, and crime increased since the 60s and since the 70s. You can claim that crime went down, but
Where's
I
the
don't
stupid
really buy
robot
that.
to give me my quest?
I think the idea, like the crime.
Here, I'm just gonna
I
let
guess it
her
depends
talk.
on like you said.
I'm gonna let Ashley do all the talking. I'm just sitting here looking up stats and statistics and studies to prove what she's saying while I wear my girl gloves.
Are you kidding me? Or this,
I
or
don't
even
know
the
about
early
that.
60s. It's crime
All
is
right, well,
way
until
down
somebody
from the
actually
90s.
has a data
maybe we
stat
can-
to pull out of your ass,
Yeah,
like,
we-
let's
since
move
we
on.
since
get some
we
stats.
don't know. We don't actually
Hold
know
on.
either way. And I don't think any of
Hold
us
on,
have
let me
that
get
data
my
in front of us.
stats.
We
Yeah,
can-
it's really an ancillary.
We're kind of off
point.
track anyway.
Yeah, it is. It's an ancillary
Let's
point.
start here from Caleb. I'm sorry, we've been.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, at the
Yo,
end
I
of the
need
day,
to
it
put
doesn't
it in the
really
chat
matter
that
what
I
the
can do
statistics
after
say
party.
about whether crime spiked
I'll
or
do
whether
after
it went
party.
down. We
All
know
for Discord, all
that
modern day debates. people.
poverty breeds crime, breeds poverty, breeds crime. It is a vicious cycle. And the reality is that even though Hake and I both disagree that it's morally permissible to say that
Am I
we
not
should
on the right
allow for
island?
abortions to keep people out of poverty, there is.
I'm
and
not.
You can't
How did
argue
I get up
against
here?
the objective fact that when women have access to
Wait, what?
abortion and they're are less people in poverty. Like Ashley said earlier, over 60% of women who get abortions are living below the federal poverty line. So that limits their
I talked to the robot
to get out of poverty while also bringing another person below the poverty line.
60% already have children. 3 out of 4 are living below. Sorry.
3 out of 4. Okay.
No, I just didn't want it to get flipped later. And
did I give him a?
I'm not trying to be picky.
But like it is just the
Did I give him a Zonai charge?
That having abortion access is going to have fewer people living in poverty,
Guys.
therefore crime rates are going to lower. That's just following the basic logic. And
I think
like
I gotta take a
Brian
long
said,
break.
It is kind of getting
I gotta
away
go
from
do
the
something.
topic. Unless we want to argue
gonna be
about
like-
whether it is not morally permissible to support abortion based on the idea of like
I want to host the.
poverty. In my position, I am a child I was born into excessive poverty. I lived in poverty for the first 6 years of my life. And I don't take well to the idea
I gotta
that we
take a
should
long break.
be promoting abortions specifically for poor people. It seems a little eugenicsy in my opinion. But
It is cringe.
Yeah, I agree.
It is. And you know,
What do you mean by
Ashley
cringe?
brought up
Master Sword.
the
We're doing
opposite
the
of
Master Sword. Okay.
To
Master Sword means
to
we got to
beef
spend
or
all our
killing the
things
babies
on
for the sake
stamina.
of economics. Is that what you're saying?
The theory that I was talking that abortion was legalized specifically to decrease
Sorry,
the
guys, I
amount
forgot to look at
to
the poll, but
decrease
we're
the
gonna do Master
population
Sword.
of colored people in America. That's what is
People of
cringe.
color.
People of color. That's in the book.
I
That's
know,
how
I
they
got
word it.
you.
It's very cringe.
Well, Margaret
saying.
Sanger, who was not really for abortion, she was for the sterilization, but she founded Planned Parenthood. She was for getting rid of the human weeds and the poor people who are, including the blacks, who are having babies like crazy. She was for that. And
Yeah,
wasn't
I
there a
would say
Biden
in-
administration official, like some woman in the Biden administration who said something like, "Oh, it's better for society, better for the economy, not to commit abortions."
Yeah, when it comes to the Margaret,
Your baby's coughing.
Yeah,
Take care of your
and
baby,
other,
Ashley.
Margaret Sanger. Oh yeah, okay. I was gonna say it's a
Sorry.
Yeah. When it comes to her and other people who, like Ashley alluded to, who are like pushing for abortion for like these kind of nefarious and frankly just racist reasons. I think this is kind of an example of like people kind of getting to the right answer but using the wrong math. They're giving these people the autonomy to make choices about their lives, even if the intent is they're trying to do something nefarious by giving people more autonomy. I don't think that makes the granting of that autonomy bad just because their intentions for it were bad.
But it's kind of like spoiling people. I think that this socialism stuff that we've established in the country for the last 100 years has increased the so-called poverty. I don't even like how you guys are throwing around the word poverty or the notion that poverty is causing crime. I think it's a lack of morality that's causing the people to be irresponsible with their lives and of lesser means for that reason. It's also causing them to commit the murders and commit the out-of-wedlock sex and the abortions.
My understanding when it comes to crime and poverty, it's not just poverty, right? It tends to be like a combination of like poverty and population density, as well as like a lot of underfunded like resources that intersect with all these things, from the education system to healthcare, et cetera. Like there's a lot bigger problems at play than just like people being like immoral. And even if it was the case that just all these people were just more immoral, then you kind of have to like try to answer the question, okay, why is this population, quote unquote, more immoral than some other population? And if you look at American history, there's a pretty, well, if you look at American history, there's kind of like clear lines, like pushing certain groups of people into specific, like really bad environments that we haven't, like, we've done, we've moved pretty far from, but we still have a lot of, we still see a lot of the impacts today on this, so.
But they're environments that they themselves create and exacerbate by not being responsible. And they've been catered to and coddled and encouraged to be angry. And anger is like a debilitating thing. It makes you stupid. It makes you violent. It makes you lazy. It makes you unmotivated. it's a great evil, and we have like a religion of anger that's being spread to women and to all kinds of groups across society, and it's a shame. I mean, we have a whole month dedicated to pushing anger coming up here with the so-called Pride Month. It's really
most people celebrating Pride Month from my experience are pretty happy.
Have you ever hung out with the gays? They are the happiest. Why do you think that gay is the way that people started referring to them in the first place? Seriously.
But again, we are like, again, we're like way off.
But
we're way off the topic, right? We're talking about like, we're now talking about like crime and like causes of crime and things. And I think again, like this is, we tried to recenter earlier. I think we fell off again, but
okay.
So maybe we can recenter.
But I'm talking about supporting the lives of the babies. You guys brought up, we're pro-birth. Well, you didn't say this, but some people say, "Yo, you're just pro-birth. You don't care about supporting."
Sure, I alluded to it for sure.
Forced birth.
Yeah.
And so, yes, I'm for the women not killing their consciences and killing their children in the womb. But I'm also for women being responsible and for men being responsible. We shouldn't be encouraging this out of wedlock birth and contraception stuff. We have a declining population among Black Americans and white Americans. And so we're needing all this immigration to support the older people. And it's messing with society and it's causing a lot of division. So I don't think that this supporting people with all this so-called free healthcare stuff or subsidized healthcare stuff, I think that's like a scam that's causing things to go more expensive. Believe it or not, when you subsidize something, you make it more expensive. And same thing with...
Not for the people that didn't have access to it before, right?
Right. But it's also not good for them to be... to
have
healthcare?
To
be spoiling them in that way.
Okay. I'm just going to disagree, but go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of take the opposite position from Hake. And I knew this debate was eventually going to get interesting because I don't think me and Hake agree on literally anything. But I spent 10 years as a pro-life activist in the pro-life movement, working for these organizations, talking to these politicians, being a part of these conversations. And I have to agree with a lot of what Ryan said in his opening statement and the allusions to this idea of being pro-birth. Whenever it comes to pro-life politicians, it is absolutely 100% true. And we are seeing in real time, as somebody who is against abortion, but also pretty far left, I get so incredibly frustrated, especially around this time. We're getting into campaigning time for the next election cycle. I get so incredibly frustrated with the narratives that go around in pro-life circles about what candidates they're supporting, because this was eventually inevitably going to happen. What we're seeing is Republican candidates, Republican politicians are starting to see that abortion is not the winning issue for them anymore, and they're starting to retract that support. And we all knew that this was going to happen because the GOP only adopted the pro-life platform back in the 90s because they wanted to activate the evangelicals as a voting base for them. And now we're seeing what that has gotten us. Literally, all that they gave to the pro-life position was finally, after 50 years, they finally overturned Roe v. Wade, which is something that they had been promising ever since 1973 when Roe v. Wade was enacted. And on top of these very poorly written abortion bans, you do see pro-life politicians cutting social safety nets for these women, for these families, and for these children. You see pro-life politicians not caring at all in any way, shape, or form what happens to these children after they're born, whether they are cared for, whether they are loved, whether they have access to the resources that they need in order to grow and be productive, contributing members of society. And like I said earlier, poverty breeds crime, breeds poverty, breeds crime. So we have politicians that are writing these bills that do not care if that child is then born into poverty, does not have access to a decent education, probably gets involved in crime due to poverty and not having access to the resources that they need, ends up in juvenile detention, ends up in prison, has their life completely upended. And the people that are saying, you need to have this baby needs to come into the world. And I'm somebody that does not support abortion as a solution to these problems. But I think that it is a major gaping hole in the pro-life position that they do not care more about these issues. I'm somebody that argues abortion from a more social perspective, because I know that politics is not going to influence culture. Culture is going to influence politics. So if we truly want to make abortion unthinkable, which is what the pro-life slogan is, then why not address the social issues that drive women into the abortion clinic in the first place?
Exactly. So in the meantime, supporting these politicians by actively saying that somebody is pro-life is actually not helping anything. It's making it worse for millions of Americans, primarily childbirthing capable Americans and their potential or existing offspring. So I feel like the overturning it, let every state decide. And we already know that we have some cringe ass Republicans, as Hank said, states that we're going to do things like this, putting the cart before the horse. We're not fixing the problem. And that's why I just that's my whole argument is like, I understand how you the understood pronoun, not you specifically, Kay, but I understand how one could feel that it is morally wrong to end a life. Like I said myself, I don't think that I could or would have an abortion, but that's my personal feeling. But I also know that I'm not going to support the pro-life stance with how broken every system we have in place from start to finish is right now. I feel like that is, if it's about morality, then morally supporting pro-life, I would arguably say is the less moral stance to take overall. I
would agree with that. Yeah, and the problem that we're seeing now is that, you know, for a while, a couple of years after I moved more into the liberal left, I was kind of at an impasse whenever it came to voting, because I didn't see, you know, Democrats like to boast about how, you know, they're the party that supports these social safety nets and bolsters these programs. But we still weren't getting things like paid family leave passed. You know, these are like very basic things that is just, you get support from that from the right too. And we still weren't being able to get that passed. But now we're at a point where I believe it was Minnesota just recently, you know, they passed all of these bills in their state once they got the Democratic majority, you know, free school lunches, paid family leave, all of these things that are there to support the family unit, to help these families thrive, even when being faced with an unplanned pregnancy. And so with the GOP actually receding on the issue of abortion, compromising on their pro-life stance, while the Democrats are, you know, in contrast, starting to bolster these programs to help support families, I do believe that the GOP is actually, they've lost the plot at this point.
I really think that socialism is has been part of the problem of the last 100 or 120.
What does that have to do with the price of tea in China right now, Hank?
Well, can I ask a slightly different question? Like what do you, when you say social, like what are you referring to specifically? Like
I'm talking
about all this, yeah.
Minimum wage, bringing in all of this social security and all that stuff.
Do you think most people, when they hear the word socialism, are thinking of minimum wage and social security?
Well, I'm okay. I'm glad that you're having me clarify then, so that I can clarify for most people then who may not know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Because we have like these taxes. You don't even own your own home. You have to pay rent to the government every year. Otherwise, they take your home from you, you know, with property tax and all kinds of stuff. So we have all of these social programs and all of these things. And it's increased corruption and so-called poverty and stuff in different ways. And it's been spoiling. I think that I agree with some of you guys in that I'm not a fan of the current pro-lifers type of movement. It's mostly women-led, and they've been supporting girls who've had sex out of wedlock and decided to have her baby.
Even 10-year-old girls.
I'm talking about like seniors in high school who go
so
to
are you
Christian
against
school.
Okay, do you mind if I ask, are you against the organizations that are in place? I mean, there are only a few of them, but the organizations that are specifically started for the purpose of financing women keeping their babies?
I don't know about that. I'm talking about the activist pro-life women and groups who, like, for example, they opposed President Trump before he became the nominee. They were for anybody but Trump. And Trump was the best thing for what you guys are talking about, because he made the economy better so that people had the jobs and could support themselves. He was decreasing regulation, and the pro-life stance wasn't his main issue. His main issue was the country in different ways: the immigration, the deregulation, fixing the economy, being more responsible, being a man, setting an example of telling the truth, bringing
Penis
unity
good,
and
vagina
love.
bad.
So he was part of the solution rather than all of this social safety net type stuff.
Yeah, I'm very skeptical of the thing you said there, saying like basically that like welfare programs and things that like give resources to people who are impoverished is like increasing poverty. It's almost like tautologically the opposite, right?
What's spoiling?
It's making think about how millennials can't even afford homes now. It's
well, yeah, but
we're all spoiled to a certain
and they're
level.
college educated with degrees.
I know,
I agree.
and they're worthless.
I'm a millennial.
The degrees
I
are
don't
more
know.
the degrees are more worthless than ever.
You're in the minority though, right?
They're in I don't know. It's a very spoiled society. I'll grant you that. But yeah, we should abolish minimum wage and all those things.
If we redirect, before we go on about minimum wage and education, I just want to go back to the abortion topic in particular.
Well, it does seem like no one here supports the current, at least the current iteration of abortion bans and the legislation that's being passed across the country. I think there's like even they called them like the Republicans who are pushing this stuff. I agree. I would extend that to a lot more Republicans. But yeah, I mean I think that, it's nice that we have that that we can all agree on that. And I guess with that in mind, when it comes to like actionable steps politically, we shouldn't be supporting those politicians. So I think that seems to be like for things that we can do tangibly right now, it's going to be not supporting those people who are passing these abortion bans that none of us agree with.
I don't know how much I disagree with the abortion bans, but I'm not for something that's going to make it more complicated for one of those crazy situations that
it's not a crazy situation. It's happening every day.
But
it's happening. In fact, states like Idaho have gone from there's only, I think, a current total of 10 advanced fetal maternal medicine specialists in the state now, because most of them are leaving. They're leaving because they are having to go against the Hippocratic oath that they took to avoid facing literal federal prison sentences and fines and losing their medical licenses.
Do you think if this was explained to those politicians who are writing these laws,
I think that they don't care.
You really think so?
It is explained.
Agree with that.
I've watched so many hours and hours of Senate sessions where they have had actual medical professionals standing, telling them exactly what these laws are doing and what's going on. They're being told this information. They are not listening. They don't care. And in fact, since even a lot of this has come out and come to light, even since I was doing research on since Roe v. Wade, and I looked at one report within a month's time, the number of states that have gone to they call it trigger laws is it's when there's legal prosecution. Right. Yeah. And so not only the physician, you're looking at the anesthesiologist, you're looking at any nurse that would have helped, you're looking at the patient themselves, any family member that was there transporting or conspiring for an abortion. You're looking at women that are going into literal, like, they're having miscarriages, active miscarriages. And Kay, you worded it beautifully earlier when you said the language is not being, there's no differential language, I guess is what I'm looking for, because the medical terminology for a miscarriage is an abortion. An abortion is it's a spontaneous abortion is what they call it in medical terms, right? So a lot of the stats we're looking at isn't the same. But if they're not specifying this in the bill, and that's the actual medical terminology for it, people are afraid. Women are afraid to go to the emergency room when they're bleeding out during a pregnancy because they're afraid that they're going to be put under investigation for whether or not they tried to purposely cause that miscarriage to happen. And then that's a whole other thing you get into. But it's happening every day, especially in the South. It's happening overwhelmingly. I think there's only 11 states right now that are like, I guess, supporting or being pro like abortion rights. And that's out of 50. And the only reason that the number of states that are banning these things, like at least 5 or 6 states right now that have restrictive abortion laws, say maybe going to like 15 weeks, 12 weeks, etc. They're actively fighting to also become trigger states. It's not getting better, it's getting worse.
Nobody sane would be for that type of situation, though.
Nobody's saying what?
Would be for that type of legislation.
Why is it happening?
So I guess you're suggesting then that these Republicans who are pushing this legislation, they just don't understand what they're doing?
Well, it's hard to know. It's hard. I would imagine in their defense that it would be hard for them to know because a lot of doctors are liberals now. They're not honest. And a lot of experts are politically motivated. They're for killing the babies.
You think that these doctors are like, it's like
many of them are.
I'm going to kill the babies.
A lot of them are.
Like, you really think that?
Shameless.
You don't think that? Like,
I guess
they're
how
pretty
can
shameless.
we...
You hear them talking about they're piping up on Twitter about gun laws and all kinds of things, saying, "Oh, we're treating these gunshot wounds. We need to get rid of the guns." So I'm telling you, a lot of doctors nowadays, especially the younger ones coming up, have an agenda. And so it's hard to know who's telling the truth. So I don't know what the truth is. I'm just saying that I can sympathize with
watching the debate
a politician who's like, I don't know what the truth is.
Well, don't you think that if they're in that position where they can't figure out like what's going on, they can't tell up from down in regards to this stuff, that they should probably not be passing legislation on it?
Kind of like
it
a
seems
person
really
that doesn't know the definition of the womb. Maybe should argue about abortions.
I can still argue about it. That's not fair.
I'm going to say, like, I have to say that
what Trump are you talking about?
Ryan and Ashley here. I mean, I'm somebody that's very passionate about the topic of abortion. Like I said, spent 10 years in the pro-life movement, left last year, but that's a different thing. But I'm somebody that whenever I started to understand what the pro-life versus pro-choice argument was, and I became very invested in it, I educated myself. I read embryology textbooks, I read medical textbooks, I read up, all kinds of books about pregnancy, childbirth, complications, all of it. I educated myself because it is something that I was invested in. If these pro-life politicians were as invested in this issue as they pretend to be whenever campaign season rolls around, they would be educated on this topic. I have literally watched one of these committee meetings where they are discussing these bills, where one of the Republican politicians that was signing on to this bill didn't know that there was even such a thing as an ectopic pregnancy, and could not understand that ectopic pregnancies cannot be carried to term. Both the mother and the child will die.
That's what I was talking about with the outside of the womb. That's what I meant. Right?
Ectopic pregnancy, yeah. It's still technically in the womb, except for the very rare occasion that it is very, very rare that you can have an abdominal ectopic pregnancy where that is actually outside the womb, but most of them are in the fallopian tube, which is
if it's like a cesarean scar. Sometimes it can protrude and start to develop outside of the in the abdominal cavity. Yeah,
and that's the only ectopic pregnancy that has ever successfully been carried to term. And it's not recommended. It's very, very dangerous, but all ectopic pregnancies outside of that you can't carry them to term. But these people don't know this, and they are writing legislation
you're being
on
disingenuous.
situations where
that's not considered an abortion when you remove an ectopic.
That specific scenario, that legislator was actually he was actually questioning. He said, why do we need to have this exception in this bill of an ectopic pregnancy?
It's a life. And yes, we agree that it is a human being, but...
I do, pardon my interruption. I've tried to give a lot of freedom and flexibility because at modern day debate we want that to be the case. But it is, to be fair, this debate to a large extent has been more about, is the new pro-life legislation since Roe versus Wade informed or ethical, whatever you might call it. And that's okay. I've allowed it to cover there because it's relevant. But I did promise the viewers that it would be more of a debate on whether or not abortion is ethically permissible. So I do want to cover that a little bit before we go into the Q&A.
Sure, and before we do though, I mean, it seems like
Ryan, I'm redirecting the conversation right now, so I'm not asking you to carry it forward on the same topic. Do you understand that?
I'm not. Yes, James.
Okay.
No.
Can you tell me where you're going with it? Because it just sounded like you were going in that same direction.
No, what I'm gonna say is
you're
that
not going to
at the
tell me.
outset-
Oh, hold on.
What?
Like, I hate to do this because I'm just asking. Are you gonna bring it back to the topic just so we can?
Yes.
Like I promised to the
Yes.
audience. Okay,
That
that's
is
all
what
I was
I'm-
asking. Okay,
yeah.
go ahead.
I literally what I was going to say, if you will let me, is I was going to say that at the outset, we all agree that there were some situations where abortion was permissible morally. So I think there is an agreement here that it is. So I mean, moving forward to stay on that topic, I guess we can discuss what situations would be immoral and what are the bounds of that.
The easy answer is it's not considered
I'd like
an
to
abortion.
start
That's
there
why
because
they
I think
made
that
an allotment
Ashley
for
and
the
Hank
bill.
touched on it
Now,
a
some
little
Republican
bit,
was against that.
earlier, where
He's
they
probably
had
dumb.
a disagreement. I think it was just because, again, the language in this conversation is so complicated. And Hank used the term elective, and whenever majority of pro-life people use that term, they're talking about non-medical emergency abortions. And so that would also include abortions that are done later in the pregnancy for like fetal anomalies that are not terminal or fatal. The baby could still, live outside of the womb. So like it was a little bit complex because I felt like Ashley kind of felt like he was saying that something that I didn't feel like he was actually saying
I need
because
soy
of the
sauce.
terminology there. But whenever, like, for my position, obviously there are
Abortion
situations
is
of
moral.
pregnancy
Alma
where
Tadero
it's
said
going
abortion
to
is
be,
moral.
you need to administer life-saving
Unlike
care
the
for
clowns
mother,
that
and
think
that is
that
going to
just have it
unfortunately
solves
result in the death of her baby. I think you'd
The
be
answer
hard-pressed
isn't
to
just
find
have
somebody that is
it. The answer
pro-life
is
that
don't kill
disagrees
it.
with that. There are
Killing it
people
is
out there,
immoral.
but vast minority.
Just having it is neither moral
For
nor
me,
immoral.
what
It's
would
just
be
what you
considered
do.
as
It's
not
just
morally
natural.
permissible is anything outside of what I would consider a necessary abortion in a life-saving medical situation.
What about even rape and incest is on that spectrum for you?
It's something that I struggled with, but I am against abortions for rape and incest simply because I do not believe that
Register
we should
yourself
be
with
killing
the
off human
internal
beings
first.
because of how they were created. Kill the rapists, though.
Yeah, I'm not for abortions in the case of
A lot of
rape
abortion
and
people
incest,
say
obviously.
that. Kill the rapist.
Because you don't
I don't
cause
know if
more
death is the
trauma and
proportionate
guilt
response
and
to
trouble
a rape.
on the family, on the woman.
Actually,
Just because
95% of women that chose to have an abortion and
And
did
it's
have
funny
it,
that the
they
abortion
actually
people
say
will
later
say
that they
that.
don't regret that decision. There is a study that was released on that. It's a 10-year study actively interviewing over 1,000 women from both sides of the spectrum that chose to have an abortion. So that is a common misconception. I wanted to nip it in the bud.
So they may
Bud.
say, at least at
Yeah,
first,
so
who
this 10-year study by a medical professional may say, sure.
Hank thinks they're lying.
Okay.
He can think that.
I don't buy liberal studies that much. I don't give much credence to them.
She wasn't even a
And on
liberal.
top of it, they are bringing
don't know.
guilt on
She's
themselves.
probably
They're
a
suffering
liberal if
for
she
their
supported
decisions,
abortion.
regardless of whether they
Probably.
what they feel about it. We need to get away from feelings and emotions anyway.
I guess
Well, you're bringing up feelings and emotions
No, I'm saying
explicitly right
guilt-
now.
I think the whole I think
It's an oxymoron.
I don't think you can have a conversation about morality without talking about the way that like feelings and emotions. I mean, like it's pretty
Well,
important.
they're suffering for it. They're suffering for it. They just
That's
are.
who?
It's obvious.
Wait, who?
Trust me, bro.
Yeah, trust me, bro.
Trust me,
Do,
bro.
do you not think that someone's suffering? Well, I mean, I think it's
normally when a woman has a child from any situation, she's so happy with that child, regardless of how she feels leading up to it. True or false?
I'd say probably true. Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, I mean, there is a study that it was also a peer-reviewed study talking about how statistics did show that women that were abortion-minded and chose not to go through with their abortion and kept their babies didn't regret that decision either. But that doesn't invalidate the statistic that says that women that do have abortions tend not to regret that decision either. It's
All right.
kind of,
We do this, we have to last paraglider suit.
I will have to find it for you. I have it saved in my Google documents.
Because the study I'm referring to actually it goes so it's a little over 1,000 women, and it's women from both sides. So they all chose or wanted an abortion. Half of them were not able to access one. Half of them successfully had an abortion. And I'll tell you the source for that one. But I'm just curious what.
Are you studying
I
the
actually
Turnaway
kind of
study?
want to go slow on the first one.
Yep, the Turnaway study.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'd like to see a study on how these women who kill their unborn children treat the children who survive.
So actually, statistically better.
Being cruel.
Their children tend to hit developmental milestones
Oh,
on a
shut
much
up,
higher
Ashley.
rate than the women that.
Shut up. There's no study on that.
That doesn't tell me how they treated the children.
Well, I would assume they gave them much more love and attention, seeing as that those children hit vital developmental milestones.
Well, wait, she's saying mothers who aborted a child but also had a child, how they treated the child that they had compared to the child that they aborted. And she's arguing studies are out there that show that they treated the child well, which this is like a happiness study. It's a very nonsensical study. It's not really a good study. You can't really quantify things like happiness or how they treated somebody.
Not love.
Right. It's not love.
They're faking that
ego.
love.
It's ego.
It's ego. Right. Okay.
If you say so.
Yeah, I mean, you look at how these women are. I mean, look at how they are with the pro-abortion thing. They've gotten worse and more out of control. Shout your
Hey,
abortion,
we got
are
the
you
last
kidding me?
piece. We got
And
the
then
last
they-
I will
piece of
say,
the glide
I did want to talk about that a little bit, actually, because I think that it's an interesting area, because like obviously I agree these conversations should be like really serious. And
We're
like,
gonna try to go
be,
faster this time
being very
because we
glib
get an
about
extra
it,
Zonai.
which I'm certainly guilty of at times.
We get an extra large Zonai
I
charge.
think it doesn't do it justice. And when people do, I feel, and I could be wrong about this, I think when people are doing the shout my abortion stuff, I think what they're trying to alleviate is the societal shame and horror that like the people are treated really badly for like choosing to do this, and perceived like really like monsters by a lot of people. And I think that is probably not like, even if you want people to not get abortions, I feel like that
So every time you beat your time,
an
you get
increased amount of
another
shame
large
around it
Zonai
is probably
charge.
not,
So you could
the
potentially
only
go
way to, or
slow
like the best
and
way
just
to do
slowly
that.
beat your time little
Many
by
things
little,
like shame doesn't
and get a lot of
necessarily, like,
Zonai
actually lead
charge
to
here,
less of
large
that thing.
Zonai
Like fat
charges
shaming,
here.
for
They're
example,
not.
is another example, you know.
They're not
Yeah,
that
I
like,
get
important
that.
to me.
Sorry.
They shouldn't be
I
mistreated.
didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to say I'll do it.
Treated
We're gonna
with,
do one more,
judgment or
whatever.
hatred
I don't
or
know if I can
anger,
beat my best time though.
by
I
people
went fast.
who see that it's wrong.
Went
I
fast. Your
agree,
boy went
but
fast.
we have a problem of shamelessness, and this combating of shame. I understand it, but it's misguided. They should not, like I said in my opening, they should neither feel guilt because what's done is done, nor should they have this shameless thing about it or this praise of it.
Well, let me just piggyback off
Beat
of
it.
what Ryan said a little bit, because
We could
I
go a
agree
little
with-
faster.
And the fact of the matter is that I have talked to post-abortive women that are, part of that 5% that they are still,
I need
10
some
plus
soy
years
sauce.
later, really, really struggling with their
I got
abortions.
a egg roll.
And stories is shame. I feel so ashamed. The people that know that it happened, every time I see them, I feel so ashamed. And I feel like talking to women that don't regret their abortion.
No,
that are
I didn't
part
mean
of
to
the
do it
police,
again.
Campaigns
I
like
didn't
Shout
mean
Your
to do it
Abortion.
again. I don't think I can
They
do it fast
are
time.
angry. They're very, very angry because of the shame women before them have been made to feel in previous generations, where it was extremely common to shame
We
women.
just pretty much have to die the whole time.
And so, while I don't feel like any of us really necessarily agree with the Shout Your Abortion movement, because as Ryan said, these need to be serious conversations, it is a response to shame culture. So bringing back shame culture is not
Nope,
going
we
to
didn't beat
make that
it.
situation better.
I support
either.
Shout Your Abortion.
Who supports it?
It's kind of like what I said about the gay pride thing. That was a reaction to the shame on the gays.
Portable pot times 5? Wow.
There was obviously something wrong with the so-called shame culture.
All right, we got the
back
last
then
paraglider
because it was
suit
fake.
feast.
The people weren't living it right, and so there was an
Nice.
overreaction that went the opposite extreme. So I'm not saying go back. I'm saying go towards what's right, and what's right is neither shame nor pride.
So I think that if I had to like make an abortion law right nationwide and be like, this is when you can't have an abortion anymore, just after thinking about it really hard and everything, I don't know, I would say
Think
that
harder.
the moment that the fetus would be viable outside of the womb is when we should draw the line. That is when abortion is not okay. What do you have to say about that?
But she was arguing for 9-month abortions earlier in the show.
Still a developing human being, and we don't have the right to. A woman's body is not even her own. A man's body is not his own. We shouldn't even be committing suicide or anything like that. So, same thing with killing the babies in the womb.
Wait, if our bodies aren't ours, which I mean, there's some philosophical ways I might agree with that, but I'm not sure if we're saying the same thing. Like, what are you saying when you say our bodies aren't ours?
Are we in the darkness now?
Can you elaborate on that more?
We're in the darkness.
Like it's
what the heck?
It's morally right to take care of your body.
I can't see anything.
You know, it's you should be taking care of your body rather than letting it go, like feeding it junk or whatever, or doing drugs or stuff like that, tattoos and all those things. It's they say, oh, it's my body, my choice, but it's not really even her body. And the baby's certainly not her body. I get that it's attached to her body and she has to suffer.
Well, that was fun, Hank. I just think that there is a huge
why are you interrupting it?
Disagreement surrounding when is life.
That was fun.
Life? Like,
Shut
when
up.
Is it life?
Does that mean you're quitting?
If I really had to look at it that way and look at it just totally logically, I would say that when this life can sustain life outside of being a parasite in someone else's body, using
it's
them
not
for
a parasite. Oh my God!
Then I'll consider it a life. Sure. Just like, even in the Bible, they called it the quickening when they felt life. That's the point where the baby's big enough they can feel the baby move. So this whole life begins at conception is just bullshit. I think it is.
For what it's worth, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think it is like I mean. As far as I'm concerned, it's a human life the whole time. I think there are times where it's justified to end a human life, and this very unique and tragic situation in many cases is just one of those examples.
The 6-week fetus or the 6-week embryo of elephant looks the same as the 6-week embryo of a human being.
Thanks for proving you don't know what a
accurate
parasite
term?
is.
Parasite.
Yeah, that is a scientific term, and it's in the dictionary. Not even Urban Dictionary.
Is it accurate?
Regular one.
Is it accurate to what
I think she said. I do think she said like a parasite. If I heard correctly, I might not have. I thought she said like a parasite, maybe.
Radical Coder knows she's an idiot.
I don't know. If,
is it a parasite?
Is it siphoning life off of a host in order to survive itself?
Nope.
To the damage of the host.
In many cases, it is. Did you know that during pregnancy, that a woman's body actually releases enzymes that travel along the bones and eat away at the bones?
No, shut up,
releasing it into the bloodstream so that the baby can get vitamin D and calcium.
No.
Did you know that a woman's bones actually weaken during pregnancy?
I've heard.
Did you know that many women develop preeclampsia?
Interesting. They get that
pregnancy does damage the host.
I know
in a vast majority of pregnancies.
Is it
actually,
a parasite?
Diabetes.
No. Hold on. Is it a parasite?
Yes, it's a parasite. Absolutely. Until it's able to sustain life on its own, it is a parasite.
Would a
it is a parasitic.
normal scientist who's not trying to dehumanize this baby call it a parasite?
I don't know. I'm not. Well, I mean, actually, define scientist. I mean, technically,
they might. I don't know if
I don't think
they might make a technical argument about it, but
it's a parasite.
I think we I do think I understand that when a lot of people hear the word parasite, and maybe even when a lot of people use the word parasite, they are to some degree doing what you're describing, like the dehumanization, like in a way to like
that's what
a parasite
the Nazis did to the Jews.
A parasite is usually a different species.
Yeah, that's true. They did. There was a lot of dehumanization there. That's true. It was a really a long process of racialization and dehumanization. I agree. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Nazi stuff, but.
Again, 6-week
in
embryo
or on
of a human
an
looks the
organism
same
of
as a
another
6-week
species.
embryo of a puppy or a kitty. Or
Part
an
of the
elephant.
definition of
into
parasite,
a hippo or a puppy or a kitty.
Part of
Well,
the
no,
definition
they all look the same. Not with that attitude.
of parasite.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah. Anyway, it was just interesting to see
another
hear that come out of your mouth.
Species.
Shameless. But that's
I am
okay.
shameless. I'm very shameless.
Not
I'll fuck
totally,
a fetus
because
up.
you wouldn't kill your baby in the womb.
I
so
knew
you
that.
said.
I didn't even. I looked it up and I saw
So
it.
you have a little
It
shit.
It's common
doesn't
sense.
negate the
The
fact
parasite
that
is never the
baby
same
technically,
species.
according to the definition, is at that point in time a parasite living off of the host of its mother. Yes.
I remember the other half of what I was gonna say. It was like because that we can make the technical argument that it is like qualifies under the definition of a parasite, but I mean we're using it.
Would that
It wouldn't.
justify
Yeah,
removing
not necessarily. I don't think that would be like the
dumb Ashley. Ashley dumb.
Yeah. Regardless, I mean, I agree that it can be technically described as one, but I don't think that like whether or not we can classify it as such is like the hinge here that we should focus on.
Parasites' lives matter.
Sure.
Boom. Nice.
Last thoughts. If you guys want to draw together
Last
threads
thought.
before we go into the Q&A.
I do. No, go ahead, guys.
Thank you, James.
Yeah, I guess, like I said, I understand that this was supposed to be more about is abortion morally permissible. Again, it's an interesting discussion. I just the reason that I engage with it the way I did is because
organism
right
that
now
lives
this is
in or on
impacting
an
so
organism
many
of
millions
another
of people's lives, and it's going to
species.
continue. And I think that when we're having conversations about abortion and the morality of it, we are for like whether we want to or not, we are like steering people towards political positions, and when we're doing that, we need to be very clear about what those political positions are and what the implications of them are. And again, like as we all I think we all agreed here that like we wouldn't support most of the legislation that's out there
Ashley's
for various
not smart.
for different reasons. And therefore we shouldn't support the politicians who are pushing that legislation. And you know, at the end of the day, like whether you agree or disagree, although we did seem to all agree that in some cases it is morally permissible, whether you agree with that, I think is secondary to how you engage with the political process. But yeah.
I don't care if it's morally permissible or not, to be quite honest. I don't give a flying rat's ass. I think that a woman should have that right and choice to do whatever, as long as that thing is still a parasite. I think she should be able to get rid of it. It's her body.
She's an idiot.
I think it's stupid. I understand that the question of it is to pull on heartstrings, but at the end of the day,
she's going hard.
It isn't my decision. It's not my choice. Like you said, Hank, I'm not God. We are not God. And if you're so worried about their moral fucking souls, then let God sort it out at the pearly gates.
Shut up, Ashley.
And keep your nose and your vote out of a woman's body. Period. End of story. And so is it morally right or wrong? I don't give a fuck. But I support it.
Of course you don't.
That's my feeling.
She's triggered. Triggered.
You want to go?
Trigger.
Yeah, I'll go. I think, I know that we kind of got massively off topic at the beginning of the debate. But what I take away from this is that there is a lot of common ground that is going completely unnoticed by the majority on both sides. And I think that if more people were willing to come together and meet on that common ground and have these discussions, that we might actually be able to see something accomplished in this area. I think that pro-life people need to be louder. I mean, I know that there are pro-life people that have been loud. They have gotten bills that were up for vote pulled back down because
no one likes the centrist.
This is terribly written. If you pass this, you lose our support. But they need to be louder about it because they're obviously they're not doing that.
I'm talking to their chat
because there are still bills being passed into law that have these gaping holes in them, and instead of addressing that issue, you have majority of pro-lifers defending it. So I think that if more people were willing to have the conversation about where we agree more than we disagree, we might actually be able to come together.
To get on a big debate on this big of a debate platform and claim a baby is a parasite is embarrassing.
That we should not be doing the pull on people's emotions and heartstrings thing. I think both sides are guilty of that. I don't think that this is a complex issue. I get that medicine can get complex, but I think the moral stance is quite simple. You protect the
parasite argument is the dumbest argument. And she stuck hard on that. As soon as she said it,
that should
like,
be
I'm committing.
Just a
I respect her for committing.
In my opinion, but
to the parasite argument. But
yeah, unfortunately, we have weak Republicans who kiss up to all the different minorities.
A baby is not a parasite. It's not by definition. Not by. There's no way you can make that out to be a parasite.
It's a shame because
that's dumb.
Because it's really a simple issue. Women don't have the right to kill the child in the womb, but we don't. But,
no, they don't.
But given that we have
a
society
parasite,
where
don't interrupt this closing,
in
Ashley.
in many instances, and It's socially acceptable in large swaths of the country, just as slavery was, just as Nazi Germany had their situation. We should be peaceful and understanding of people's evil and allow people to be evil, and just tell them what's right, and don't let them shut you up. Don't let people follow Trump's example and express your freedom of speech. Be a man, and ladies, don't worry your pretty little heads about politics or the future that doesn't exist. Nice.
We're going to jump into the Q&A, but want to say thanks for your questions, folks. We're going to move into it fast. Couple of reminders in terms of housekeeping. Was there something I missed?
Oh, yeah. No. One last point. I thought notice.
I wasn't. I thought I heard. Maybe it was your voice. Go ahead, Hake, if it was you.
Well, I did notice that the most extreme pro-abortion or pro-choice person was the one with the mouth on her. Everybody else was pretty good in their language.
Give you a chance to respond.
Sorry,
Ashley,
kids.
Since Hake made an accusation about you.
She does have a mouth, I think.
She did admit it at the beginning.
I totally
she was
like,
up front.
And I totally like you, Ashley XOXO.
I totally like you too, Hake.
Nice.
I have mixed feelings about you, Hake, to be honest.
Where did we last debate?
We talked to Nick Fuentes and a few other people on the show.
Nick Fuentes, it was like 9-person panel with Nick Fuentes.
This one coming in.
Voter,
Do want to say thanks so much for your questions,
Alex
folks.
Stein
Troll
was
Nerd
on
says
there,
to the pro-life team.
and it was
what
about
are your thoughts about the
masculinity.
10-year-old Ohio girl who had to travel to get an abortion due to quote-unquote pro-life legislation?
I think not Lauren Southern. She might have been.
It sounded like a
Brittany.
clumsy
No, Brittany was
law
on there
because
from,
it sounded like the baby was not going to survive, like ectothermic
politically
or whatever.
coerced or politically
outside the womb or whatever,
called politically
which
motivated
it wasn't.
or something like
And
that.
so it was just a clumsy situation, and those things happen. But I would like to make the point that these laws, although they're flawed, they're potentially saving many more lives of children, and sometimes women too, because
They
women
don't
die
give
in
me
abortions too.
any
sometimes.
way to make fire in here?
So that's my take.
This one?
Mine is pretty similar. It just goes back to these laws being extremely poorly written. And the reality is that overwhelmingly, a 10-year-old going through a pregnancy, incredibly dangerous. It should absolutely fall under
7-year-old
medically necessary abortions. Yeah, that's just. I hate that there was so.
I disagree with that. The record for youngest person to have a baby was 7 years old, and she was in Africa and she was raped, and she had a child at 7 years old, and now that child is grown up and writing books about why people should not have abortions.
So much wrong with that case. The doctor violated HIPAA. There was not nearly enough focus. Everybody was focused on the abortion and not focused on the fact that this girl was raped by her mom's boyfriend. Like, it was just a poorly written law. It's something at the whole that needs to be.
No, what they're not focusing on is the fact that the guy was an illegal immigrant that snuck across Joe Biden's wide open border. That's what they're not focusing on. Well, some people are focusing on. Hake was focusing.
They say single mothers? Shouldn't this be a mind your own business problem?
I don't personally think so.
The mind your own business
right now, currently
so
it is, and unfortunately, the fathers. This hasn't been mentioned, but fathers don't really have rights in these situations. Unfortunately, like in many cases, I get that sometimes the father wants the woman to have it or pressures her, but in many cases, the fathers do not want their children killed, and so the mother will kill the man's child, and that's wrong. But right now it is, and I don't think that
mind your own business
allow suicide or killing the elderly. I don't think
let's
we should
not persecute
allow for killing the unborn.
Jeffrey Dahmer types. Let's not persecute murderers,
I'm also
rapists,
curious about what he
PDF
read
files.
about
Let's not
question
prosecute.
mark, like,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, ideally,
persecute,
we
prosecute.
wouldn't want women to have to
Almost
raise a child
anonymous.
on her own.
Let's not
if that's not a
prosecute
choice that she's like making, not just circumstances.
serial killers.
But single, it's not a
Shut
bad
up,
thing
Kevin
that
Howe.
she's a
God,
mother.
Kevin Howe.
This one coming in. Do appreciate it. 2 seconds. My page is not loading. This one from Troll Nerd says, "Hey, I agree that laws should be as free of legalese as possible, but then politically motivated prosecutors use the quote-unquote legalese to go after people."
I know, it's a shame, and we have a justice.
We'll get Kevin
system
Howe
that's
into this stream,
filled with
maybe.
Politically
He always wants to
motivated
argue with
and
people in chats, but he ain't
it's-
gonna jump in
I feel
this
like
for a
we
while.
should deport the lawyers. Oh, so many of them are such liars, and judges too. So it's really corrupt. I don't know what to do about it.
I agree wholly, and I think that that's exactly why abortion needs to just be
A
legalized.
strong construct, Bo. 14. It has a tack
my
up.
take on the laws. I
guess we dropped
I
this.
don't know. I mean, it's unfortunate, I guess, for laymen who
I guess
wanna
we'll take
understand,
that.
like laws that the quote unquote legalese, as you say. I don't know.
But here's what you do:
that's
you
the
let
technical
these things
term.
flow back to you.
But I mean, legislating for a country. I mean, for any country, but a country like America,
And
with
right
350 million
there.
people, or even much more now. I think. I mean, these things are really complicated. And
jump
you need,
on it.
You need
Jump on it.
language that is able to address nuance and be specific. Like there are going to be loopholes that are created, but the solution to, like we mentioned earlier, the loopholes couldn't some of these cases come from that language, but the solution to those loopholes is also more specific language.
Who are these
that
clowns?
closes those loopholes. So to bring it back to what you're saying about Trump's just deregulating like crazy, I think that's a very irresponsible approach to legislation.
We just
You
need to
got it.
ban
Coming in
abortions.
from,
We
do
need to
appreciate it.
jail
Very
any
late
doctor who
says,
does an abortion,
Ashley ignores
and jail
the
any
fact
mother
that
who gets
many
an
pro-life
abortion.
people, even some who have
Not-
been on MDD, are
not
secular
retroactively.
and strongly pro-life. Question mark. It says it seems
Like not the ones who've
dishonest,
already done it.
ignorant.
Can you read it
Pre-laws
one more
being
time? I'm
made.
so sorry.
No
You know.
problem. They say Ashley. I'm trying to make it out.
Okay, that
They
opens
say
that.
Ashley ignores the fact that many pro-life people, even some who have been on MDD, are secular and pro-life. I don't know if they meant to put the question mark.
Yeah,
I
she
think they're
thinks
saying that
only
you're-
Christians are pro-life.
They're
There's
just talking
secular
about
pro-life
early
people.
debate.
There's
I
far
think this
left
is when
pro-life
you
people.
said
There's
something to the
Antifa
effect
pro-life
of-
people.
you
Ashley's
correct
not
me
very smart
depending on how
though.
you said it. Something about keep your religion separate from the state or out of the state laws or whatever.
Okay, what I need to
Give you a
do.
chance to respond to the question.
Okay, got you.
What I need to
I
do
was,
is.
I guess I would say that I was targeting that comment specifically to those that do project their religious views
Check
and
this out.
opinions and beliefs onto other human beings.
Good.
Specifically, and I think that not even arguably, I think that vast majority of people, a vast majority, not everyone, there's always an exception to a rule, that are supporting these strict
Ain't
abortion
no dang
laws
rule.
are typically extremists, and they're typically evangelicals. Evangelicals, thank you.
She's not very
Evangelicals
bright.
and you're well, look at it. It's all in the Bible Belt, the South. It's come on.
I'm
yeah,
not
it
in-
is primarily religious.
I was about to
based.
say I'm
That's
not
where
in
they're
the
coming
South.
from,
I'm not in the
except
Bible
for
Belt. I'm in
pockets.
Utah, but I was
Religion
born
and
in
money,
Florida,
let's pull on
and I
the
live in
heartstrings,
Utah.
let's
Both pretty
manipulate
Christian
the people.
places.
But anyways, I stand by what I said. I don't care. I don't think that we're ever going to get to the end of this rabbit hole and these loopholes in the laws and like.
All right, guys, we're gonna get the Hyrule sword. That's what the poll voted on.
Just stay out of it. Stay out of it. Just leave it alone. Roe v. Wade was put into practice
decision.
for a reason when it was, and I think it was a huge mistake that it was overturned. And I think that all this is doing is, is it moral or not? Why I said I don't care is because it's none of your fucking business. That's why. If you don't want an abortion, don't get
Even
one.
RBG knew
If you're a
RVW was
secular,
wrong. Lots of letters.
Person that supports, pro-life choices.
And
good for
Flat
you,
Sabbath's in the
but
modern
I
day
think you're
debate
doing a lot
chat
of
talking about
harm
flat
and
Earth.
a lot of damage to a lot more people than you think you're saving.
I think people.
I'll give you, if you want to. I want to give.
I think everybody's
originally
religious
for Ashley
on some level.
Roe v. Wade was a stupid decision. It was a bad
But then I
decision.
want to give Ashley the last word because
The biggest proponent for abortion, the
enough.
modern
I just
woman,
think that-
Ruth
I
Bader
think
Ginsburg,
the
knew that
leftists
Roe
and
v.
the
Wade was
secularists
dumb.
follow their
Was a
own
dumb
false religion.
decision.
It's just not an established religion.
Give the last word to you, Ashley.
Last word. I don't care about your religion. I don't care about why
I don't
you want
care
an
about your
abortion,
religion
because
to
at the
kill
end of the
babies.
day, it is none of my business. And I like I said already, it's a never-ending cycle. We're never going to solve it. It's not going to be the perfect, algorithm.
I don't care about her baby killing religion.
Formula for what constitutes as a morally, acceptable abortion.
Modern day debate my damn.
I just think that it's.
I'm attacking the argument.
It's repugnant to support.
I just call it baby killing, not abortion.
Garuda Legend says Ashley is right.
No, she's not.
Thank you.
If I murder a pregnant woman, which I would never do, they say.
Let's go to this while we're
dies,
here.
It's a double homicide.
Facts.
Let's look up abortion survivors.
I've heard that.
I've heard that as well.
Could be, yeah.
I'm confused at the point. What was this? This came up from earlier.
I don't know
in the
what she
debate.
means by.
I think the
right.
Ashley was right was sarcasm.
I like that part. I think we should just end it there.
Yeah, of course you do.
This one from Ariel A says, "Nice straw man, Ashley." Okay, this just doesn't seem like it's. Ariel A says, "Richard Spencer." I think they
There's
mean
nothing at this
Richard
camp.
Spencer. They say says he's for your position because he likes that it means more black people will be terminated and thus white people become a bigger percent of the population.
Yeah, I think they're referring to my debate with Richard Spencer on abortion.
Richard Spencer is a white supremacist who is pro-choice.
Not anymore. I don't think he is anymore.
Is a white supremacist.
I think he backed off that. I think he did that.
I think.
And
I know that
He's the father of the
No, he's
alt-right.
backed off that.
But that doesn't mean he's a
No.
supremacist. I know that
Oh, he's a
he may.
self-described white supremacist.
Yeah,
He may
he
be
was
right,
part
'cause
of
he
the
said that
alt-right.
blacks were
The
doing
alt-right
better
is
under
the
white
liberal
supremacy.
racists.
And his
The people
reason
who
for
hate black people,
fewer
but they
blacks-
like
support
something
everything
supremacist.
liberal.
Yeah, that is a white supremacist
He was the
position.
father of that, but he's backed off that.
His
He's
reason
more.
for the blacks,
He was doing that for clout
killing
and
off
to get
their own
popularity. It
is,
worked.
the
And then when
lowering
it
of the
started
problem.
All right, just
backlashing
keep
on
it
him
on topic.
with the feds and stuff at Charlottesville,
but I think
he
they're
backed off
saying,
of it
like,
because he's soft. He's a
that
soft little girly
racist
boy.
people
He's a little
like
liberal racist. He doesn't
pro-choice.
like.
I think
He
this
doesn't
goes
like
back to
black
the thing
people,
that came up
but he
earlier,
supports
but
everything
it was like an
progressive.
alleged
He's an
conspiracy
atheist.
that,
Richard Spencer is a beta male.
abortion is supposed to further a racist agenda, and they're saying Richard Spencer said he likes it because.
And of course he
means
likes
that black
abortion
people
because
will
he's a
become
liberal
smaller
racist.
percentage of the population because they abort more.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
think
definitely
they-
a thing that exists out there.
He
Yeah,
likes
and
abortion.
like I said
He'll
earlier,
say
like,
he
this,
likes
this is an
abortion
example, and I'm
because
sure there's many of these
it
where
helps
it's
eliminate
people
black
kind of
people,
coming to the
but he
correct
really
answer,
likes
but
abortion
their
because
work
he's a
wrong.
pussy.
You know, like they're
pretty
coming
much.
to the what I would say is the right position, but
And
they're
he's
they're
probably
certainly not
like
coming to it in
an
way that I would
actual
agree with.
incel
So,
instead of an
I'm
ironic
glad that
incel
they,
like myself.
support the rights of people to have abortions, and I don't like that they're racist.
This one coming in from Richie Constitution says, does the pro-choice side think the baby in the womb is life? If so, they're saying it's morally better to kill the baby if the baby
No,
is
she
born
thinks
into
it's a
poverty,
parasite. She's an idiot.
and
She
or
doesn't
the
even
mother's
know what a
life
parasite
would be
is.
harder. Question mark.
I am 100% saying that.
I'm kind of I mean I don't like
Radical
to say that
Coder's
right
trying
the
to
whole
get
time.
laid
I don't-
right
I
now
just,
by Ashley.
Yeah, I don't think that I think the poverty stuff is very relevant to the conversation, but I don't think it's like it's the hinge by any means. So I'm not. Yeah, I don't know.
I think the rabbit hole you'd have to go down to prove whose life, how many more lives are saved by one abortion versus not.
I want to talk to Modern Day Debate about doing the after party because I would do an after party for this.
This one coming in from.
But I think you have to. For them to promote it, I think you have to talk to them
If
beforehand.
pro-life gets its way,
But I would love to
you
have
agree
the
with
modern day
mandatory DNA
modern day
testing for
debate.
fathers. Also,
People come jump in the
paternity
Discord
fraud,
and we
otherwise
they want to keep it
double
going talking
standards.
about abortion. That's fine.
I'll answer that first.
This
I've heard a lot of
Ashley
talk
chick
about
is
this
dumb
lately.
as a box of rocks.
I do think that mandatory DNA testing is fine. I think it's fine. I don't see any problem with it. I don't see any, well, morally.
What's up, Roboxy
if we're
YouTube?
This is very expensive.
I'm back.
And again, people throw out wild ideas of, well, we should do this if it were like in the perfect world, right?
Debate.
And again, I also want to point out a lot of people have a misconception, but there aren't any states that make it illegal or like
Baby
not
killing
accessible
people
for
are,
a man to have a
getting
paternity test. Okay, what they're talking about is upon birth, every single child has a paternity test
I
right there.
swear,
and then.
Radical Coder.
And
Ashley, shut up, Ashley. Radical Coder is getting body, or Radical Coder is trying to get some punani right now. I wonder if they're in a relationship or she's just visiting him or what's going on here. But they're in the same room, and Radical Coder's wearing his girl gloves. trying to get laid. He's gonna agree with whatever Ashley says. Even when she says parasite, he's like, well, scientifically that's and Hake's like, nope. And she's like, yeah, it's a parasite. It's a parasite, dummy.
Document and register everybody in
not
that
a different
surveillance state
species.
type of thing. Potentially, it could cause other problems.
You and I are on to something there, Hank. I'm with you. Ryan hates that about me, but I have some conspiracy theories, my guy.
I personally don't care that much about, because I figure that they have.
She
it
probably
all
believes
anyway,
in stupid conspiracy theories like flat Earth. She doesn't believe in the fun conspiracy theories like dinosaurs building pyramids and Hollow Earth and Agartha.
I think there needs to be some work done on it.
That's
a take.
Yeah.
I think the family courts have a lot of issues too, which is again why I support abortion.
I think the children should, by and large, go with the fathers.
Hold on, there's a reason I came this way.
Between a man and a woman, we should get rid of this no-fault divorce stuff and bring back morality.
That would be very. It would be very immoral to force people to stay in marriages that they don't want to be in. That's the opposite of immoral.
No,
from my view.
Wrong.
It
doesn't
think about that.
Whoa! I just got killed by lightning, and I got saved by something. I don't know what I guess.
We'll jump to the next one. I don't think we have too many left. We have Batman saying.
What he just said.
Ashley saying life doesn't start at conception is Liz.
Hake said make no false divorce illegal, and he said to force people to stay in relationships, in abusive relationships, would be wrong. Well, if it was an abusive relationship, there would be a fault. Duh. And whoa, I'm gonna get struck by lightning! I had metal on me. When there's lightning storms, you have to take all the metal off your body.
Really?
Right. Yeah. Think about it. Like, you didn't make yourself. How is it your body to... I get it that other people can't impose on you in different ways, but you are not your own.
You got it. This one, I'm going to try to see if we've got any for Kay in particular. Kay, we can let you go early if you need to go. There aren't too many more questions, but I do want to let you go.
Fine.
Okay.
I'm fine.
This one from Mercedes
we don't have any
F1
wooden
fan says, I don't trust psychological studies as humans don't know what they want.
We don't have any
especially young
non-wooden
people.
weapons.
Show me abortion in nature. Abortion is contradiction, as you wouldn't exist without birth.
Okay. I actually disagree with that a little bit. We see certain species eating their own. To say that
I'm trying to get to this village over here so we can do some
not moral or it's
get
not
some more
natural
inventory
because
slots,
we don't
and
see
then we're gonna go find the Hyrule
abortions,
sword.
which is a
We need to
medical
find a
procedure
statue.
that
We need to
other
spend all our
animal species
blessings on
can't
stamina,
perform.
and then we need to
I
go
think
get the
that's
sword.
kind
We
of
need 2
a
wheels
straw
of
man.
stamina, 2 full wheels of stamina.
This one from the Trib One says, for pro-lifers, what are the percentages of abortions happening during the third trimester?
Freddie, go in there and plug me.
As
Go
a
in there
whole.
and say,
And
go to...
how about
Because if I do it,
contraceptives?
they're going to be like, oh, he's plugging his own thing.
Good question.
We shouldn't do that.
I
But
don't know
Freddie,
the
if you go in there and
percentages.
say,
I do want
hey,
abortions
JS Urban
as-
Adventures
on
is
the
having an
whole,
after party,
exceptions
go to
to
the
the
after
obviously,
party
banned.
at his channel. You can go in
And,
Discord,
I
you
am
can
not for
debate, blah, blah,
contraceptives.
blah.
I think that we
Do
have
it,
a
Freddie.
declining population. We need to bring
And then I'll
back
talk to you in
some
Discord
right
if you
level of
promote.
shame
You gotta do some
for
promotion,
out of
bro.
all
You
this
gotta be
sex
good
out
for
of wedlock
something.
and pornography and all that stuff, so that men and women can come back together rather than hating each other and using each other selfishly. They come together, and the man is not his own, the woman is not her
Where the
own.
heck
They
am I
belong to
going?
each other, and their bodies both belong to God.
My position on that is
Facts, hey.
it's about
Right.
Somewhere between 1% and 2%.
She's an
abortions
atheist
happen
or something?
In the third trimester, late
1 and
trimester
2%.
fairly rare in comparison to the other 99%.
We got the
I
hands.
am a
We got
from
the hands.
conception pro-lifer, so I support
near the hands.
abortion bans from conception.
Well,
Obviously,
we got a
with the exception
thunderstorm
of
and red moon
care.
at the same time.
And I am 100%
Pretty much everything bad
make
is happening
contraceptives
right
more
now.
accessible.
Ah!
After our sexual education programs.
Ah! They're coming after me!
Yes.
Oh no!
But life starts at conception.
This one
Get
coming
away
in
from me!
Agent Black says, no questions, just a mere thank you, James. Appreciate that. All credit to the speakers. They're linked in the description, folks. I highly encourage you, even if you disagree.
You want to battle
with
or
them,
not? Yeah, we can.
It doesn't hurt.
Let
In
me
fact,
get
it's
to
a
this
good thing
Korok
to at least understand their
person.
position, right?
I don't even know
So
where. I'm
even
just
if you're
gonna fast-
opposing their position, you can at least know that you've
I'm just gonna
understood it to the
fast travel.
fullest extent. If you
I'm
check
going
out
the
their
wrong
own
direction.
content. This one from Kaik says, To pro-choicers, if artificial wombs become a viable and cheap, I think they mean alternative, should abortion be outlawed since women can transfer the fetus and carry the pregnancy?
That's ignorant. You can't just transfer a fetus into, I mean...
I guess they're saying a hypothetical where you could.
In the perfect world.
I mean, I don't know.
You never know.
I stand firm. Abortion should still be legal.
Let me see. I think, where was there? I can't remember if I forgot one here. So, oh, this one from Gary Grant. Did we read this? They said the opposite of life is death. Who could the opposition of pro-life be? Pro-choice. I think they're saying, how could the opposition of pro-life be pro-choice? Can you explain the pro-choice people?
Well, I think that often the pro-life position, I'd say, like, with the exception of Kay in the movement, she's part of, like, which I would like to see more of. It's pretty refreshing compared to the other like pro-life people that I tend to see and argue with. I don't know that, like, I think it's kind of a misnomer that these people are they're pro. I really do think that it's kind of the pro-birth thing for a lot of these people, you know, whether whether that's a provocative way to frame it or not.
Or anti-abortion.
That's the feeling I get. Sure, they can call it anti-abortion. Yeah.
You got it. Let me see if there are any last questions. Otherwise, we'll get in. Gary Grant, let me know if I got your question. I think that was the one that I just asked. I think I just caught up. So let me know if I didn't.
All right, I took Dirty Verse out of here.
With that, a couple of quick housekeeping things just to be sure, as
but I mean,
back
really,
to I got theirs. Is one, if you haven't yet, check out the Modern Day Debate podcast,
because I don't think it's going to be banned.
So no ads at all, and you can hear these debates within 24 hours of them being live. They're uploaded there. Want to say thank you very much to our guests. We have a huge appreciation for you guys. Pardon, Ryan, my little run-in with you earlier. I think that when you said, I think we got our lines crossed, where when I asked if you could tell me where you were going, and you said no, I think you were saying no to something else, and I was taking it as I was like, wait, you won't even tell me where you're going? So I do want to say I apologize for that, Ryan. I didn't mean to...
I accept your apology, James.
Let my lid fly off. But want to say, folks, really do encourage you to check out our guest links. Even if you disagree with them, there's a lot of value in understanding the opposite position, right? Because at least you understand it, right? Like, if you authentically, you're kind of like, oh, okay, I have these presuppositions, this group or, position has different presuppositions. You at least get it. So I do want to encourage you, all of our guests are linked in the description box, both here on YouTube and at the podcast. Look us up on your favorite podcast app right now, and when you listen, find our guest links below. So one last thank you very much, Ashley, Ryan, and Kay, and Hake. We appreciate you guys. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Thank you so much. It was so nice to meet you guys, by the way, Hake. I actually really did enjoy our conversation a lot. You're fun to talk to, and you're very respectful. I appreciate that. And Kay, you're super based in so many things. And James, as always, you're just the man. Thank you so much for always being open and willing to host all kinds of different things, and we appreciate you.
Yeah, I feel the same.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks very much. We will be back. I'll be back in a moment of a post-credit show just to hang out with you folks in the live chat. So stick around.
Post-credit show.
19.5 seconds. Thanks so much, folks.
Hake aborted that debate. You're sending me something? Okay. Let me go do this Korok thing. Should be right over here. Unless they moved. I hope they didn't move.
Amazing. My dear friends, want to say thanks so much for being with us. I want to say hello to you in the old live chat. In addition to, oh gosh.
Oh, it's right there. Okay.
Oh, forgive me because I'm getting caught up in this. Well, for one thing, Fia, if you're still in the live chat, you had asked about that old school Modern Day Debate t-shirt. I emailed you back. We don't have them anymore. Hold on, let me put my camera back on. Very embarrassing. I've got to tell you, Fia, we don't have that with the wolf. Does anybody remember the modern day debate when we used to have our logo used to be a wolf with fire coming out of its mouth? It was like we temporarily tried to have a mascot, and it was cool, but it was kind of like
one new weapon.
Much. It just doesn't. It's a little bit too out of bow. So anyway, Fia, if you still want that, I think you call it the Space Wolf. But anyway, this is okay. I see you there in chat. Vascanelos. Okay, let me know if you really want that shirt. I'll make one because it only takes me like 2 or 3 minutes. I'll make one. Let me make one. I'll send you the link. But I want to say, folks, we never talk about a couple of things here. One is that we are on Teespring. You can find a link to our merch.
Shield.
Let me double check, actually. I think we've got a link to our merch in the description box. Here's some links we rarely talk about. One,
if I can get a
Patreon link.
If I can get another weapon slot for 5,
if you want to be closer, more connected to Modern Day Debate in the sense of, for example, one of the
8
perks is we have these weekly meetings where it's like a planning meeting, and I say, hey, folks, thanks for coming, and it's on Zoom, and I basically say, here are some of our plans for you for Modern Day Debate. We want to do this conference. We want to do
what the heck?
This new shorts campaign, for example, we're doing right now, and that's a chance where people can give feedback and say, hey, James, like, that's a cool idea. Like, James, I don't know if that's gonna go over. Like, I don't know if people have been, That's one thing that you can find at the Patreon. So our Patreon is in the description box. I've got to find the merch. Usually YouTube puts like its own little like banner, you could almost call it, where it has these things. It shows pictures of what we sell on Teespring, but I don't know. I don't remember how it works. We always forget about the
After
Teespring,
the game, we're gonna play some
Teresa
games with
McMud,
Mario.
Thanks for coming by.
Unless
as
we
well
get like
as
a modern
Kimba
debate
94,
after
good to
party
have you
going here,
here.
then we'll jump
Hoops
in the
Johnson,
Discord.
glad to have you with us. Hannah Anderson, good to see you there. As well as Alpha Uno, glad to have you with us.
We'll jump in the Discord and argue with some people.
Joe Washington, thanks for coming by. As well as Willie Powell, thanks for being here. Chuck Pike, happy to have you with us. Point Fire, glad you're here. Hannah Anderson, glad to have you here. Oliver Catwell, good to see you. And Oliver Catwell, are you serious? Your mug from Modern Day Debate arrived broken? Seriously? Why didn't you tell me? Man, I'm sorry. Fudge. That's Teespring, by the way. I don't package any of the merch if it gets sent out.
Tell me when you're ready. All right.
Teespring. I hope did you report it to Teespring? Because that was what's the word I'm looking for? That was Teespring's fault, and they deserve to pay. But basically, thanks for coming by. James Jungle, I appreciate you. Says James Coons, I can still see the body on the floor. That's funny. It does look like that, doesn't it? It's a long story. But I got to tell you. Let me move over here. My dear friends, I want to say we appreciate you. Thanks for being with us. Squirrel Master, thanks for coming by. See you there in the old live chat. Agent Black, glad to have you back. Do want to say, thanks, DD. DD says, these debates are amazing. And Space Wolf. Was that what it was, Fia? I can't remember. But we are excited, you guys. Tonight was the first of several debates that I purposely have been intentionally setting up to get some novelty. Now, I know it's true. You're like, Modern Day Debate has had an abortion debate. Yes, it's true. But we haven't had one for like close to a year. Probably 11 months. And so that's one reason we wanted to have this debate tonight. But also,
all right,
we are going to have, I'm planning out a veganism debate
you can
1 week from tonight,
a game if you
which
want.
I'll be hosting.
Mario.
I love hosting. I love Ryan, and I love Amy, and I love Kaz, Converse. I love all the guest mods. They are the best. Seriously, I'm thankful for them. But I love hosting. This is, I used to be always me hosting, every single time, and I'm thankful. But the thing is, I miss that because I like doing this.
Oh, it is loud.
Believe it or not, but I gotta be honest, I love Modern Day Debates so much. It is so fun for me because I also love planning the conferences. We are potentially going to have a conference this summer. It depends on whether or not we are either going to do it this summer or this fall, depending on whether or not a certain individual from the Bond organization says yes to a debate with Destiny. So
JLP versus Destiny.
That could be big. It could be a lot of fun. It could be a blast. So we're excited about that. But yeah, good to see you, Kevin Howe. Thanks for coming by. I see you
I'll
there.
debate
Alma
Destiny.
Taldero, thanks for coming by, as well as Flat Sabbath. Good to have you here. Mr. Anderson, glad that you're here. And amazing Chuck Pike, happy to have you here, as well as Amanda. But yes, veganism will be a cool debate. Let me see what else we've got, because I like telling you guys like the insider stuff. But what's going on in the chat? What are you guys up to? I'm curious. Would you guys? I'm gonna put
Get in the
poll.
Discord. Hold on, I got too much going right now.
Put a sweet poll in the live chat, because I'm always curious. I found out earlier today about 50%
Bacon Boy
of our viewers, actually over 50%, have Discord.
What are you sending me? What is that? Is that a
roughly 50%?
What is that?
Discord
Why are
on
you
a regular
sending me this
basis.
picture?
I didn't know that.
It's
I
up.
had no idea. It's a lot bigger than I thought. So I was like, hey, okay, you know, we're moving into the more of the.
I know you're probably tired of.
Oh,
Surge Brawley.
There, I'm plugging it more.
Surge
Our
Brawley.
Discord, you know this,
Okay,
right,
okay.
James? There's a Discord for Modern Day Debate.
Let's
Yes.
go. I'm
Shane,
ready.
aka Surgeon General, Hannah, and others have done a fantastic job of building it up, inviting new people all the time. So I'm going to put that link in the description box.
Hold on one
But
second,
also,
Mario.
We are working on a revamp of our channel memberships and
Surge Brawley. Let's
our
go.
Patreon. So let me put that poll in the chat. I would love to get your guys' response. How often do you guys listen to How often do you guys?
I'm gonna be a real jerk today. Yeah, playing beers against.
Never
Oh, I
in
want to.
my life
I want to put this
is
Brawley
an
deck.
option.
I've been playing Brawley Surge since it first came out. I know Brawley Surge well,
Have, like,
but there's new stuff in it.
have
There's new. I haven't tried it updated in a long time.
but we'll put
Stream after we play this game. I'm training for a tournament.
not anymore at all.
After we play
And
a
then
game or two.
I do at least one time a month. This I'm curious because
We're
Modern
gonna,
Day Debate is a podcast, as you know. If you haven't found us on your favorite podcast app, do check us out, because we are on.
We're gonna
every
get the
podcast
Hyrule
app.
Sword.
I've worked hard to get us across the board. So
Oh, it's Brawley. What do I
Spotify,
need?
Apple
I might need both of
Podcasts,
these.
Pocket Cast.
Might need
Google
this.
Podcasts. Podcast Addict.
I might need all this
You
opening
name
hand
all
just
of
for
them, and,
Brawley
like Uncle Rudker's
damage
podcast
mitigation.
App, like even the little ones like that. Nod says daily. Wow. Okay, that's good to know. So I put this poll in the live chat. Holy moly, 53% say never in my life. That's. I'm trying to think. Well, you know what this is actually kind of commensurate with? There was a poll on what
Who won the
percent of
dice roll? I
adults
wasn't
use
paying attention.
Podcasts versus YouTube. I'll tell you what the number
I rolled a 20. Oh, I'm going first.
is.
Okay.
26% of adults use podcasts. It was like in the last month. Guess what percent have used YouTube in the last month of adults? You want to guess?
This card is
What do you
played.
think?
Draw one
Let me
card.
guess. Looking in the live chat. Tell me. Feed me some answers, please. And then I'll tell you what the actual answer was. Chaz Edwards, thanks for coming by.
This card attacks.
Glad to have you here, as well as Alpha Uno and God, Guns, and Glory. Iron Horse, good to see you here. Beta! I'm just kidding. He's fine. Come on. Take it easy on Iron Horse. He's been on this channel many, many times, including against his son, T-Jump. So, many, many times as well.
Charging
But
energy
Time Lord says,
exhaust.
does the YouTube
Pass.
count? Yes, it does.
What is this card? What is this? Napa full skill? I don't even know what this card does.
Interesting. Okay, so Jacques has
Draw one.
says 77% of adults have used YouTube in the last month. You could say they're active users. Time Lord says 95%. Hannah Anderson says 80, and then Christopher Custon says above 45. You're definitely right about that. It is.
Play this card.
above
Draw one
45.
card.
Keyboard Oracle says 92. James McDougal says 65. Unpopular Opinionated Pariah says 80. So you guys are all pretty close.
I kind of screwed up just now, but
I'm
whatever.
trying to think of
This
what's
card
the
attacks a
closest
leader
one.
card.
Let
Choose
me just
one.
remind myself
Choose
of
one of
what
your
the
opponent
percent
battle
was.
cards 200
Yeah, I
less
remember.
kill or draw a
Keyboard
card.
Oracle was the closest. Y'all did pretty good.
I could have comboed. Actually, well, no. I could have comboed a card and then ramped, which is a mistake I just made.
And only 26% of adults use podcasts.
But that's all right.
So YouTube is.
We'll stall the ramp out for one turn.
What's the word I'm looking for? They dwarf other.
Yeah, I just messed up.
YouTube's this interesting behemoth. I like YouTube because, well, one, you know, like we put our eggs in the YouTube basket from the start. I'm happy if we have.
Yeah, it would have been better to combo that
we
we
have
saw.
Very few
K2 to Z
Twitch,
to Z Energy A.
Watch the live streams. I never had. So that Twitch
A ramp on turn 2. I kind of messed up already.
I'm surprised we haven't gotten banned.
Got the Chi-Chi, that's good.
Can't complain.
We got the energy exhaust Brawly. I don't know what this Napa does.
We really put our eggs in the YouTube basket.
15K. We're gonna take
started
that.
This channel about 4.5 years ago, and I'm glad because I mean everybody knew back then anyway that like YouTube was king, right? So it's not like it was like some brilliant insight I had or anything. It was just like, well, that's probably what anybody would have put their if they had to pick would have put their eggs in the YouTube basket.
What's up? Yeah, get in Discord. I'll get in Discord after this game with Mario. Unless you got some other people coming in, but I'm not trying to just get in Discord to talk to you, Freddy.
On the video content space, and YouTube's doing well, and TikTok also now might be getting into legal trouble. I don't think TikTok is going to win. Although I got to tell you this, TikTok came on the scene as if it was the first one that could give YouTube a run for their money. Now they weren't. Like the
Brawly, when this card attacks,
content, it just won't.
Card card, choose one. Your opponent discards.
To be fair, they have become huge if you look at the stats.
When this card attacks, with a green card.
When you look at Facebook and YouTube,
Twitter
is like a tiny little.
Your opponent
speck
card one.
almost.
Choose one of your
It's
opponent's
that
battle
much
cards.
smaller
20,000 power.
than the juggernauts of YouTube and Facebook. And if you count Facebook as meta, so you say, okay, Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, all the stuff that Meta owns. Well, fortunately, YouTube already has like the video format kind of locked in. That's theirs. You know where you're going to go for video content. It's not Facebook or Instagram. So, but YouTube's interesting because
I don't want to charge.
God Guns and Glory says I use YouTube more than Netflix. Me too. When I'm eating a meal, I'll pop on YouTube. When I'm going to sleep at night, oftentimes I'm watching Recess, the old episodes, like the TV show, the cartoon. It's like
choose one of your opponent's battle cards, 2 or less, and KO it.
Because they've got episodes on YouTube.
And this activate main, discard one card, cover your light in your hand, choose one, your opponent choose.
They're fighting this front with TikTok, and they're doing well to where I think like there's just I mean like TikTok will just never be as big as YouTube. I don't think. Especially
not going to
in the US,
negate.
Now, I mean, there's maybe legislation where it might not even be here in several years. Was it Montana? I think it was this first state that banned TikTok. I'm not saying I'm for that. I mean, I'm personally
permanent.
for that because I'm biased.
Your leader is a Brawly card. Ignore this card's specified cost in all areas, and this card can't be KO'd by skills while it's in the battle area. Okay, in that case, I'll draw a card.
I'm not going to say that a state could never have a good reason to ban an app. So I don't want to speak because I haven't really read into it. So to be fair, I'm
Draw
not.
A card, no negate. We'll combo to 15.
Now, that being said, YouTube is also and has been winning against Twitch because Twitch started to become this
Shaking
live
the Brawly
juggernaut, and YouTube is like,
Surge
hey,
Awakening right now.
YouTube Live, so they come out with Live and. Or actually, I think they maybe have had it even, but they at least started pushing it much more when Twitch came along. So
okay,
I'm not
gets
sure
him out of the damage. Z charge this.
But nonetheless, when Twitch started to get some, some big names and stuff like that, YouTube is like, all right, we're gonna start pushing live, and they do push live. I think that's one reason Modern Day Debate has been, you can say, blessed, whatever you want to call it. It's one reason, but the biggest reason are our guests and you guys. I want to say thank you guys for sharing so many debates. For real, that really does make a difference.
When this card's played out, one mono blue card from your drop to your energy rest mode
channel, namely a neutral debate channel that's striving to provide everybody a neutral platform so that everybody can make their case on a level playing field. Hey, I encourage you, share this debate with them. But yeah,
this card from the game. Choose out one of your opponent's battle cards and it costs a 4. or less and place
Twitch
it
has got so many
on top
big
of its owner's
content
deck.
creators that have come over to YouTube
And this card
after
can't be
establishing this big
KO'd
live
by
stream
skills
audience.
while it's in a battle area.
YouTube or Twitch has had some painful departures in the last couple
So
of
we
years.
can hit the Brawly with that.
And some big Twitch people like Alpha Gaming have said like, I'm going to YouTube and I'm putting my money on YouTube. And maybe they still do some stuff on Twitch, but nonetheless. Then you have YouTube invading the podcast space now, which is crazy. So you notice that YouTube has
We have a
that,
decent hand.
Is now YouTube is kind of saying like, hey, we're gonna go fight that front. We're gonna like kind of create.
If anybody wants in chat wants to, we'll do
crazy.
Discord.
YouTube is just, I mean,
You know,
YouTube's
if
the
Freddie
big-
wants to
it's the
grab some
second
people
biggest
from
search
Modern
engine
Day
in the
Debate
world
that want to
after
come over
Google,
here,
of course, which owns YouTube.
want to have an after party, a
YouTube
debate
also has
after
this
party,
stranglehold
I'm down.
where- Not saying it's right, but I am saying it's probably happened.
No response. He really wants this
Rumble
Brawly
and
on the
some
field.
of these other small video content.
He really likes
channels
this
or big
Brawly.
platforms, alternatives.
I was
to
actually
YouTube
trying to put this Brawly in my red
have
deck. I thought
basically said, "Hey, YouTube has been
That's-
screwing us when people
Alright,
search
this
for
card
our
one?
name on Google." Because think about it,
Let me see.
Google
Let me
owns
look.
YouTube,
Let me
right?
look.
And so if someone searches like live stream on Rumble, and then Google unfairly, you might say, I don't know. I mean, it's like it's their platform, but it still seems kind of unfair, right? They will actually, before showing Rumble as the first page, which would obviously be the intuitive thing to show first, YouTube would actually show YouTube live streams first, which is just, oh man, that's pretty brutal. I mean, like they're like, you know, and it's like, you know, where you're not going to go to Bing or Yahoo to search. You're not gonna, so everybody uses
Brawly
Google,
is a
and so
15K
uses
single
Google to
strike.
funnel people to their own channel still.
Unless he has like a chomp.
So, yeah,
Well,
I
chompas
mean,
are
whether or
banned.
not that's
So
right, I don't. It sounds like it's sketchy.
Echo, what are you doing in that?
It doesn't seem good. It doesn't seem fair. Yeah, YouTube gatekeepers, James McDougal says in the live chat. But yeah, thanks for coming here. I see you there.
comboing, he gets to draw his leader.
So
Man, I want to play Surge Brawly again.
as well. Dave Hill, good to see
I've
you
seen
again.
Surge
It's been a
Brawly's
while.
been doing some good stuff, but
Yeah,
I don't.
so, yeah.
I don't think I have all the cards I need. I think I want the green
Dave Hill
cards,
says,
the green
"Anyone
good
does something
cards
new that YouTube wants
that I
to do,
don't
they're
have.
gonna get Microsofted."
30K single?
That's true.
Why are you pushing
And
so hard
so-
for this single strike?
Yeah, YouTube just has such a strength.
I'm
It's
gonna
just
take
such a
it.
Beast. It's kind of it's a cool.
It's not
story.
critical, right?
And what was it? I can't remember how much Google bought YouTube for, because you know YouTube didn't originate from Google. I can't remember. Was it 2010 that Google bought YouTube?
We got a good
As
hand.
early as 2006, but
We
I
got
remember
good stuff
what
in our
happened,
hand.
and it's a big deal. Obviously,
That's the
but it's a
Vegeta
really
from
interesting story. Oliver
from the
Cowell, are you
Magnificent
making
collection. That's the one that leaves the board when it's done. It's for Veku deck. Response, no
a
response.
reference to recess when you say that wonks? Are you meaning to say that womps? Radical Coder, I see you there in the live chat. Thanks for being with us. Thanks again for having me, James. Thank you, Radical Coder. Seriously, we appreciate you coming by. It's been
Maybe
a
just
pleasure.
as a searcher he
You and
uses
Ashley
it.
are a tough tag team, and it's fun to have you guys on. And yeah, so that's fun stuff. Amelia says Linux is greater than Windows.
Parasite stuff was
Whatever uses
cringe.
Linux. I can't remember. What was
The
old
Parasite
Ubuntu?
argument is the worst
Was that-
argument.
Was that the operating system?
It's not even an
Was
argument.
it
It's
an
just like
operating
they're trying to
system, or
trigger
was it
people.
Linux that I'm thinking of that I
It doesn't
had
trigger
like,
anybody.
for
It
a
just makes
short
you look
while.
dumb.
And you know
One
what's also
card.
interesting is that
It's a 10K. I could awaken.
things in the world
I'm not
are
awakening because
for example, like Wikipedia, which, by the way, I know that Wikipedia is made fun of as a non-scholarly source. So that if you cited Wikipedia and you said, well, you know, it does say in Wikipedia, someone might say like, oh, give me a break.
oh, I might need
You know,
this
you make a
later.
joke. You can't cite that.
I might need this later,
One
but
thing I would say is Wikipedia.
I'm not.
Just mind.
This I kind of feel bad for doing this, but 15
There has
Z
been
charge.
research where they found Wikipedia is actually
Probably shouldn't have
pretty
done
darn
that.
accurate. In fact, the funny thing is they found that compared to, like, for example, Encyclopedia Britannica.
There's only two
they
of those in
found
the
that
deck.
Wikipedia had actually like a comparable and maybe even better, no joke.
Turns over. He's
level
putting that
of
back to his
accuracy
hand.
on the minor details, but once in a while, Wikipedia, you know, to be fair, it was clearly it wasn't like often, but more than Encyclopedia.
He's at 5 life already. He still hasn't Surge Awakened.
Bigger errors, like things where you're like, oh, that's kind of topical and kind of one of the more obviously known things about the subject. So Wikipedia actually, there is.
I think I want to charge this.
It's pretty credible, and like I said, is Christopher Custon says Wikipedia has resources at the bottom. I don't know what you mean by that. But anyway, intrinsically motivated stuff that
I can't use being offensively anymore.
Has been done by people that are just like, hey, I just enjoy doing it, and so that's pretty cool. Likewise with, I can't remember what open
okay,
software
we're good.
it was.
We're gonna do this.
System. Was it Linux? I can't remember. But I want to say thanks for coming by, my dear friends. Rise and shine. Good to see you there. I see you in the old live chat as well. Thank you guys for your support. Did I read this? I don't think I read this during the stream. Our amazing members. Oliver Catwell, are you still here in the live chat? These are our amazing members. Corey Clark, Oliver Catwell, and Scott Mitchell. We want to say thank you so much. I have to get better at getting into the habit of reading that out loud. It's like months I forgot. Ugh. But they've been super supporters, so we appreciate that. But let's see. Xander Cruz, thanks for coming by. Says, could you imagine having to
Awaken?
Xander Cruz, please.
You may draw one card, choose one of your energy.
But Ashley, thank you. Says, okay, have a great night, everyone. Ryan and I are going to get some sleep, get our game on. Much love. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. And
tap 4.
Oliver Catwell says, yup, I'm glad you're here. Thank you. And then, are people saying ridiculous with an E on purpose? I noticed that in a comment today on the channel.
My life is at 4 or less.
Ridiculous like that on purpose?
Anytime this card would deal damage, so I'm at 5.
Thank you guys, I appreciate you. You guys make this fun. Tell me how you're doing. Tell me what's new.
Or draw a card.
Like, I like hearing it. Thank you for your kind words.
Nice.
Radical Quoter says, much love to
15.
Community. If anyone wants to argue ever, the channel is very welcoming to people from all perspectives, despite me being very far left. Thank you for that, Ryan. And like I said, folks, I know that you can, sometimes you're like, oh, like they're so far left or they're so far right. But there's one obvious way in which, I'm not talking about tonight, because we got it's great. And we saw some direct conversation tonight. But once in a while, and by once in a while I mean often, in the whole pro-choice, pro-life debate, it's almost like there's a missed. The presuppositions are so different that they're almost debating two different things. Oftentimes, because before I go into a rabbit hole,
every single time it's him.
I do want to say, James Jungle says, James Coons, question to ponder for your doctorate: how many published psychologists, psychoanalysis are Jewish? Okay, I don't know why.
Let's hit him with the double strike.
Don't want.
He can't negate. Well, he might have free negate, but
by a racial group.
He's probably gonna have to combo out of this or take it, go down to 2. I don't think he wants to go down to 2.
You want a real answer?
I don't feel the need to combo into this.
This is could get me in trouble for real. This is one where I'm but I think for some reason it's okay to talk about this. Well, I don't know if it is. I'm gonna delete this part of the live chat anyway. Is that there is research that Jewish people are significantly more intelligent than virtually every other group. I'm not joking. It's peer reviewed. I'm serious. If you really want me to go get the papers, if you're like, no way, I'm serious.
Double strike.
I don't even know why it's controversial.
There you go.
Even
surprised he took that. He went down to 2.
And you're like, but how much? What's the difference? It's it's a whole standard deviation, which is huge. If you're familiar with statistics, especially if you're familiar with psychometrics, how we study.
All right, this is the term where Mario goes ham.
One standard deviation is huge.
This is the term when Mario tries to kill me.
It means that the median.
I feel like
person
he doesn't want to get past this turn.
Jewish distribution of intelligence. The median.
Past this turn, he's got drama. He's got drama in every way, shape, or form coming at him. He's going to try to kill me in this turn. Another Brawly? He really wants them Brawlies on the field. If he plays another one of them Brawlies out.
Percentile white person. In other words, on a percentage basis,
He really needs that Brawly out there.
Let's put it this way.
That's funny.
The average Jewish intelligence person is smarter than 85%.
No response.
So, come on, for real? Like, you didn't know about that? It's controversial, I know. But I'm saying, like, I wouldn't say this if there wasn't peer-reviewed research. So, Egghead says, I think it was only a few things like spatial reasoning, and wasn't it at the level of standard?
Wow, he's down to 1.
It's not spatial reasoning. In fact, I'm pretty sure.
Is he making me discard?
Spatial reasoning, like,
yeah, he's making me discard.
no difference.
Discard 1.
Which is why, like, it's interesting. Oh, here's the perfect example. Look at the top 10, philosophers in the world, English-speaking world, I should say. Almost all of them are Jewish.
Discard that.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm happy for Jewish people.
He's controlling my hand well, but he's at 13. There's a Z card I'm supposed to have in my Z deck that isn't in there.
Success. I'm not sad about it. Like, it makes no difference.
He's swinging.
This is like so. Yeah, I totally have to erase this.
Now,
stream. But anyway,
do I want to fight off?
I don't know why it's so bad.
All the damage. I think I might just take one from this.
I'm telling you, it's in the peer-reviewed research. It's
when
real.
this card attacks, use up to 1 red or green card with 5,000 combo power from your drop, and a combo that skills negated for the turn.
Cannon says,
if you have 4 or few cards in your hand, draw 1 card. Doesn't get the draw off that. He gets his draw off his leader. I think he's Surge Awakening now. Yeah. He's Surge Awakening now.
Oh, I see. I get what you're saying. You're talking about the debate earlier today.
What's up, viewers in chat? How's everybody doing?
Perspective philosophy.
We're practicing for a tournament. We're taking a break from Zelda to practice for a tournament right now. We're listening to modern day debate. 20k single strike. I'm going to take that to go down to 4 to activate my super combos.
Faith, we hope you're doing well. We hope you're having a good May. But yeah, I love that whole, like, it's so interesting about, like, so yeah, most of that.
Damn, we almost have the winning. We almost have the winning combination, but we don't.
Which is why, like I said, philosophy, that's all about verbal ability. Not only, I mean, but it's significantly.
Maybe.
So that
actually, we might.
That, the best GRE.
We might have the winning combination. We could survive this turn. By the way.
The best GRE scores for any field, even economics.
By the way,
in physics,
Mario says, by the way,
in verbal ability,
you may want to look in my drop
physics
before deciding on the gates.
So, you know, these people are really smart too. And likewise, economics.
Oh, he's got the new secret rare. Well, that's not released yet. But okay. I mean, I didn't make any
highest overall scores because you have verbal ability and then the other.
We didn't make any
is quantitative ability.
Prerequisites.
So math or logic, for example. And when you take a cumulative score,
strike for the battle. Your leader is a green Saiyan, Earthling, or Namekian. When this card is used in a combo, choose one of your leader cards to add money to the card gains triple strike for the battle.
If I remember right, cumulative, and then I think it's maybe philosophy. Philosophy's up there, but yeah, like I said, when it comes to purely quantitative, it's physics, if I remember right. When it comes to purely verbal, it's philosophy. But economics, nonetheless, actually, on average, is actually, I think, the top one. And
this card from your hand of your drop area.
And yeah, but it's definitely it's true.
Trunk skill from your hand. Your leader is green. When this card is used in a combo,
you guys for your being here.
Choose one of your leader cards. Switch it to
good to see you.
Mode.
Good to have
that
you
card
here.
gains triple strike
being with us.
for the battle.
I should not. I should rest. I gotta go to sleep at a decent
Place this card from your.
But want to say, thank you guys for your support.
I love decide on the gate.
It's so hard for me to leave. Like right now, I'm like I'd rather just.
I'm a little confused by what you mean by that.
Ball.
I'm confused.
Diablo. Thanks for coming by.
By what that
so
means.
Let's look at the stats. This is interesting. How often do you guys use a podcast app?
Let me think.
This because this is like a decent. It's 100 people.
So I think he's telling me he wants me to negate. If I don't negate,
22%.
You life at 3 or less. You choose one card. Under the card value, choose one battle card. You drop area combo with it. This card gains double strike for the duration of the turn.
It's tough to build a podcast.
Okay, so I want. He's telling me I want to negate to keep him from using his activate battle on his Brawly Surge, which would allow him to combo his secret rare
what would that put us for in terms of?
Which technically I'm
average
supposed to be testing for upcoming tournament, and this card is not going to be in that tournament. But it's still cool. It still gets me experience. So if he combos from this, if your leader is a green sailor, when this card is used in a combo, choose one of your leader cards, switch it active mode. That card gains triple strike for the battle. So we do want to stop this. So we're going to
1,000 views on YouTube.
Yeah, mainly he said mainly the SDR. Yeah, I get it.
If your episode gets more than 2,900 downloads, which Modern Day Debate does, I'm not trying to brag, it's thanks to you guys, you're in the top 10%. So we're in the top 10%. Modern Day Debate.
That would have allowed him to get triple strike on his leader, restand his leader.
That's pretty cool. Not bad. But, we're coming along. If we could just get to the 6,700 downloads, which is basically
you're dropping your Z deck.
You'd be in the top
face
3%. Whoa,
at the
baby,
end of that battle.
Cooking.
Then remove this card from your Z deck from the game at the end of your
already.
opponent's turn.
That's cool. Probably in the top 9%.
You're gonna play a Veku. Is this for free?
So that's cool.
This card's on drop area. Leader cards, red stand cards. Choose one of the covering your drop area.
Whether or not we should affirm trans
women.
women.
Your hand, then
Whether
choose
or
one
not
of your
trans
opponent's
women
battle cards.
are
Give minus.
That's going to be controversial.
Also, I forgot to
to
use my boo.
I love it.
I guess it wouldn't really matter.
I don't know.
He attacked with a battle card, but I wouldn't be able to kill it.
Tired. I got to do a lot of work tomorrow night. I don't know if I can host that one. But yeah, I want to.
Oh, I would have been able to place it at the bottom of its owner's deck.
If I could just host half, maybe I could get Ryan to come in or something. But I want to say
response to Veku, no response.
Jackass Palmier says James Coons. I could sense this show would be popular, and it is. Thank you. For
I may have
really
the kill. On the next turn. So
Mitchell says I cried in my car while studying physics. I get that.
2.
Get that. I want to say thank you guys for your love and support, though. You guys make this fun. I see there in the live chat. Hake. The Hake report. The guy with the good hair, as they say. Yaden says
not
on
enough.
my phone, just cut the end. That
yeah, I don't have enough.
At mentions won't work naturally. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I can't. Am I in the same one? I can't get the at.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Live chat to work. So on computer, on desktop, or a laptop, you can type in at, and then for example, like if I
tap in 1,
and I type in Amanda's name will pop up. It just autofills.
Looking for a card in the Z deck.
It doesn't do that autofill for me. I have to type out the whole name, but because it autofills, like if I type in AM. And then not only does it autofill, I wouldn't even say it autofills. It gives this like drop down or
response. No response. Well, you gonna take your own life? If he takes his own life to lose this game because he knows he's about to lose.
The first 2 letters of their name be AM.
You drew 1 card from unknown to hand to main deck. No response. He's tagging with a 5K. He really wants to get to combo step. He wants to get to combo step to restand his leader.
Virtually any field in academia. They just dominate. And good for the Jewish folks.
Yeah, I won't let him get to combo step.
Like every time, even if I bring that up, it's like, oh, it's so bad. It's like, well, I don't know. I'm happy for people. Why is it so bad? Amelia says, download a different keyboard. Oh, that's a good idea. I should do that. Glad you said that. But yeah, so.
Or he's just soaking up all my
James Jungles is
negates
like,
right now.
Jewish people, like,
tricking me.
Represented.
He's trying to get to combo step so he can use his activate battle on his leader to play out that secret or get that secret rare and doing his thing. It'll restand his leader, plus his leader for the turn, strengthen it.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Cohen's D, major stat term, comes from Cohen.
Now he's gonna swing with this 10K.
Why does everybody keep asking? No, I'm not. Does that look Jewish? I can't even say that. Like that's.
And if I put too much into,
it's not like I wouldn't want to look
into stopping this whole dealio, I might end up screwing myself. Because
So I want to say though, I appreciate.
I have another negate.
Seriously, you guys are a lot of fun. I love that it could be so. Yeah, Didi says Coons is a Jewish name. That's funny. But yeah, you're right, Didi. It is German. You got it right. It says I speak German fluently. Wow, that's pretty interesting. Jean C. Alicia. Am I saying it right?
Oh, we're actually good.
I'll
take that as a no. Oh, sorry, no.
Didi says you kind of do, bro. I think I do a little bit too.
I always forget to hit no response when they play a battle. But he plays a battle
card. You guys, Jack has Polymer says. It is. You're right too. Yep. Oliver Catwell says I was the only Protestant in my Jewish studies class. Wow, that's pretty interesting.
Are you sure you're ready for a tournament? You think you got a tough deck?
Jewish, ask them which part. What does that mean?
I got a decent deck. It's gonna be better once this ban list goes into
enough of the dirty
into act.
Amelia says James is purple. I don't know what that means. Is there a color for Jewish folks like there is for like, you know, like yellow? You say Asian, Native American. You say red. I don't know. Heat Shield says member for 2 months. Or thank you for renewing your membership after 2 months. Says you're doing something out here.
He's gonna play something else and attack again.
Thank you.
Well, we just need to keep.
It sounds like you've been drinking. I don't know what that means, but let me know.
We just need.
Low key
Oh, did I minus? I'm sorry.
Chat. Thanks for coming by, as well as thanks for coming by.
I think I accidentally +1, so he was at 5.
Amazing.
Yeah, he's gonna play out the Vecco. He's gonna attack again. He's just gonna keep trying to get attacked.
I know
you get this for free?
It's funny that it's just like
when you play this card, you can't play. Place this card and drop it.
That's funny.
Drop it.
I like
add that to your hand. Response: no.
Really? What does it mean?
How did you play this for free?
Ethnicity.
Union Fusion.
Purple, you know, politically would be a mix of conservative and.
He did Union Fusion, plays it for free.
Left, right? Purple people says a hypothetical race used when the issue of racism is discussed. I don't understand. Okay, so yeah, they don't know this apparently. But yeah, oh, don't say what I think you're gonna say. Okay. Anyway. I saw a Comedy Central skit where
We're out of energy.
I'm not gonna say. I can't tell a joke.
We don't want to let him get to combo step, but we do still have a blocker. He's gonna play something else. This is covering here. Choose one Veku. He gets those back to his hand when the Veku dies.
Debate me. Let's make it happen. Actually, I just booked Dr. Thompson for a debate with Taylor, so maybe after that.
He's gonna overrel. He really wants this to happen. Good swing. Yeah, discard for Gohan.
It's a trick question, LOL. Makes them stop and
no response.
No more dirty jokes for
no
one
response.
Day,
You're through. I'm gonna keep my blocker up though.
Chat, no dirty jokes, okay? Totolino, thanks for coming.
He
by.
got in. Is he gonna use his leader ability to do the secret rare thing? Oh no, he overwhelmed. So now it's in his ward.
You know, we have like Ryan.
He can't do it anymore.
He's, you know, young. He's not as old. You know, can you believe my beard didn't have any grays in it when I started this doctoral program? I've got 6 more months, and I'm gonna be mostly
19.
You know, you can tell there's not a lot of gray. It's partly because
20,
I actually like cut
29.
the grays because
34.
I desperately want to look like Leonidas from 300. I don't
34,
have any shame in that.
34.
It's what I want to do. It's just
34, 34.
And I have a lot of grays over here. Grays over here. It's the side of my head that really has the grays. But I don't mind. You can't even notice it. You know, with the lighting, you can't really notice. Now my beard. Some people have said lay off the men's only. Is that what it's called?
39.
Like the hair dye. I don't actually dye
39.
my beard.
We're gonna have to take that. I'm gonna combo.
You can tell on stream I have gray or not.
That's
gray.
a dual attacker. I don't want him to like.
You can tell my hair on my head is brown. I think you can see that. And then if you look, I mean, especially as the beard fills in, it's black. And so yeah, so like even my sister.
We'll go to 3. We're in triple strike range.
Why are you dyeing your beard black?
We're in triple strike range.
Real. Like if I did dye,
but I don't think he can still give his leader triple strike.
Close.
What's that? Uh-oh.
Yeah,
oh, does that kill my boo?
Trim them, like I said. Try to like I have this tiny little scissors, and I try to trim a few, but you know they just keep popping up. But the thing is. Yeah, it's just God, Guns, and Glory, keep the gray. I would, but I really want to look like Leonidas. This is important, okay? I'm like, I have a goal. So I really do.
For Gohan?
Let's see. James Jungle says, please refrain from the Botox and dye. Where was it? They said, it's an ego trap.
There you go.
Stay clean and age gracefully. I appreciate that.
Okay.
I mean, you can tell just how...
Yep. And then he's swinging again with dual attack.
Because look at how much I
never used that Gohan.
There. And then I can
he's swinging again for dual attack at my leader.
Crow's feet over here. Now I have, but yeah. Long story short, I'm not gonna color my hair, but I will be.
Did you discard?
I am gonna Yeah, I agree. James McDougall says gray hair is for your 40s. Fair enough. I agree because if I want to look like King Leonidas, kind of 35 to 39 range, I would guess. I think that's about how old Gerard Butler was for that movie when it was shot. So that's my goal. But
okay, discarded for Gohan, and he is swinging at
that little run-in with Ryan. Because I hate. I was like
at my leader.
Because I do. I really am.
No
like,
response.
I feel like I'm a host. The same way I'd want to be kind to people if I was a
19K. I'm gonna combo.
I want to do that with them.
Super combo again.
So
super combo again. He's really pushing in. He wants to go for this double strike.
You guys probably know that. I probably seem like I'm a little higher on a.
I feel like Surge probably lost a lot of power when Champa was hit.
I'm willing to do it though, and not with Ryan. Like,
because I would always use Champa to get a lot of double strikes. But, he's a rival. You play this card, choose one of your opponent's battle cards that costs 4 or less, KO it. No response to that.
Not necessarily, like you don't want to get in a conflict.
This dies.
It's hard to see how that ends well. You might as well just say it. Like,
that's not good.
I'm sorry about that. I was going this fast.
It's not good. Good. That's not good.
I'm really grateful for that because every time I get pulled over,
that's not good.
I use, what my friend's grandpa taught me, which is
he's got a double striker on board. He's hitting big with this single striker.
I just figured if I
19, 29, 39, 44.
Which is good because I don't want to be sleepy while I'm on the road. And, it works. I'm kidding. I don't really say that. What I say is... Yeah, I'll just be honest. I'll tell them how fast I was going. I never downplay it. I even maybe add 1 mile per hour because I'm guessing like, I might have been going a little bit faster.
It's
so
good.
I figure if I say...
It's good.
Like, yeah,
no. What do you say no for? Token negate?
10 over, I might say.
No token negate.
11 over, I'm sorry.
No token negate. And, he does not want me. He wants me to swing with this. Is it D magic? What is it?
This just randomly struck me. You know who I haven't seen on the channel in a while? Sean Last. Yes, that's true.
And I just drew the 17 off. I just drew 17 out of my life. Turning the tides, which is, I mean, I got the win next turn guaranteed.
God Guns of Glory says it was all spray on.
It's good. You got one more attack. Really? You got no energy left. Do you got an attack?
Spray on abs. How is that possible? Oh, I guess
it's 1-to-1. 1 life. What?
Yeah,
no.
CGI.
Oh, yeah. I thought he was about to swing and combo on that. Jeez.
Yeah, but I'm looking at a clip here. This looks like it's the
draw 1. We charge this. We invert. He's got no energy. He's got 4 cards in hand.
Can you really do spray on?
I mean, honestly, we could just go bomb, and there's a lot of ways we could do this. We could overwhelm for man on the mission.
Makes sense that if you.
But I'm gonna do it this way, just to be cheeky.
I believe that. That's pretty cool.
No, I'm just kidding. End the game.
Yeah.
Let's end it.
Looking at Gerard Butler before.
Android Kel, SCR in hand, just snipe to look in hand. Yeah. Yeah, we just do this and swing and win.
Looks quite different. So.
GG.
Should I do this Greek haircut?
Yeah, I got 2 Vegetas in hand. I got a Kale in hand. I got a secret rare in hand. I got the ape in hand. I got man on the mission to overwhelm for double crit. Yeah, we killing that. We killing that. There ain't no way you're getting around this turn. But that's the easiest way to do it right there. 17. Actually.
I'm just gonna stick with this. I've been told.
Actually, what does he got a trick?
I was told I look like John Hamm. I was like, wow, that was Cameron from Capturing Christianity that told me that. So I was like, wow, Cameron, you know how to give a compliment.
You would have lost if you played just the Android.
Looks pretty cool.
Why is that?
Based America First says James can definitely look like Gerard Butler.
Walker Revenge.
It's possible CGI. But yeah. Heat Chill says, tell the cops I'm part of Men in Black. Works every time. That's funny. And then they say they made one beer belly look like abs. No joke. That's
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it would have left the blocker.
It's a little. It says. I suppose, yeah. I mean, the lines would at least accentuate the look of definition, right? And James Jungle says, just before jail term, I'm looking at these photos. That's funny.
Yeah,
that. Air R's.
That's not
Gerard.
how
Okay,
I
Gerard Butler.
would have won.
Thanks for letting me know that.
Though.
I appreciate that.
I
Sounds
just
maybe you should switch to the Greek
played
haircut
it
after you complete your doctorate. Maybe, I don't know.
And
it's a cool look. If I could like pull off, if I could do that haircut, which I'm kind of thinking
on
about.
I would have done.
Like, okay.
I would have done 6 energy.
Last summer when I had the beard, I'm not trying to brag.
I would have done 6 energy for this.
Last summer,
and then I would have.
During the summer when I had the beard like grown out and it was a lot longer than this. I had 2 within a month. 2 people, and I know I had the short. It was pretty trimmed up short up here. I had 2 people that, in some way, shape, or form, told me I looked like a Spartan, which I was very flattered. That's about as good as it gets for a man, you know, a compliment.
And then I would have swung with this.
One was like, I don't know, like high
and I would have comboed with a super combo.
He just said, "Hey man, look, you look like Gerard Butler." I don't know.
Bottom deck.
Age. And then another one was in the a gym at the rec center.
Draw 2.
I think maybe.
I would have Z-charged this.
Biggest comp.
I would have paid.
Yeah, one of you
2.
guys is.
And this.
With your failure to acknowledge the button-down collar. What? I don't even know what that is. Button-down collar?
For this.
Oh, you're right.
I would have removed this.
It isn't. Let me do that because I can actually.
For this.
Oh, I pulled the mic cover off.
I would attach.
You could tell. Good eye.
2.
But yeah,
for
that was
this.
The summer of, you know.
I would have untapped all of these.
So I think
then I would have tapped.
Like,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Summer,
for this.
I work out more. I do a lot more cardio because I
draw to play.
Summer, I want to look as good as I can, and so I look more chiseled. That was
1,
a big contributor.
2, 3.
You know that helps.
4. And then I would have tapped.
My elbow struggles to be that far bent. Let me just take off my jacket.
All of them.
That's what it is.
4.
You guys know those
this.
Soundboard
and this.
Like,
and this.
You guys are as degenerate.
No, to be honest, I'm thinking of removing the SCR.
I gotta go. It's getting late. Thank you guys for your support. I love
Beers
you guys.
makes me more annoyed
hit that like
than
button,
something I
seriously,
can't
we do
think
appreciate
about.
it. And
I give
also,
respect to people that play something janky like
living in a cave on Mars,
3 Han.
in your ears.
Beers makes me more annoyed than something I can't think about. Also, blah blah blah, rant. Yeah, we could have made the turn longer and done all that.
Reasonable from the unreasonable. We'll see you next time. Amazing.
Though, to be honest, I'm thinking of removing the
number
SCR.
of things that must be actualized by something else.
I love the idea,
changeless,
but it just doesn't
unless
really
there was
work.
a cause of the series that's just pure actuality.
Yeah.
So just as a locomotive pulls without being pulled, this uncaused cause for the series would actualize everything without being actualized by anything else. It'd be pure actuality. And since the universe contains a mixture of potential and actual, it can't be that uncaused cause. But there's a cause of the universe that's purely actual.
All right, enough of that. What's up, Daddy Jub? You want to call in on Discord? Cans match the chair dripping. Don't say cheeky, bro. You forget 1776. What are you talking about? You still in chat, Daddy Jub? You want to do Discord? I can open the Discord if you want to chat about whatever. It's getting dark in here. But at the same time, I want to surprise people. So you can't use Cell Max. Let me go P Mario. I don't know if you want to play one more. It's up to you. Turn my light on. Gotta go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Let me see the Discord. Chat. And we did a poll. We got to get the Hyrule sword. So let me see if there's a statue that I can. If there's a statue in here, I get 2 stamina wheels right now. And we can go get the Hyrule sword. I feel like there should be one here. There's the Korok lady. I know there's one in Kariko. There should be one in here, but I don't know where it is. It's a quest right here. Chat. Daddy Jub, you still in the chat? You can go in the Discord if you want. There's no UFC tonight, but you can chat about whatever. Heads up, by the way, for BT21 stuff. I'm going to swap. Oh, he's going to play Quad Coup. Okay. Give me 1 minute. Quad Coup. Let's go. I want to see your revive deck, actually. All right. Anybody in Discord? Daddy Jub, Discord's open. Let me see. Let's see. We're going to play one more game with Mario. What was he trying to show me for BT21 stuff? I missed that card. He had the cell card out. What, it works with Quad Coup? I don't know a whole lot about the BT21 stuff. I know that apparently the ban killed the deck before it came out because Black Mass Sand and Koitsukai were a problem. All right, he's going first this time. Now we're going to play our GT spaceship. Keep that. Keep that. Maybe keep that. Probably not keep that. This might be a pretty good hand right here.
Your mama got a good hand.
Yeah, whoa! Yo's mama's the same as my mama. What the?
Yeah, dude, she's a damn dental hygienist.
So she's got good hands. Ah, okay.
Jesus, dude. Come on.
Come on, huh?
Playing a little DBZ card game, huh?
Yeah, I got a tournament coming up. Practicing. Practice?
You talking about practice?
You talking about practice?
I'm gonna have to get out of here if we're talking about practice, dude.
Counterattack if your leader is a mono green Saiyan, negate the attack. Additionally, if your life is at 4 or less, blah 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 blah. Okay, so that you're telling me that card works in this deck. I get it. I get it. That's the card. Got it. Got it. You're first, Mario. Start her off. Oh, I gotta get life. Anyway, what's going on? Oh, snap. Discord messed up already? No, it's working. Hello? Hello? We good? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. Yep. Hello, your Discord stopped working. Check, check. Mine's working. Oh, there you go. I just heard breathing. Hello? Hello? He's playing green, yellow apes.
Dude, shut it down, dude.
Shut it down. Wait, what is he doing right now? Turles Powerball. If your leader is green or yellow. What kind of deck is this, Mario?
Bunch of damn.
What's going on?
Unbelievable.
What? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What's going on?
Barely, dude. What's going on, dude? There's no UFC. I'm miserable. That's what's going on.
I know. I don't know what's going on.
Well, the next like 2 months of fights is gonna be insane though. So.
Wait, what? The next one is the same day that I'm doing my thing on the 3rd.
What thing on the 3rd?
The tournament.
Well, you gotta cancel, dude. We got fights. Okay, man.
Yep.
We scheduled a python hunting trip for late June.
Who's we?
Me, Ben, and Tyler.
Hunting pythons?
Yeah.
Where are you gonna hunt pythons at? In Florida?
In the Everglades, dude. Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
Or in the Everglades, but we have to do it. You can't do it in the national, like, park because I guess it's illegal. I don't know. You need like permits there. But I think otherwise you're free reign to kill them and poke them with sticks.
What
throw
about
stuff at them.
While you're down there, you should do some iguana hunting. You can hunt iguanas.
Yeah, you can probably hunt those anywhere.
Yeah. That's
probably encouraged. I've never seen an iguana in Florida, I don't think.
They're down south, like in Miami. What did I say? Miami. Miami and get away.
Mi amor.
This one's saying card from your hand. Under this card, draw one card, then add a marker for each card under this card. Wait. Where did you play this card? Yeah. Put this under there. Draw a card. And then we add 2 markers. Yeah.
Go fish.
If your opponent has 1 or more energy, play this card from under a unison card. Tap 1. Play out this trunks right here.
Go fish.
Go fish! Well, this card is in rest mode. Your opponent cannot attack your unison cards. So why are you giving me apes, Mario? Activate main. Choose out one of your opponent's great ape cards. Energy cost 4 or less. Gain yellow sand card at the end of a turn in which this card was placed in a battle area. You may choose one great ape card with energy cost of 4 in your hand and play it in your opponent's battle area with its skills negated for the game. If you do, draw 2 cards. Okay, I see you. I see you, my boy. 15. Then you can gain control of it back and do stuff with it. I get it. You gave me a 20k critical attacker, though. That's cool. Oh, he's awakening. How's the hockey game go? Chet. Oh, Discord messed up.
Can you hear me? Huh.
No, I don't know what the
you can hear
deal
me.
is. I don't know what the deal is with Discord. It always cuts out like that. But what were you saying?
No, I was seeing if what happened to Voyager 1?
Was that a spaceship?
Yeah.
Oh, you're trying to play cards on my side of the field so that you can get your quad strike on your leader, your non-negatable quad strike. Also, the ape is skillless for the game, so he's just a regular 20 strike. Anyway, Voyager 1. I don't know. I don't know what that is.
It's a space probe, dude.
Haven't heard of
I
it.
saw a headline that said it was clearly clickbait. It said 5 minutes ago, devastating news from Voyager 1. I was just wondering if you had any insight.
No, I haven't heard about that.
Yeah. I didn't think you were Chad enough to have known about that. You don't seem Chad enough to be into space.
It sounds like clickbait. Nah, I don't know about no clickbait.
You don't know about no space.
I know all about space. I know the James Webb satellite is breaking the theory of the Big Bang. The theory of the Big Bang. Now,
bro, I was hype about the James Webb Space Telescope for years, dude.
I've been hype about the James Webb. No, I'll be honest. You kind of hyped me up about the James Webb.
Yeah, dude, I was all over the James Webb.
When I went down to Florida, you were all about the James Webb, and I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting. Oh, it's got like 18-foot gold panels to take the greatest pictures ever of super far away. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's sick.
That's pretty cool.
Ben just texted me, said he wants to get night vision goggles. Those things are like $1,200, I think.
I mean, you can get some cheap ones.
That would be sick to have, though, like Step Brothers.
Imagine if we had these when we were kids. Even better.
Dude, imagine being on SEAL Team 6.
We got them when we're adults.
None of the enemies had them, dude. If you're SEAL Team 6, you're just running up on dudes in pitch black dark.
Yeah, we're like in Vietnam, in the middle of the jungle.
Yeah,
around.
Literally with cheat codes.
Oh, man. You got see in the dark mode on. That's not fair. No response.
It's not. Yeah, flashlight. That used to be the name of the hack in Minecraft.
But that would actually be the ultimate weapon against a team of night vision wearers. Is just a simple flashlight. It's like a lightsaber to them.
Yeah.
You hit them with the flashlight, they're blind.
Uh-huh.
It's like, what was it worth the sacrifice, or was it worth it, the risk? Yeah, you got to see in the dark for a little bit, but I hit you with my mag light. You're blind for life. I actually don't know that it would blind them for life.
I think it'd be pretty sick to be blind.
Oh. Guess what happened last night in Game of Thrones?
What?
Jon Snow died. Pause. Spoiler alert, stream. I'm sorry.
Damn, dude. Jon Snow.
Bro, come on now. Like, I get that you got to have some main characters dying and stuff. But
yeah, but you thought the King in the North was untouchable, huh?
I thought Jon Snow was that boy. I thought he was going ride or die till the end.
Yeah, he rules, dude.
How are they gonna kill? Yo, and when that little boy walked up and stabbed him, I wanted to punch that kid in the face.
Yeah, dude, little Ollie or whatever.
Yeah, you can't Ollie. Get your skateboard out.
That was heartbreaking.
Oh, so pissed, dude. I was like, I was verbally alone in my apartment saying, "Fuck this guy." Yo,
yeah, dude. Oh, it'll fire you up. It's just getting good too. You're just getting where it's about to be getting good.
Grade 8. Hold on, I gotta read this real quick. Sorry, Mario, I'm getting distracted. You're attacking with Pan to my Grade 8 Prince Vegeta. Why are you attacking with Pan into that? Why are you attacking the ape? 4K at my 20. Why would you do that? You're confusing me with your actions right now, Mario.
Yeah, dude, it's a card game. That's the whole.
Yeah, but he's doing weird stuff. Oh, he gets to play him onto my side of the. Activate man, your opponent. Do I gain him? I gain control of them in rest mode? Well, either way, I'm going to get to untap them. In rest mode. When this card is played. Wow, you're so smart, Mario. You're such a clever guy. You're using Pans and Turles and Apes to play cards onto my side of the field. A green deck that you're playing blue and yellow in order to play cards onto my side of the field. Yo, this guy is crazy. In rest mode. So he attacked with them first so that they would be in rest mode, and then he plays them onto my side of the field, and they stay in rest mode. That way I can't use them to combo off the field. But either way, I get to untap them on my turn, so I don't... This card attacks. If your opponent has 4 more battle cards in play, this card gains quadruple strike. And if your opponent has 4 more battle cards in play, this card's attack can't be negated. So basically, he played cards onto my side of the field to make an unstoppable quad strike. That's pretty cool, but I'm at 8 life, so it's not going to really do much, but except give me 4 cards. All right, anyway. As targeted. Yeah, no response. So you're attacking my leader with a quad strike. It can't be negated. I'm going to take it and go down to 4. You're crazy, Mario. This guy's crazy. What a wicked little scientist. This guy sits around. I'm sorry. That sounded... I was about to sound insulting. Like, he sits around and builds the best decks all day.
Yeah, why you disrespecting Mario, dude?
No, this guy builds... Yeah, I don't know. This guy comes up with some crazy stuff. What are we comboing to? 36,000 quad strike. Do I combo to not take 4, or do I just get 4 cards in my hand? I'm at 10.
Mario's like a king, but he don't do a thing. He don't want the diamonds, want the gold, and want the jewelry.
Want the bling. He kind of just got out of high school.
He's in it for the sport. Running circles around his competition on the court.
On the court. 36 quad. You aren't wrong, to be honest. He's like, you're not wrong. He's like, yeah, that's when I'm not at school. I'm pretty much just sitting around making
Wait, he's
crazy.
in the high school and he's good at Dragon Ball. How's he even know about Dragon Ball? Isn't that like beyond his years?
It's I mean, technically it's a children's game. But I think the box when you buy like a starter deck says ages 8 and up. And I don't know any good 8-year-olds. I don't know any 8-year-olds who could, maybe like some Asian kids.
Same with like Pokemon. Like I would bet most Pokemon players now are 30 plus.
Yeah, all the pro Pokemon players are adults. Fully grown adults. 36 quad. You ain't wrong. Okay, sorry, Mario. I'm talking to my brother. I'm thinking if I'm going to take this quad strike or combo out. 36K? I can't combo out. 5, 10, 15. Nah, I can't combo out of it even if I wanted to, so we're taking it. Now, if you got some crazy way to restand your leader, that would be crazy. I guess the secret rare. Couldn't the secret rare technically restand your leader, but it would be
the secret rares, dude.
It would be skills negated. It would have its skills negated. I don't know. Do you play other card games, Mario, or just Dragon Ball? Because you seem like one of them card geniuses. Do you play Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon and Magic and all that?
Seems like I would dust y'all boys in spades.
Oh my lord, you don't even know. You don't even know. I'll dust you in spades. You know my history. You know I've been playing spades.
Yeah. I've been playing spades too, dude.
Hold on, he's saying something in chat. He said, wow. Oh man. I think he's laughing because I think I just touched on what his intentions are. When I said if you have a way to restand your leader, I think he might actually know a way to restand his leader. You could use that secret rare, right? Because you're a green Saiyan. You would use 1 energy to combo the secret rare to restand your leader. Your skills would be negated, but he would be a triple strike. So you could do 7 damage with your leader in 1 turn, not negatable. It couldn't be negated. Is this the idea? Is this what you're trying to do here? That's pretty crazy, except it's super jank. Like, that's going to work like 1 in 1,000. You're going to get that to pop off. I didn't think of that, to be honest. Well, there you go. There you go. I just gave away the spice. I don't even know if that would work. I'm just throwing stuff out there. I haven't even... The last game we played where you played that secret rare was the first time I've played against that secret rare. I've read it on the reveals, but by the way, secret rare needs green energy for that. It needs green energy for the skill, but it doesn't need green energy to be comboed. What does the skill say? I don't know. You know better than me. Do you just need to combo it to do the thing, or you have to be able to pay for the skill too? Yeah, that would need green energy. Okay. Anyway. It's my turn. I finally get a turn. Let me draw a card.
Damn.
I got a fat hand because I just took a quad strike. Let me see. I need to read this stuff. When your opponent has battle cards in their battle area, you have no battle cards in your area. Well, that's not going to happen. So I'm going to charge this. What's going on?
Who, me?
Yeah, what's up?
You don't want to know, dude.
I want to
Why
know.
I'm on, dude. I don't think you do. You know when you get an itch in the worst place on your body, you can have an itch?
Where's the worst place on my body?
That's why I'm on, dude.
I mean, that's not that gross. The worst place in my body to have an itch would be the center upper of my back.
No, you're wrong. You haven't even thought about the bottom of your foot, the palm of your hand. But none of those are the worst place.
I mean, I can easily itch the palm of my hand. Bottom of my foot, a little annoying, but...
No, you can't really itch the palm of your hand, though, can you?
The worst itch is I can't itch the palm of my hand? Yeah, just with my other hand.
Yeah, but it doesn't soothe it, you know what I'm saying? A palm of the hand itch is like unitchable almost.
Yeah, I think that's almost like a mental itch.
Yeah, it's the devil's itch.
But I think the worst itch is the itch you can't scratch. So the one on the
I get it,
the weird spot,
but I got
right in the upper middle of your back where you can't get to it. I mean, I guess if you don't have any biceps, you can get to it.
Well, I'm never in a room where there's no corner, so.
Oh, that's true.
You
Okay.
just gotta bear scratch it, dude. I'll bear scratch in public with no shame. I don't care.
Sorry, Mario. I'm talking and thinking. Give me 1 second. Talking and thinking. Talking and thinking.
He struggles to do both at the same time, dude.
Did you say I struggle to do both?
At the same time, yeah. I mean, you can do both easily, but you combo them up, shit.
I do both quite well compared to most people. No? Disagree? Do you not concur?
I don't know, dude.
Well, you better know. You gotta learn. You gotta get to know.
I haven't talked and conversated with most people.
So let's draw to awaken. All right, we're gonna. Wait. Yeah, he's mad because he's waiting. Hold on, Mario. I'm thinking, bro. I'm thinking. What's the best plan here? What's the best play? Next turn, you're gonna try to kill me with that stupid quad strike. So I need.
Dude, a true Dragon Baller would just go with no plan.
Just run it out. Just do it.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. No plan. We're just gonna swing with leader. He's gonna have some sort of. We're just gonna swing leader at leader. He has a response. What's
what up? What up?
Steady Freddy in the building.
Why are you shaking my energy? Hold on, what's happening? Steady Freddy. Hold on, what's
I heard white people don't wash their feet.
White people don't wash their feet? You charged already, mate, with bodyguards. Oh, did I? My bad. Oh, so I'm only at 2 energy.
That's what I learned last week.
I wash my feet every day. Every time I take a shower.
My other brother washes his feet. I don't wash mine. I guess y'all just nasty that have
both
feet
of your other brothers. Yeah, but you don't.
No, it's a whole generation. I've been asking around. I did my week homework, and white people don't wash their legs or their feet.
That's not true.
Yeah,
I wash my legs and my feet.
You say you don't?
I do.
I wash between my legs.
Your brother say he don't, but you do.
No.
Well, yeah, but he's got 2 brothers, and he said his brothers. So 2 out of 3 of the brothers say yes. So that's majority.
1/3 of the population of whites wash their feet.
No, we just proved 2 out of 3. We just proved that wrong. Stats are wrong.
That's 1/3. If 2/3 do, that's 1/3 that don't wash their feet, JS. That's
that's
what I'm
a minority.
saying. 1/3.
That's a minority. We need to do something about those.
No, dude, we gotta ask the straight men what they're doing because clearly you switch teams.
1/3 is still more than the black population in total.
That's true.
Yeah.
I know a Fijian guy who doesn't wash his feet.
Hey, it's something y'all do, I guess. Wouldn't even. I think it's more than a third. I'm thinking you just getting off of that with family numbers. We're not going with a third. I think it's a larger percentage.
That doesn't even make. I've never even heard anything like this.
Yes,
That's
I have.
crazy, dude.
It's
what
a
do you
thing.
mean? I scrub my legs and I lift up my foot. I scrub my foot.
You never heard about it? Yeah.
Why are you not supposed to?
Like,
and if
like
I've been in like a public shower or a public gym restroom, I pee on my feet.
Why people think washing your legs in the shower is like putting dish detergent on chicken? They think it's so odd to wash your legs while you're in the shower.
I think it's so odd that black people rinse their. It's not about dish detergent. It's about rinsing the chicken. Black people rinse the chicken.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You don't have to.
I never heard of
about. You try to show me a clip like you was making fun. Yeah,
there was a funny clip where she used dishwasher detergent, and it was like everybody was like, "Whoa, what the heck is she doing?"
Nah, I thought y'all thought it was a thing.
Like that's just crazy. I kind of understand rinsing it, but the point is they rinse it, but it's not really necessary. But rinsing it with soap, that's just crazy.
Stale blood.
I think that was actually a
the
fake.
Stale blood be come out of it. It's dye. It ain't even really blood, but you're supposed to take it off.
I think that was a fake clip. Like, or they were just doing it because of the stereotype. They were doing it to be funny.
But I'm saying the thing with the people.
But it's true what I said that black women or black cooks, black women when they're cooking, they rinse the chicken off.
Yes. That's true. They do rinse the chicken.
Which I don't think there's like a problem with that. It's just not necessary. And actually, you can introduce more contaminants by doing that than if you didn't do that. Most chefs would say, don't do that.
Whatever.
Yeah. That's fair.
People do what they seen growing up. So if their parents did it before the research and the polls came out, then they just kept doing it. It ain't nothing that's gonna kill the chicken or gonna kill the people that's doing it. Like sanitary, it's better to be safe than sorry. It seems the more sanitary way. I don't trust the government to just peel off plastic and put it in the skillet. I don't know. If a farmer wanted to kill you, he can sprinkle some anthrax on that stuff, and you just gonna take his word for it. Probably wouldn't save you rinsing it by then, but anyway. Hey, and I'm looking up these. Hey, I don't know if I should save it. Are you doing a show tonight, or you playing a game? You ain't got time to do no research and actually use no brain power. So we're gonna have a relaxed show tonight. Is that what you're doing?
I'm literally using like all my brain power right now. Like every section of my brain is working right now. I'm reading. I'm playing a game. I got another game going over here. I got conversation going on.
Yeah, that just means using 15% in 4 or 5 different.
That's
places.
not even true. That's not even that whole. You only use 10% of your brain is like a fake thing.
No, that's not saying you're not focusing 100% on everything you're doing. You're only breaking it down to this much. You're not 100%.
Yeah, but have you heard people only use whatever percent of their brain?
Yeah, I heard.
You know that's not true.
No, it's not. But you can always find a deeper level of deeper mental state if you dive into it. It's levels of the chakras you can reach by knowing yourself.
Talking about a chakra?
Chakra? You talking about okra? Yeah, man.
I don't know what a chakra is, dude.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I know you got like 9 of them in your body, but I never mess with my chakras.
6. There's 6. It's like a Hindu thing. They're different colors. Like colors of the rainbow. You got one for your nut.
I think Hindus got a lot of stuff right, though, for sure.
For sure. That's what I'm talking about. You got to get on the spiritual level, not
I guess. Everybody's got something, right?
Plan.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah. Plus, Buddhas are pretty sick, too. Some of them are pretty tight.
Yeah. There's a new set. Look, two of these people, right? It's a crew. It ain't even a crew. It's a cult. And they are behind Trump.
You can't have 2 people.
Listen. They're a racist. They're a racist Chinese group, and they call themselves the Falun Gong, and they Trump supporters over in China, right? But they do this little exercise, and even China is throwing them out. They banning them, and they harvesting their organs of this group Falun Gong. They rounding them up and selling their body parts to other Chinese people and putting these people in camps and trying to get them from learning their spirituality. It's just like yoga. They stand in parks and do this yoga type shit, but they don't want them doing it. But they funding this big dance plays on Broadway. They got this big funding group in America. Two of them just got locked up in Los Angeles trying to get the IRS to change some type of laws, and it was funded by the Chinese government.
Bro, China been up to no good. Did you see the underground?
Chinese government just shut down Falun Gong.
Yeah, did you see like the clandestine Chinese prison that was going on in New York? Just like a bunch of damn Chinamen would lock up Chinese immigrants here.
Yeah, that's probably doing the Falun Gong thing. Master Lee, he got a whole lake in New York, and they got a big ass following, and they fucking funding campaigns, and Trump is all for them, and Epic Times is ran by him. Epoch Times newspaper, all of that internet stuff is ran by him.
I just call him Epic Times.
Yeah, it's EPOCH.
Yeah, Epic.
That's Epoch.
They say it Epic.
They don't know how it's pronounced. It's Chinese shit. But at the same time, it's probably some initials. But
no, you could pronounce it Epic.
You probably could. You can say it's pronounced
not
epic, you put some words
but
together.
epoch. An epoch.
If you have no respect for English.
No, I would see that and I would say epic.
You say epoch. Epoch.
Stop speaking English.
Epoch Anonymous.
I respect English.
That's right. But no, this Falun Gong group, they got some money and they just got busted out here in LA. They just did a big story about it, and I started researching their ass. I'm gonna hit Nick with the Falun Gong and tell him, hey, they the one got the Q stuff started. It's propaganda. They spent $2 billion in propaganda news in America behind this QAnon conspiracies and everything. They got swastikas and everything in they mix. I mean, Chinese. They based. They are based.
Yeah, China rules.
Hey, yeah.
I'm headed if I ever need an organ. Shit.
They the backbone of the BRICS right now, and they trying to be the number one. They want the yen to be the number one dollar, and it's about to be if we fall on our debt. They already setting up the process and connections.
Bro, they ain't getting no damn debt. We're not paying nobody.
No, they gonna raise that debt ceiling. One way or the other, it ain't gonna be shut down for long. Don't worry about that.
I'm saying is China ain't getting paid, bro.
Raising the debt ceiling is saying we're gonna keep paying them. That's how we pay China, by raising the debt ceiling. Not paying them is defaulting on the debt, on the money we already owe them. That's how you're not the politician in the family, are you?
I know China doesn't want no problems.
China want all the smoke.
They better damn reverse engineer some aircraft carrier stat then. Shit.
They got more aircraft carriers than we. No, they got more. We got more aircraft carriers, but they got more naval ships.
It doesn't matter, dog. Because we can carry planes. We can carry planes over these ships.
No, them planes got refuel.
We got Australia.
They got the missiles inland that can reach all the Navy ships, so they don't need a.
China cannot do nothing.
Right.
China, nukes are fake. China ain't.
That's American propaganda. We ain't talking about nukes. We're just talking about wars and ships.
Dude. I don't gotta look at no propaganda, dude.
Wait, are you saying China would lose to us?
I'm saying nobody wants to smoke.
Nah,
They're getting looked at.
I think you're wrong.
He's saying
I think China's already beating us. China already owns us. Pretty close.
Yeah, they might be beating us in a Cold War, dude. But we'll murk them.
A technological war? Doubt it, but I gotta ask response. No response. Oh, wait. Actually, I do have a response. I do.
China.
I do.
You have a response for China?
No, I don't.
No response for China?
I did have a response, but if I do a response, I'm going to have a 4th battle card on the field. His thing's going to have quad strike. I don't want that.
take this quad strike.
You know who doesn't want a quad strike is China.
Nah, they prepared, man.
Well, wait. Either way, I'm going to get a 4th card. Wait. Whatever. Either way, I'm going to get a 4th card on the field. Okay, he swings.
Quit sleeping on China.
They're too geezed up anyways, dude. They're all too old.
Man, they got the youngest population next to Africa. Yeah.
That's the problem. The problem is they're starting to own Africa, which that's a big problem.
Nah, okay. So you still think we can take them though, right?
Nah, we gotta start. We can't be letting them take Africa like this, all willy nilly.
They got India. They got Brazil.
No, we got India. We got India.
No.
We got India for sure. India's our bros, dude. Are you kidding me? India loves the U.S.
Mario's going in for the kill right now. He's got a non-negatable quad strike.
Not no more, buddy.
If China takes out India, who the hell are they gonna scam call?
China and India are best friends now.
No, they're not.
Yep, they are.
Nah, India's just gonna do the double cross.
Russia's giving India gas because they can't afford it. You know, the United States ain't got enough to feed it to them. So Russia and China and Iran are all in bed together. You gotta
Bro, we got the most gas.
You gotta watch the news, buddy.
China's weak, or Russia's weak as hell, dude. They can't even take Ukraine.
They can take it if they wanted it. They just don't want to stretch China out too much, overextend them. China
No, they don't want to piss us off.
There's nowhere to help Russia out. We got NATO. So all of that, Russia's isolated for real. China, it didn't invest in bases in Saudi Arabia, somewhere close where it could be a global empire. It's only China's launching everything to protect its islands, take Taiwan back, Tokyo, Japan, all that.
They better not touch a toe on Taiwan, dude.
Yep, they're taking all that shit back.
If I would have Yamcha'd, I could have got rid of your Vegeta and the Pan. Either way, I would have ended up with 4 battle cards on my side of the field.
You're not touching Taiwan, Freddy.
Yeah.
What are we comboed at? 85? Can I beat 85? Mario's going in ham. 86 quad crit. Crit doesn't matter because I only have 4 life. So 86 quad. I'm sorry to tell you, Mario, but I got that all day on deck. So we're going super combo. Hold up, guys. 1 second. I gotta do this math real quick. I mean, I got it easy.
If China touches Taiwan, I'm going over there, dude.
Man, whatever, dude.
I'm looking at a map of the globe. I'm looking at a map of the globe as we have this discussion, dude. Just looking at how much America could have if we wanted it. Canada's up there thinking they're safe.
Yeah, and China gets a hold of Taiwan. You know that's a fake thing, just like Russia and Ukraine. That's just a proxy war. The chips. The chips. That's just a thing to get Americans riled up. So they'll get like, we got to go to war with China because they're taking over Taiwan. Let China have Taiwan. Who cares? It's really not even a thing. What about
we need it so we got to have that stranglehold on them, brother.
Yeah,
no, man, it's just some chips. We're not getting the chips from Taiwan.
No.
Taiwan's not doing nothing for us. That's the only importance. The geographical location. What, it gets them like 50 miles closer to Hawaii. China is a huge coastline that's like on the side of all of that stuff. And all Taiwan does is give them an extra like 50 miles, a little. They say it's military importance with.
I'm saying what it gives us against them.
Huh?
It doesn't give them much of an advantage, but the advantage it
You're
gives
saying
us
we
is
should take over
insurmountable.
Taiwan. I mean, if we take over
I'm
Taiwan,
saying
I'm
we
kind of down
already
with that.
I'm saying we already have presence there, and if China takes it, we won't.
Yeah, they mad that if they don't act like it's
Well,
they.
if China takes it and we have a presence there and they're killing Americans, that's what I'm saying. They're just using that as a thing to get people
No,
riled
what I
up.
don't like is
Why
they
do we
let
have a
Japan
presence there?
Aren't they letting Japan fire up the Navy again? I
Because
don't like that.
we're not profiting off them dang chips. They got all the chip supremacy. 15, 25, 35. I got to get to 85, Mario. 35.
Gonna be obsolete. We don't need.
Dude, all I'm saying is line up a Chinaman in the Oklahoma drill, dude.
15, 25, 35, 45. Oh my God. 45.
What's going on?
50.
Dude,
35.
Texas alone will take out China. If we just send the boys from Texas over there, it's over.
65.
You don't know how many people China has in its army.
Yeah, but they don't want to fight for China.
You have 96? Oh, shoot. What am I at? 65. 70. 80.
What the hell on her?
I see how he has to count out loud. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
You have 96? I thought you had 86. Hold on. We got to count. We got to do some counting here. I thought you said you had...
The other day, he couldn't add 7 and 6 because you didn't have enough fingers.
Oh, he's saying I have 96. I have 96. He stream sniped me and he counted my cards. Because he knows I'm too retarded to do +5 and +10 math right now. So you've got 86. I think I got 90 on board right now. 15.
I knew this boy ran out of fingers, dude.
Yeah.
15, 25, 35. Stop talking. 45, 55,
52,
65,
38,
75,
74,
85, 90. That's 90 on board right now, right? I'm going to Z-charge one of them. That's funny. I think I got 90 on board right now.
I thought you said 95.
I can't count, dude. It's not just counting. There's cards everywhere. You have 96 on board?
Wait, you have to count and move your eyes at the same time?
I know. Let me pull this Brawly back then, which would put me at 91, and that gets me over you. I didn't pull.
You never had no black, red-eyed black dragon. You never had no blue-eyed white dragon.
You're at 86. I put one back in my hand, and do I need to put that one in my drop? I think we're good. If I was at 95, you're at 86. I can pull one back to my hand. I pulled the Yamcha back to my hand. So that puts me at 90 to your 86. So we're good. All right, proceed. You just comboed everything you got. I think I win the game. Do I win? You have no cards in hand. I think I win. You have no energy, no cards in hand, no cards on board. I think you dumped. You shotgun just now.
You won a game first time?
I won the last game too. He's passing turn to me.
He's got one foot in the grave because he couldn't behave.
And that Goku was permanent in energy. Where did my energy go?
But that don't make no sense right there, J-Dub, because wouldn't a guy
you win. He said,
that
you
was
win.
better than his ass that wouldn't behave put him in the grave? So the better dude's still alive.
I'm about to turn this shit
It's about how you behave. Huh?
I'm about to turn it to Babe Ruth in the cage.
That was pretty cool though, Mario, that deck. I like what you're doing there. I want to play against your revive deck. You You want to play one more game with your revived deck? I saw you
would
posted
want
it
to
on.
play with this deck.
Hey, that sounds nasty, getting it.
Shut up!
I want to play with that revive game.
That's a played out card nerd joke. We've been. Oh, let me see the deck. Yeah. Pause. Okay.
No, it's a sick guy in a Letterman jacket joke that they make to you card nerds.
Facts.
Right before you give me some of your tops.
Top deck. Actually, when you pull a card off the top, it's called top deck.
Mm-hmm. That's when you cheating, right?
That's when you're cheating. No, top decking. The top decking is just the card off the top. That's the heart of the cards in Yu-Gi-Oh. He says the heart of the cards. Because sometimes you just need that one card. You just need that one card. And you got to get the heart of you got to get the heart of the cards. You put your hand over the deck and you just feel it. Pause.
Yeah, right.
Let's go fish.
I'm calling it a day. All right, later, Mario. Have a good night. Go fish. All right, I think this is gonna work good. Go fish is a good game too. I'm a nerd. Sorry about it.
Hell no.
Hell nah.
Did you watch the modern day debate? If you watched my comment that went up,
I was streaming it. And
somebody stole my comment. Did you see how they stole my comment, made it into another super chat or something?
Nah, what comment? That girl was an idiot, by the way.
As
soon as any pro-abortion person says parasite, they lose the debate instantly. They're an idiot. They're an angry, liberal-minded feminist, just hateful. Just that's
Why
totally.
you say parasite's a bad word?
I'm saying if they're using that in a debate for pro-abortion people, if a woman says parasite. And everybody in the chat knew it too. Even like the people who were on the left and who were pro-abortion, they're like, no, girl, you just lost. Because that's something angry, like there's an angry feminist college girl. It's a parasite sucking up our life.
Well, she was saying, I'm assuming. She kept saying, I'm assuming.
No, even her debate partner, the dude with the girl gloves. Yeah. I've seen him in other debates. Even he was like, I don't know about that. And then he'd shut up. She shut him up quick and she stuck hard with it, which I respect. Because I think she knew what she did as soon as it came out of her mouth. And she's like, nah, I'm gonna go in
harder on it.
Yeah. And which I respect that more than if she was like, well, I mean, yeah, I know it's not actually a parasite. But she's like, no, it's a parasite. I was like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, it's attached to a host. But listen,
it's the same species.
Listen, I said
part of the definition of parasite is another species.
You know, ladies in the Victorian era would give themselves tapeworm intentionally so they could eat a bunch of food and not gain weight. That's pretty sick.
That is pretty crazy. Now, see, a tapeworm would be an example of a parasite because it lives off of its host, but it's another species. The same species living off of the same species is usually not a parasitic relationship.
Because if you need, exactly. Because if you needed another species to live or survive, you have it within yourself.
The relationship with a mother and a father is not a parasitic relationship. It's a symbiotic relationship. Because if the parents, it may be harmful for the parents to take care of the kid for a while. You got to work harder. You got to make more money, blah, 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 blah. You got to put in a lot of work for this kid. And it seems harmful to you, but it continues the world. It continues the population. That's, biological, evolutionary, whatever you want to. So it's symbiotic.
Someone's got to. God's playing regardless. You know what baby gonna make it and what baby ain't. It ain't even for us to decide who's gonna do what. Because even if the law said it was illegal, it still happened.
Well, yeah, but if I brought God into it, then everything would just be God. But
Yeah, that's what they trying to base their moral principles on. But at the same time, no. They ain't going for it. But no, I said something about white supremacy is...
If you don't have a God, you can't, bitch.
White supremacy is pro-life. That's what I said. White supremacy is pro-life. Whites think they need more white babies to grow
watch
their
the stream because I was reacting to the debate, and when she brought up the whole she touched on it, and I paused her and I went into it. I was like, she's about to mention the whole she talked about crime statistics.
Crime.
Yeah, and how
Well, you can't talk about that.
Abortion in urban areas dropped crime rates. That's because they were killing. There's a reason that all the abortion mills were put up in urban areas because of Margaret Sanger. There's a reason. And there's a reason it dropped the crime statistics because it was killing off certain people in certain areas.
Whoa, dude.
It's a 15-year.
No. But this is eugenicist leftist. This is eugenicist leftist stuff. So when she started talking about that to defend her position, I was like, oh, she's getting into some hot water because she's actually saying something that like a white supremacist or a crazy far right person would say. But then she's like, well, but I know this is a thing that they say. And yeah, that girl.
Yeah, she said they must have seen my other argument. She done said it before, and I just made that comment up, and I said it first. And somebody stole my comment. She said somebody must have seen my other interview where I was talking about this. And I said
they were talking about Richard Spencer.
And on my comment, I said, so I was told, but I just made that up. So it's crazy that they did it, and they did it twice.
Well, because she said she was talking to Richard Spencer, and that's something he used to say. And he's supposedly far right, but I call him a racist liberal.
Nah, he's far right. Look.
No, he's not. He's pro-abortion. He's pro. He's not far right.
You said they call him far right.
They call him alt-right. They call him the godfather of the alt-right movement. But people who are actually far right think that he's a cuck. They think he's a little beta bitch. And and he's pro-abortion. He's pro-women's rights and women, feminist stuff because he's trying to get laid. He's like an actual incel, and he's trying to get laid. So he hates black people.
Apparently.
Well, now Richard Spencer's turning back on all that. He's changing.
Doesn't you just gotta be mean to him?
He got popular off that because it was radical, and now he's flipping a new leaf.
But yeah, those people like you talking about he's a bitch. Mm-hmm. But no, listen. I was talking about the second time I said something. I said they was talking about DNA testing on the kids, and my comment before they switched it up, I said then the government's gonna be collecting your DNA. And then they jumped on that subject. Hank read my comment, and he's like, yeah, I think that can go into some. I said, there you go, Hank. Hank read my comments, and somebody else read both my shit.
DNA in some cases? Do they do that when you get booked in places? Do they take DNA? In any other state?
You said when you get booked in places?
Yeah, in any state, do they do that?
Every state. If you go to county jail, you get your DNA taken. You're getting a mount. Well, wait. You get fingerprints taken.
Yeah, I know you get prints. I don't know if they do DNA, though.
They do DNA if you're convicted of a felony. They'll come to your cell if it's a felony. They can take it. But misdemeanors, no.
Yeah, I'm sure I've had my DNA taken at some point.
Even when you go on probation, your probation officer will do it. They'll take it at the probation officer as soon as you get there.
I'm trying to think if I ever gave spit or blood. When I went to jail, I don't ever really remember getting my mouth swabbed. Maybe. And I never did blood testing where they.
We ain't talking about by Bubba or nobody. We talking about by Dr. Jazz.
We're talking about if you get put into the system, do you get your DNA taken? And I've been through the whole system, so I'm trying to think. I think I'm the only one here. So I'm trying to think if they ever took my DNA. And I don't know. I've had tetanus shots. I've had I don't know. I've had pee taken.
If they wanted to steal it.
No, I've had mouth swabs. Mouth swab counts as DNA, right? They can use that for DNA.
Yep.
Yeah, I've had.
But not on the drug test. That's overextensive. You can't take a mouse swab and they tell you
Why
it's
couldn't they
for a
use
drug test.
You don't think they could use the spit from your Yeah, so knowingly, no, I've never had the government take my DNA for a crime, and I've had a felony. I've had juvenile
Your
stuff,
DNA
drug
has no
stuff,
rights.
all that stuff. I've never had anything take my DNA. The only place that ever tried to take blood from me to do blood testing was the dang methadone clinic, and they never got it.
I got O negative.
I was there 2 years. They tried to take my blood for blood testing like every 6 months, and my veins did not work. So they never got it. And then by the end, I was kind of like, nah, I'm getting off. I don't need you to take my blood before I get off the methadone. So there's no need for it now. My veins are recovering, but nah.
Yeah.
I don't believe in DNA.
No, shut up.
And
You don't think it's real?
I don't know. I don't think so. With like the ancestry DNA and the 23andMe and stuff, that's started by Mormons so that they could do posthumous baptisms because they want to have records on all the humans throughout history. They need to have a genealogical record of every human who ever existed throughout history. That's their mission. And so, they help fund and help start Ancestry. They have a vault in the mountains where they store genealogical information. This is not conspiracy theories. This is all.
I think that's a sick mission.
Yeah, well, so that's the plan, right? So it started with Ancestry.com years ago. Remember Grandma Pat? She was real into the Ancestry stuff. And back then, there was no DNA involved. It was just following records, paper records, and documents throughout history, and you just go backwards throughout time. And that's cool, right? But so with the genealogical places, all they're doing is collecting DNA and then using those records, which are all on the internet now, and they have access to all of it, so they can rapidly go back through the past. So they just take your name and the information you provide on the paper, and they pretty much construct a record, right? The DNA is just so they can get you in the dang vault, and then they'll be able to sell that, and actually not eventually, it's already happening, but they'll be able to sell that information to other companies that are going to do things like cloning and stem cell research and blah, 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 blah. And yeah, so it's no bueno. It's the same thing as when they do like core samples and radiation. What's it called? To time carbon dating. You could send your carbon dating core sample to 5 different places and get 5 different dates and time of when it came from, and they're going to ask you questions like, where did it come from? How deep was it? What's the sea level there? Blah 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 blah. And then they're going to give you an estimate, and DNA is the same thing. They're really just using the records and the documents to figure out stuff. Does that make sense?
Nope.
No. I think
that was a perfect example of it. What does it look like? A dang double helix with some dang old proteins and
if that was the case, the
amino
DNA
acids and proteins on a double helix. I think
go back and find discrepancies like this ain't your real father. Somebody else had an affair. This is this. After the DNA don't match up with the paperwork that somebody lied. What they got 2 databases of lies. Listen to you. Yeah.
You got the damn Maury Show database and the science database?
No, it can't be a paperwork database.
Well, now that's different. So like if you got a mother and a father, you can take both their stuff and compare it to a child, then you can see the connections and see that it's the same.
But
so I guess that's real.
I'm different. It's traced real. Birth certificates. That ain't gonna tell you whose kid is whose.
I guess it's real. I guess it's real.
It's as real as it gets, dude. I think you might have had an extra chromosome.
The whole way he started off with proving it's not real is that the Mormons will go through all of this bullshit for something that's fake. Oh, the Mormons started it off so they can have all of this stuff.
I'm saying it's like not what you're told. When they're saying send your spit in to 23andMe, you wouldn't send your social security number to somebody on the internet, but you'll send your DNA to this corporation that's going to use it to tell you your ancestry, and it radically like changes people's minds because they think like people on both sides like of the political spectrum, like people get that information back and they're like, oh wow, now like you, Freddie, you got that information back, and instead of acting like a dang American Christian like you were raised to be, you were like, I'm Egyptian now because I saw 23andMe said I got.
You don't like it because it makes people embrace their heritage?
Yeah.
You're racist. You're racist.
Have you seen the TikToks and the videos of
heritage but you?
Have you
and
seen
them Dixie Southerners?
the white girls that are
Egypt
like,
is
I'm
still
18%? Have you seen the South Park clip where they're like, I'm sending my information off to 23andMe, and they get it back and like, I'm 17% victim. I'm 23% victim. Now I can say the N-word. What's up, Mike? Have you seen that South Park? It's so funny.
Nope. That's victim, not a race.
So that Elizabeth Warren can be like, I'm Native American because I got 1064th Native American DNA. Come on now.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I just buy you are what you look like you are.
So what's the point of DNA? It's fake.
Oh, so you can get science, but I'm saying, in
It's
terms
like
of
nukes.
like what you can
They're
get away
real,
with,
but I mean, fire bombs do more damage than nukes.
Listen, I don't know none about that, dude.
Yeah, I gave up this argument a long time ago.
My last name ain't Oppenheimer, dude. All I know is Japan don't play around no more.
Japan?
Yeah, they started making VCRs, dude, after we gave them Little Mama and Big Bomb or whatever it's called.
No, after we gave them like 100 days worth of firebombing constantly.
Fire tornadoes.
Hiroshima, the biggest
nuke.
Hiroshima, the biggest nuke, was rated 16th for cities in Japan that took the most damage.
Did you know that they would like study the weather patterns so they would make like fire tornadoes?
Yeah, with fire bombs. Yeah, they didn't get a dang nuke. The nuke was just a word that would scare people into thinking, oh, this is something different now. But really, with dang napalm, you can light a whole jungle on fire. You could kill everybody in Africa with napalm.
I'd rather get nuked than napalmed every day. I'd rather get nuked 10 times than napalmed once.
Right, because nukes, you're dead quick. If you're close to it, you're dead quick. If you're not close to it, you'd be all right. You can go back there in like 6 months.
I made napalm once.
But
in the backyard.
napalm, you're about to burn.
I made napalm before, and it caught the whole backyard on fire.
I made it, and I caught, what did I catch on fire? With styrofoam and gasoline. Pause. I don't think we can say that on YouTube. Anarchist cookbook in a video game. In Zelda, if we collect styrofoam and gasoline, we can make napalm. Guys, we're gonna go get the master sword and make napalm.
Dude, I think that's a common knowledge. I don't think that's like a secret. You can make napalm, folks. Get a couple big gold.
That's not real napalm. Y'all just making up stuff.
It's napalm.
I feel like we tried to break open a newspaper dispenser with napalm. We jacked like 4 newspaper. You know the old newspaper boxes for the young kids out there? You used to put a quarter in this little box, and it had newspapers, and you could open it and take all the newspapers, but we weren't after the newspapers because nobody needs newspapers. We're after the quarters. So we jacked some newspaper boxes. I think we made napalm and threw it on there just for fun. We kind of knew that wasn't going to crack the lock. We have ways to do that, but we threw some napalm up on that piece. We started catching a little bit of the jungle, the forest on fire. Actually, we called it the woods. Catching a little bit of the woods on fire and had to calm down a little bit.
All messed up for that.
Yeah, we got like $8. we got like $8 in quarters. That's funny.
Illegitimate crooks.
I feel like we got more than that.
Well, you're right. It's not. We blew one up with TNT once.
Let's go.
Y'all sound like
See,
we weren't that advanced. We didn't have no TNT.
No, I wasn't. See, Antifa's gay though, because they have like a political cause.
I didn't say Antifa. You said TNT, right?
Yeah, no. Freddie said we sound like Antifa. He doesn't realize we're just doing it for the love of the game, not some dumb political view.
Yeah.
Antifa don't got no TNT. Antifa just buys mortars from the dang fireworks stand and throws
They
mortars.
just gave that Antifa girl 8 years in the penitentiary.
Good.
8.5 years.
Good. They just gave that freaking Promise Keepers guy 19 years.
I'll tell you the difference, Freddie, between Antifa, little whack ass Antifa guys, and real ass guys like me and JS right here. Is Antifa throws mortar fireworks at their enemies, we throw them at our friends, dude.
For fun.
It's a pastime.
Yeah.
For fun. That was
they think that's an act of war. We think it's an act of damn fun.
Man, me and Matt used to have BB gun wars from across the yard before paintball was a thing. BB gun wars.
Yeah, we did airsoft. Never BBs though. That's crazy as hell.
I had a pump, and he's like, okay, like a Red Ryder pump, and he's like, okay, you only pump it 3 times. But he had a pistol that was CO2, and I was like, well, you got to shoot that thing 20 times before we can play, because full power CO2 and 10 pump, we're doing some damage.
Dude, y'all the type I leave a whole truckload of guns around. I'll let y'all go ahead and
I still got a divot. I still got a little divot in my calf from getting hit by a BB when I was young.
Yeah, that's dumb as hell.
It's just always
metal
BBs dip there. With no obstacles. The obstacles was like a grill. He was on the patio side, so he'd get a grill, and there's glass over there and stuff. Who cares? But he's got a grill and like a lounge chair that he flips up on the side to hide behind. And then I got the trees and the bushes.
Yeah, no.
The bushes don't offer any sort of defense, but you can hide behind them, so you don't know where you are.
The bushes, dude.
Yeah, you gotta use them bushes.
Just like nom.
What about paintball? You guys were big into paintball? I was big into paintball, but I only played like on a competitive. I don't know if you were there for this, but it was with the church, and we went to like we used to always go paintballing, and it was at
Probably jungle games.
Jungle games, yeah.
If it was with the church.
Yeah, and like the first like 4 or 5 times that I went paintballing at jungle games, it was cool, but it was these huge courses with like barrels and little buildings you could get in. It was more of a woods ball game, not a total woods ball, like a 3-day game or something. But it'd be like
theirs was just like an open field with stupid ass.
Yeah, and stuff. I didn't really like that a lot, but it was still fun because it was paintball. But it's like you play a 30-minute game, and I'm gonna last till the end, and I don't see anybody the whole game because I'm being all stealth. Yeah. And then I get shot at the end. I maybe shoot one person, but I played speedball one time.
Speedball's fun as hell.
Oh my god, I was hooked, dude. And it was
you get like 3 people out, bro.
Yeah,
off rip, you run. Oh, it's so fun.
It was with the church. It was the last time I played paintball, and it was speedball. And
I cheat like hell too.
It was
I'm
with
wiping all paint.
Yeah, well, you can't do that in speedball because it's such a small course that the ref will see it. Like they see.
If they don't, though, like.
All right, damn cheater.
Yeah, of course, dude.
That's why you don't play no games. But it was with the youth group at the church, and at this point I'm like, I think I was 20 years old or something, and I was just going to help with the youth group. I was going to help out with the youth group.
28 years old. Yeah.
No, I was like 20. I was 20 or 21, maybe 22.
Yeah, a lot of them church boys can't handle the paintballs.
And the youth group is going out. Do you want to go with us? And I was like, heck yeah, I want to go. And so it's like middle school and high school kids, 6-on-6, right? I get to the snake. Bro, I took out like 4 people in that game, in a 6-on-6 game.
That's why you thought you was good. You was playing against what? High school kids?
I was crawling along the snake. I was popping up. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Got you. And then I got behind them, and they had no idea I was behind them. And I'm just like, brrr, brrr. Walk up.
I took out 3 guns. when I was like 12, I took out 3 grown men with a Tippmann 42 Custom, dude. That's my proudest paintball moment.
That's right.
I didn't even shoot them. I made them surrender, dude. I snuck up on their bunker, made them surrender. Grown ass men.
You surrendered them? What?
Yeah, all right. Somebody surrendered paintball. You done got your ass lit up.
My worst paintball time.
Even after you shoot me, I'm gonna shoot you back.
No, but I was 12 years old. They're not gonna light up a damn child that's right here and saying, "Hands up."
Yeah, but you can't surrender them. You gotta just pop a few off.
Nah, dude, because I wouldn't.
He just walked up on him and didn't even know what he was doing at 12 years old.
Dude, what?
He's like, "Are you my daddy?"
I've been playing
damn kid to a fucking paintball game. 12-year-old scared to death out there with grown men.
That's funny.
About to get his ass lit up.
My worst paintball experience was getting.
I was scared of.
Hell yeah, them pistols.
I got double teamed, pause, but I was playing woods ball with Matt and a guy that we worked with, and came out into like an opening, and they were on both sides of me, and they both just started, and I probably got hit like 22 times, all up and down both sides of my body.
They ran the gauntlet.
Yeah, it got to the point. Well, I did things like that, like where we'd have friends lined up and just run through here and we're going to shoot at you. But this was worse because they were both like 6 feet away on each side. And I think they were kind of just trying to put it on me. Like, let's just fuck him up. Like, they both just unloaded. I'm like, I'm a hit. Ah!
Yeah, it's the worst. I don't know. When you have an electric marker, that's when it rules. It's an expensive ass hobby. It really is. It's like, if you want to have a good ass weekend every weekend, it's like $150 a weekend, plus $900 for a good ass marker and everything you need.
Yeah.
You ever put your paintballs in the freezer?
I've done it.
I think that's a myth too. I don't think it actually
freezes them. They put like oil in them.
I think it makes it,
no, the paint is
very more be hard.
The paint's really oily. It'll make the shell harder. But then it actually hurts less because they just crack like an egg. It's better. It hurts more if you got something warm kind of hitting you and go, whoa. But with the ice thing, it just hits and spatters. It's like getting hit with an egg or something.
It doesn't transfer as much energy because.
Yeah, when they're nice and warm and soft, they hit you and they like warp into your skin before it splatters.
It's cool to leave them in water for a long time. They like grow and get all nasty.
But I think that was a thing with old paintballs, and that's why they had to start. They started putting like a certain amount of some oil in the paint, and the paint became like real oily.
That seems insane. I don't think that was ever a thing. Who would do that?
I don't know. I feel like it was a thing. Like, and you could hurt people because the paint they were using froze, so they started using a non-freezable paint.
I just want to meet these people who think like the paint from a normal paintball isn't enough.
Or some dumb redneck was playing around and came up with an experiment and killed somebody, and they freaking lawsuited them. They're like, we need some non-freezable paint.
Nah, if you die by paintball, you got to sue your damn parents for that for the DNAs, dude. You know, cranium. Oh, damn, dude. Fuck.
I haven't been reading the chat.
Spider.
I forgot there was a chat. You had a spider on you?
There's spider web.
What's up, Dean? What's up, Flat Sabbath? Flat Sabbath said, I own a back scratcher in reference to the conversation much earlier. That's pretty based. I don't. I mean, I guess I can find a stick.
I use a fork, too. A fork usually can reach anywhere you can't, I've found.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything's a back. What's up, Flat Sabbath?
Dean said DNA is just something that everybody has in them. That there's their own specifically. Nobody else has the same one. Yeah. Kind of like fingerprints or eyeballs.
It's you can also put it in somebody.
But do you think? But I think the eyeball is just as descriptive as the DNA is.
I don't know about that.
I think I do. I've read books about it.
Identical twins got the same DNA.
But is the eyeball like a fingerprint? Is it one of a kind?
The eyeball is the levels of magnitude higher, like 10. If
More
the fingerprint is 10 zeros after that, levels of magnitude higher than the fingerprint.
Wow.
Yeah. The eyeball is like
that?
a universe. Based off what James P. Gills, an optometrist from Florida, wrote about in many books that I've read. But
I like to watch them move in slow motion. Eyeballs, it's really cool.
Yeah, your eyeball is as complex as what it takes for a planet to sustain life, and so in the whole
isn't.
In the whole universe, in the whole universe, and this
Dude,
is
I don't even have to play. These things just work.
This is my proof for intelligent design right here. This is my whole thing. So it's actually things that I've read, and I've kind of made it into my own, but it makes sense.
No, I'm kidding. I buy what you're saying.
Yeah, the eye is as complex as the universe, basically. Because we got the James Webb telescope. What do you think about aliens?
I think they're certainly out there.
What do you mean? We got the James Webb. Nothing. Still nothing. You still think so?
Who knows, dude? Yeah, they're definitely out there. Are you kidding me? Come on.
We got the James Webb telescope saying there's no life on these planets.
Yeah, but what does that know?
And we're looking 186 trillion gazillion years into the past.
No, we're only looking 14.8 billion light years, I think.
Bro, I've heard people the common
can't look
consensus
into the
now
past.
for the age of the Earth is 44 billion years old. You're saying the universe is only 13 billion?
14 billion, yeah, light years.
I've heard the Earth as old as 68 billion from scientists.
I didn't say an age. I said a distance. The universe is 14.8 billion light years across.
But you said before that distance is time or something like that, right?
Time is a measure of distance, yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying, right? Does that make sense?
No, not at all. Because I'm talking about distance. You're talking about time, fool.
You said it's the same thing. What the?
No, I'm not talking about the age. I'm not talking about the age of the universe. I'm talking about how far it is across.
Which is its age.
No, because I don't think you can age the universe.
That's the whole conversation right now, that they're saying it disproves the Big Bang Theory, because the Big Bang Theory was at like 13 billion years. And they're like, look, we're looking at galaxies that are like 144 billion years away.
Yeah, that are older than the Big Bang Theory. Yeah, I know.
Or maybe that's not maybe we're just misunderstanding.
There's not aliens. Like,
and it's also not proven that light that light maintains a consistent speed of 186 million miles per second, or whatever it is, 186,000 miles per second. It's not proven.
Light changes all the time.
Right. So maybe farther away in the universe, light farthers travel.
What?
Travels faster, farther.
You just said farther than the universe, light farthers travel.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what farther than the universe, light farthers travel means.
Travels faster. Maybe farther in the universe, light
travels faster?
Travels faster.
I'm saying you're saying there's no aliens, and I'm saying that's crazy as hell because I've seen them.
Dang. You talking about the illegal?
That is not even a real measurement. That's a hypothetical. If you could watch light travel for a year, this is how far it would be, so-called hint. So when you say distance is time, light years, the distance is so hypothetically far away that You
A
can't
light
even
year is a distance.
comprehend how far light can travel in a year as fast as light travels. So you quantum
a
that.
year, a year is distance too, because it's just how long it takes the Earth to travel around the sun.
No, we talking light years for a galaxy to be over there. It's a measurement of, man, they seeing some far shit if you seeing that many light years away.
Yeah.
Because it only a measurement how long it takes to get to what we seeing.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense because the James Webb isn't.
The speed of sight is quicker than the speed of light.
The James Webb is
So
brand
we
new.
can look. What?
The James Webb is brand new. Well, not brand new, but it's only a couple years old, right? So if it's receiving light that's supposedly this many light years away, why is it not seeing it 3 years from now or whatever? Say it's 100 light years away.
It is.
Wouldn't it not be able to see it for 100 years?
It's in the
When
future.
you see a star, you're looking
light
in
years is positive. It's not in the past. It's in the
Yeah,
future.
see-
Light years away. You're
No,
gonna
it's
have.
in
It
the
takes
past.
that long to get there. That's what it means.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, it's in the past.
I know what you're
Hypothetically,
saying,
so
Daddy
you're not
Jugs.
seeing
I
backwards.
just don't.
You're
I don't
seeing
know if I
forward.
agree with
Yeah,
that.
you are seeing backwards because the light for the present hasn't hit us yet.
I think we need to
It's
come up
not
with a
gonna
better
hit us
scientific
because it's
thing
so
for that.
far the fuck away. It would never hit us in the first place.
Yeah, it would. How do you think we see stars?
You don't
That's
see
why
stars light
sometimes-
years away though.
But I
These
can
stars
use
that
the.
you see are in our galaxy.
I can still
Our galaxy is
biblically
not light
be
years
okay
away.
with that. I'm biblically okay with the universe being 186 trillion gazillion bajillion years old, and I can justify it biblically.
He's fucking retarded.
It's true.
You're gonna justify it. Okay.
Or I could I got the oldest, most creditable book, most scrutinized book of all of history, and I can make it work with that idea.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Yep. That's what storytellers do. Make a narrative to fit the agenda.
Right. And
That's not true, dude.
whether it's true or not, storytellers are cool.
Yeah, whether it's true or not.
What's wrong with being a storyteller?
Quote. That's what Paul was, right?
Storyteller doesn't mean like a lie teller or a bad person.
Story is a lie. It's a made up fabrication.
Means fun to be around.
If you didn't have a storyteller, you wouldn't have no history.
Well, or you'd have history and it'd be boring as hell to hear about it.
And if all the storytellers were women, you'd have her story.
No, you'd have a lack of subject because no one's gonna be paying attention in there.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? Come on now.
Pretty much. You'd have dang on Black Cleopatra.
Cleopatra probably was black, right? Isn't she from Egypt?
No, she's Greek. She was the last
Oh, yeah.
pharaoh. Would it
Yeah,
really?
you're right.
Would it even be pharaoh? She's a pharaoh. Wouldn't she be a pharaoh?
I don't know, dude. I'm not. Ask the Egyptian guy.
I'm asking Freddie.
No, she's Greek. She's just a plagiarizer.
You mean a colonizer?
Whatever.
Plagiarizers are still writing. Colonizers steal like cool stuff like land and.
They had to have.
No, he meant plagiarizer. He thinks that
she started. Yeah, they had to
started the
find
Dark
a
Ages.
subject.
So did she help burn the library down?
Who?
Cleopatra. Was she in on that?
I knew she was.
On which one you talking about?
I know she was thought.
It was
She
a
was the
bunch of
original.
She was a thought.
Summer.
She was that thoughty
Cleopatra
thought.
the Fifth.
So Cleopatra came in. She was Greek, and then the library burnt down by the Catholics and the Vatican and all that, right? And that started the
And
Dark Ages.
She was fine as hell.
No, the Dark Ages didn't start to 500 AD.
When did that library? Because you're telling me about that library. When did that library burn down?
Yeah, that was 360 BC.
So right around
the first Ptolemy. That's when Alexander dethroned the black Egyptians and put the Greek Egyptians in place. The first Ptolemy Soter the first, and he came up with Serapis, the first Jesus. And then they came up with the Gregorian calendar and start counting backwards.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't she kill herself by snake?
I don't know about none of that Greek shit.
I think she killed herself by snake, if I'm not mistaken.
All I'm looking for is this stupid statue, and I've been distracted by this conversation. Good conversation.
What statue is it?
I'm trying to meet Cleopatra, dude. Take her out.
You know where she's at?
Cleopatra
No.
dead.
She did.
Yeah, not the current version, dude. Obviously. I'm talking prime Cleo, dude.
The one you need to focus on is Nefertiti.
All of them. I want to see what's happening, dude. Even the Buffalo Wild Wings.
They ain't gonna eat no bone chicken.
Freddie, we got
Egyptian
soul,
people
man. We got soul. You don't know.
Black girls eat steak. You better not take them no chicken spot.
Every black girl I know likes chicken.
No.
Every person I know likes chicken.
That's
and
why I
if they
said
don't,
that.
they like them.
She gonna say you racist.
Plus, I don't. You don't take them where they want to eat, dude.
Yeah, you got to control the date.
What is this, 2023?
You take a black girl to the Popeyes if you want to.
Nah, man. KFC or
Popeyes. Yeah, I'm not lowbrow. I said Buffalo Wild Wings, dog.
Buffalo Wild Wings. I don't know. They're kind of rough.
Wild Wings, yeah.
How about Churches?
Beef O'Brady.
Ooh, Beef O'Brady's has great. Beef O'Brady's has the best wings ever. And when I was visiting Florida, I was like, I have to have Beef O'Brady's wings, and I did, and they lived up to the
they're fire
to the memory. Like, I was like, man, I
curly
miss.
fries?
Oh my gosh, Beef O'Brady's curly fries and hot wings, buffalo wings. What?
Beef O'Brady is just the first restaurant to get an air fryer.
No, I think they do old school, right?
No, it's way better than an air fryer. Air fryer is like we've kind of like lowered our standards, I guess. Like, I don't feel like frying it the real way. Let's use an air fryer. It's healthier.
Well, yeah, way more convenient and healthier, but it's definitely not as bomb.
I don't know if it is healthier. Some meat fat is kind of good for us. Instead of using all these other fake fat supplements, we need meat fat. We need some of that grease. You know?
Yeah, I don't do no damn fat supplement, dude.
Get some bacon grease. Get you some beef tallow.
I just eat a damn pig live.
We're doing stamina. We're doing stamina because I need to get the sword. The chat voted on the sword. We're getting the freaking master sword.
It's not a sword. There's a W.
Iron.
Sword.
Sword.
No, iron.
Sword.
Iron sword.
Dang, I'm going to need...
I have a sword made of iron.
I need one more shrine, actually.
I have a sword made of iron, and I'm going to the movie theater.
Whatever.
Freddie, do you say theater or do you say theater?
Theater.
I say theater.
Do you say
theater?
Do you say crayon, or crown?
Crayon.
I say crown. Wait, we have all three here?
You say crown?
He's damn retarded.
You're asking if there's aliens and you call them crowns, bro. We just found them, dude. This guy's trying to sound human over here talking about crowns. Unreal, dude.
Do we have all three here? Most people don't even.
We do.
Most people don't even know that there's a third. Most people would never
normies
consider just
especially,
saying crown.
You're not trolling. You actually say crown. I'm pissed.
All my life.
If you said that.
All my life, I've said crown, and people are like, people always like looked at me. Did you say crown?
Well, people were a lot nicer than I would have been. If you told me to pass the crown, it would have came at such a high velocity at you. You'd never ask me again, dude.
That's right.
All throughout my
Crown
life,
used to be fun to throw at people.
people were like, "It's not crown, it's crayon. It's not crown, it's crayon." And
I
was
say
like,
crayon.
"Well, which is it?" I think it's crown.
It's definitely not crown. It's probably how Freddie says it, but I think crayon's cool.
Crayon.
Crown. Less syllables, more fun.
No, mine's the same amount of syllables as yours, but it's more what Freddie's saying. It's just condensed. Crayon.
Crayon. Crown. Crayon. Crown. Crayon. Crayon. Crayon is Krayn.
Or Krayon.
That's right.
Or C. It's spelled with a damn C. Why are you spelling it with a K, dude? You're way out. Jesus.
I know. I almost had us going. We had crayon, crown, and crayon.
When we find out you wrote with some damn off-brand shit that's like KROWN. Crown wax writers or some shit.
We had some Chinese crayons spelled with a K. All right.
Crayons used to be fun to throw, but you remember? Because they'd like break real easy, and then you get a smaller piece that's even better to throw. Crayon fights were cool. I've also seen where they inlay like melted crayons into like woodworkings and then put epoxy over it. That's really cool too.
Melted crayons into woodworking. Yeah.
Like engrave wood and then melt crayons, like, and it's sick.
I think I've seen that.
Really cool.
Yeah.
You know what it is?
You never gotten into a little woodworking?
Woodworking.
Yeah, you ever sand a stick or angle beam?
Craftsmanship.
Carpentry work. Just say carpentry work.
No, it's different.
I know it is to you, looking boy.
You weak looking boy, broke looking boy, KY, just shirt looking boy, SpongeBob looking broke boy.
What do you think they call y'all?
Really say it with a straight face, looking boy.
Man, I'm about to get $150,000.
Like looking boy. What's 50,000 to it? Like me? Can you please remind me?
I said 150.
What about it?
Hey, we got the glider suit. We got the squirrel glider suit. We take no fall damage now. And I pretty much don't even need a paraglider. I can just fly to where I want.
As a pet.
What?
I've always wanted a sugar glider as a pet.
I'm basically a sugar glider in this game right now.
Mm-hmm. They're really cool. You know, they communicate at a frequency that no other animal can hear.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Y'all, I need to save my brain cells for some shit that matters.
What do you mean? This is the best conversation you've had in your entire life.
Yeah, you don't care about wildlife, bro?
I don't even know what a sugar glider is.
It's a flying squirrel.
I think it's a marsupial.
Yeah, it is. It's a flying squirrel.
And this girl had one in her hand. She threw it up in the air, and the damn bird came and killed it. Or snatched it.
They're so cool. They're the coolest pets because, one, could you imagine a sugar glider coat? Like, the most ballerific I hate PETA move would be to have a sugar glider coat.
Yeah, but that's not cool.
Because they're tiny, but they're the softest creature in existence. I think a sugar glider is the softest thing I ever pet.
I think if you make a coat and stretch them out overlapping, I think the other ones will come and lay on your coat too.
That would be great.
You know,
then you can make a hat.
An otter has the most hair follicles per square inch. It's like 1 million.
Otter's one of my favorite animals. That helps with their buoyancy.
Do you like river otters? River otters are the cool ones. The other ones are lame as hell.
I know. I like sea otters because they go way out deep in the ocean and just chill out there with nothing and just crack oysters on their belly.
Yeah, that's lame as hell. River otters run
crazy.
Up on caiman. River otters kill damn little crocodiles and just for the hell of it.
Yeah, but it's like, basically just like a big river rat.
No, a rat doesn't kill anything. A river otter, dude, runs up on a damn caiman. It'll run up on a leopard. It'll run up on an anaconda.
Yeah, an otter is just like a river otter is just like a caiman that floats.
What? Do you
it's
know
not,
what a
it's
caiman
not even
is?
as cool. Yeah, caiman's like a big rodent. It's like a big rat.
You're thinking of a capybara. A caiman's like a little crocodile. And river otters eat them.
Oh, okay. What?
Yeah, they don't look up river otters. I don't think you realize how badass these things are.
Yeah, but a sea otter can dang old crack an oyster on his belly and just chill in the ocean.
Yeah, but it doesn't kill other predators.
That's all right. You know, you don't gotta be the biggest killer to be the. You know, a sloth is cool. Favorite animals. Okay. Top 5 favorite animals.
No, it's fine. You bring your sea otter. I bring my river otter. We'll throw them in a room.
I got hyena. Out. I got hyena. The African Serengeti hyena. I got dang old ringtailed lemur. I got.
Who gave you hyena?
I got sea otter. I got sloth. And
sloth sucks.
And I got what's my 5th? I know I got a 5th on there. I don't know.
What are you naming your animals? Because I would take years to write this list.
Oh, it might be a sugar glider, like a marsupial that flies. That's cool.
Both of y'all stay out of Africa with them animals. Don't be using my animals out of Africa. You know, you're a European country.
Okay. Look, the coolest animal doesn't have to be the best hunter.
Hey, Siberian
I'm not
tiger,
putting my animals in a fight against the other, the big 5 or something.
Oh, I will, and I'll take a Siberian tiger, and that will murk everything in Africa. Short of a damn hippo.
That is not gonna kill no motherfucking silverback gorilla.
Now wait, do I get a pack of hyenas? Because I said hyenas, and they hunt in packs. Can I get a pack of hyenas against a tiger? I'll take a pack of hyenas.
You can put whatever against whatever, but a hyenas in Africa, you can't have no hyenas.
I'll take a pack of hyenas against almost dang anything.
No,
pack of hyenas have no hyenas.
Pack of hyenas beats anything.
I think Muhammad Ali had a hyena.
That's the strongest bite in planet Earth is a hyena.
I know. I did a report on hyenas and I did a report on sloths.
That ain't true.
And I did a report on ring-tailed lemurs. I feel like I was in a school where you had to do an animal report every year or something.
How do you like sloths?
Because they're chill. They're slow. They just roll.
They suck, dude. You know they can hold their breath like one of the longest of all animals. Did you know that?
Do you not think that's cool?
It's useless for them because they can't.
But how come? Maybe it's necessary because if you're super slow and you travel on branches and you fall off the branch into the river, you better know how to hold. You better know how to hold your breath for a while because you're going to be floating down the river. Wait until you fall off a waterfall and land on a branch.
When they're not in a tree, their whole life is holding their breath like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Their whole life is like, those scary dreams where like you have to fight a guy, but you can't swing your arms, dude.
I know,
I
hate it.
All the time. They know they want to hit the dude. They know how to throw a jab in their brain, but their body just won't let them do it. It's so sad.
And that proves evolution wrong. Because why are the sloths still here? There's got to be some intelligent reason.
So other stuff could eat.
Stuff's not eating sloths.
Everything's eating sloths.
No, I don't think they're like a highly preyed upon animal.
Yeah, because you don't have to prey upon them. They're like a jalapeno popper of the animal kingdom.
So it's like you kind of want to eat one, but it might burn your tongue a bit.
No, it's before you hunt, the waitress comes out and says, "Can I get you started?" And everyone at the table has, a popper too.
What?
Maybe you take one for the road and then you go hunt.
The appetizers.
Yeah, it's a damn. Jesus, you never
It's
had
not the
apples,
wildebeest.
dude?
It's not the wildebeest. It's just a little snack right before the wildebeest.
Exactly.
And they serve their purpose as the snack. That's kind of cool.
Y'all keep on talking about these African
And they're not,
animals.
and they're not discontent with their life.
Well,
You
yeah,
know?
they're too retarded too.
They
I
just
don't like
serve
any
their
of them.
purpose.
Only
They serve their
2,000
purpose
children.
as a dang old chill
Catholic
ass lock,
4 times the number of
climbing
Jews
around
than
in the
church
trees,
had
just
identified.
hanging out.
Dude, I knew in my head I could picture a bird swallowing up a sloth, and I just looked at it, and the biggest predator is the harpy eagle, which is the biggest raptor on planet Earth.
The biggest raptor?
Harpy eagles are sick. Yeah, raptors are just predatory birds.
I know what a raptor is. I don't believe that dinosaurs came from birds, but
I don't know what that has to do with me saying the harpy eagle is the biggest raptor.
A bird, right?
Yeah, but raptor doesn't have to do with dinosaur.
Oh, it's like a categorization of predatory bird. You call them raptors?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the coolest name of a categorization.
The
My
raptors.
favorite categorization. Yeah, I love birds of prey. They're my favorite.
I like birds of prey too. The peregrine falcon is the fastest animal on Earth. 239 mile per hour.
Yeah, they're
dive
sick.
speed.
Dude, don't act like I don't know their stats, okay?
I know the stats, man. I used to watch the dang old shows on like Zaboomafoo and stuff.
Do you remember the most extreme animals on Animal Planet? It'd be like black and green.
Yeah, I think I do.
That was sick. Remember fleas, how high they could jump? It'd be like you jumping over 10 damn Empire State Buildings or something.
Yeah. Until you put the lid on the jar. Ain't that right, Freddy? Yep. You know what I'm talking about, Daddy Jub?
You know who it wouldn't hurt if you put the lid on the jar? Woodpecker. Because their brain can sustain 200 Gs. No problem.
The woodpecker?
Yeah, their brain can.
I ate a
sustain
wood. I killed and ate the only Damn, I'm about to get killed. Wow, I just got murked. This is gonna suck. This is crazy. What were you about to say?
Illegal, what you say.
You're not allowed to kill woodpeckers and eat them?
They look real beautiful. I'd imagine they're protected.
All right. Hypothetically, like 20 years ago, there was a woodpecker annoying the heck out of these kids.
In international waters, too.
It was in international waters. There's like these kids at this camp. They're having a camp out night, a little bonfire, a little hangout by the fire, drink some beers, spend the night in the woods. You know, hypothetically, it was in the
woods in the international waters.
Yeah, I was about to say the well fields, but yeah, international waters. But but there was a woodpecker driving them kids crazy, and one of them might have been me. Said, if you can, we had a BB gun. It's like if you can hit that thing, and it was way far away. It was like way up in a big old. Hypothetically, I was like, if you can hit it, I'll eat it because we had a fire. We had a BB gun. And he hit it, hypothetically. And so we plucked it.
How did it hypothetically taste?
Like really tough chicken. Tougher than pheasant, tougher than anything, because woodpeckers don't got a lot of meat on the bones. And bird is already lean.
And they're tough as hell. They wake up every day and decide to fight a tree.
Yeah, so they're just pure muscle. There ain't nothing chewy about a woodpecker.
Honestly, that's a thick ass animal, dude. Like, which tree am I gonna fuck up today, dude? Show me the guy. And then just drill your head into it repeatedly. That's the best.
Yep.
What if every time they peck, they get a shot of dopamine and they was just crackhead birds?
Crackhead birds?
Crackhead birds are probably like emu.
I mean, technically, if you want to look at it that way, then everything that anything does ever
No, for that impact in your brain,
makes somebody
they hit that wood that many times. It'll get you a dis.
They're not doing it for enjoyment, though. They're doing it because they have to do it to survive.
Yeah, to
But
get
they
that
still might
sap
get
out of
dopamine out of it.
No.
I don't even know if birds have dopamine.
Yeah, they might not feel emotion.
Hell yeah. Birds get depressed.
I know I don't trust birds.
That's for the birds.
I know, like, if a bird looks at me weird, I'll throw something at it, no hesitation, unless it's a raven.
You ever heard a parrot say, "I'm sad. I'm sad.
No, I don't mess with parrots. I'll curse, like, I'll fight a parrot on site.
Parrots don't play, though.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't play either with parrots.
Them are God's creatures, man.
Plus, I don't chill with anybody. If anybody has a pet bird, I'm out.
This one chick I used to know had a pet bird. Man, that thing.
All right, well, we didn't say we're talking about ladies here. You'll tolerate a lot.
No, I didn't because it'd be cool outside the cage. But anytime we got in bed ready to do something, it tried to swoop down on me. Like I was attacking her. So I'm like, these motherfucking birds are
dude. Yeah, they don't
birds
play.
are racist.
Yeah, they don't play, dude.
Racist bird. I could be getting, you know what I'm saying, ate up anything. Here come the bird meddling. I'm like, no.
Madeline. Damn, Madeline bird.
Fucking ass bird.
I don't know how to beat this damn shrine. This is crazy.
Birds be blocking.
Bird's the word.
Whip up something nice. It's gonna be alright. What else? 2/3 cup milk.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and hit the hay, boys.
All right, later.
Nice talking to you.
True.
Hit me up when you watch The Ultimate Fighter on Tuesday, if you do.
All right, I might not be streaming. I probably won't be.
Yeah, that's
streaming.
you know, shoot a text or something, dog. Just want to get your thoughts. But all right, y'all. I'll talk to you soon. See you.
All right, later.
Peace.
See ya. I just blew up the whole. Ah! Oh my god. I didn't die. I just blew up the whole boat. This is the hardest shrine I think I've ever seen. Rip. I'm gonna beat it though. Alright, there's a ladder right there. I still don't have a bow though.
Yeah, I swear they was stealing my comments in that chat, man. The modern day debate.
Stealing your comments? Maybe just multiple people think the same way as you. There's a lot of liberals in there and atheists and stuff.
They stole my comments, sent it in as a super chat.
And then they didn't steal anything. They paid for it.
Paid for it to make it look like it was their idea.
Whatever. I got a stick. Damn it. Screwed up again. Ah, this is not good.
Go book them, Dano. Saturday night in LA, baby.
Another one fell in the water. Okay, all we have to do is break the towers and they fall in the water. No, 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 no. Swim away, swim away, swim away, swim away, swim away, swim away. Oh, crap.
You ain't see me give you a shout out? I gave you 2 shout outs in the comments.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, they didn't come over here, though. It didn't look like it. I don't know.
How do I heal myself? What the?
Ain't heal yourself. You did.
I'm not dead, but I'm about to die.
Go ahead. Slow, take it slow. Could be cooking a whole damn cake. Might as well be. Is this some foolish shit? Mama.
Oh! I need food, I need food, I need food. I got shock fruit, but I need it. That gives me a quarter of a heart. What the? Oh, crap. I'm about to die.
What the?
I'm about to die.
Die like a man, die like a man.
Not dead yet. I'm not dead yet. We're gonna make it, boys. We got 2 hearts. 2 hearts. I got arrows and a bow. Arrows and a bow and 2 hearts. That's all your boy needs.
Yeah, yeah.
I missed.
She look like Thomas.
Oh, we marked that one. Let's go. Where are the last ones? There's one over there. Let's go.
Left. Light goes on. Fell victim to the streets. Rest in peace, son. There's a heavy forward Jeep. If I told you that, I never thought of death. The last ones.
My ninja with the last ones left.
Light goes on. He knew then that they were trying to replace him and take his music out and bring in that gay rap.
No, he was part of that. He was definitely a part of that. Maybe he didn't know he was part of it, but he was a whole part of that whole culture that started that.
No, he never had no.
Yeah, he was a ballerina who took drama class in a liberal college, dude, and he was all about mama. He was raised by a single mother. He was very feminine, and
Not feminine at all. He acted in the movie.
he was very feminine. Have you seen him in Enter? He's very feminine. What are you talking about? He acted not feminine. He acted like a gangster, like, whoa, I'm a big tough guy, but he was very feminine.
Okay, never acted feminine.
Oh,
That's
bro.
why Jada.
You lying like a mug. You lying like a mug.
Jada Pinkett tell you how.
Yeah, now she's married to Will, and he's the same way, and he's very feminine.
Nah.
He's a different type. He's a different type than Pac.
No. Jerry Jackson said he's a thug. I want him to take a
Pac was not no gangster.
HIV test. That's what Janet Jackson said. She made him take a HIV test.
I know.
Yeah. I just lost my 40.
You lost your 40?
Under the damn refrigerator.
Knocked him off in the water. He's dead. Let's go. We beat it. Damn, I was on the verge of death that whole fight. So all you got to do is run up and you got to get the bat first. Get the bat, break the pillars, drop them in the water. They die, and then scoop up their stuff because you're going to be shot at with arrows the whole time. And eat the, you don't need to use all the shock fruits and ice fruits. You can eat the shock fruits and ice fruits. Oh, there's exploding barrels here too. So if you can break most of the pillars, you can jump up on one of them platforms and grab these exploding barrels. That'll help you kill this guy.
That sounds like fun. Fed Falls, I swear, I'm the beach over. Oh.
I guess I could have just ascended up through here too. I totally forgot about ascend, but you can just get on a raft, ascend up to here, and get the spike ball, and then you can... Ooh, I almost killed myself.
All this ascending talking.
Ascending? Boom, 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 boom.
They talking about on this channel I watch. It's called Eric, and he's a clump juice.
Horclump juice?
They found Mount Sinai. They said it's been lost all this time, and they finally found where God gave Moses the Torah.
Yeah, and they finally found where the Ark landed, and all that stuff is coming out. They got the Ark in Turkey.
What kind of Ark?
Noah's Ark.
In Turkey, huh?
I think it's interesting that people who hate the J words like to, because you know Kevin Howe in the chats, he's a lot like you, like, except he's like, a lot of these right-wing people are, you know, you spout a lot of like kind of far-right rhetoric because you don't like the Horclump juice.
Yeah.
And so Kevin Howe is on the same boat. And when I read the stuff he says, it's just like the stuff you say. And the things about Paulinism and things about how the Bible is just stolen from 30 different other cultures throughout history, which I think that is not an argument. That proves that it's true. It's just different tellings of the same story, right? So, from across the world. But anyway, he says the same stuff you be saying, so you should be friends.
I seen him coming for you in the chat. You was on your show getting mad about it. Like, what are you talking about?
I wasn't mad about anything. What are you talking about? I was doing a show. I'm not mad about anything.
Like,
I've been calling him out in chats because I'm hoping he'll come over because he's always very, he wants to like debate people in chats. And I think that's dumb. Why? I mean, it's not dumb. I used to do it too. But if you have the opportunity to debate with voice, then do it. Because you can't really have a debate in a chat. But
if you know how to chat, you can. I debate them all the time.
No, you're not debating anybody. That's dumb. It's just arguing in chats. Nobody can. It's scrolling by real fast. It's like, and no, you're not.
You'd be surprised how many people go to Google off of finding something they just heard or read in chat, and then they go to Google and
right. And but that doesn't lead to anything. Like that just gets people Googling stuff to disprove you, and then you'll find stuff to disprove them on because you type in these specified Google searches that are like meant to lead you to what you're looking for.
I don't think that there's an opposite of everything on Google. If you look for the opposite of the truth, you're going to find the opposite on every page. I don't believe that's true.
Yeah, you definitely can. Well, you're kind of right because it's very left-leaning. Google is owned by Silicon Valley, like, tech people, so they make it a certain way on purpose.
Stuff to fit your agenda.
But you can find stuff that says anything on the internet. So you have to go back to like kind of pre-internet stuff. You got to go to old writings from historians and things like this to find the truth. And you can find that on Google, but that's not going to be the top searches that Google gives you when you ask these questions. It's going to give you like...
It's easy to say you can find anything on the internet, but if you Google right now, pick gorillas in Brazil, you'll find nothing. But you'll say, "Oh, you can find any milk." It's not true.
Big gorillas in Brazil. Pink gorillas in Brazil. Yeah, I'm sure you probably could on the internet somewhere. You could find somewhere talking about some pink Brazilians and gorilla.
The internet's not that biased where you're gonna find all these people making
Okay, but we're talking about like deep questions that have been asked throughout history about moral stuff and religion and God. These are like things that people have dedicated their lives to throughout history, is answering these
on
questions.
the debate. Yes, you're gonna find two different sides on the debate, but I mean one of them is gonna be belief system and one's gonna be facts. You can go with science or you can go with a faith
No,
system.
that's not true, because facts don't give an opinion. So facts will say one thing, and then it's up to the person to decide what that means, what the truth can be derived. There is no truth or false or like facts. Facts are true.
Objective.
Stats are true, but it's not like some world, like there's a reason for why it is that way, and that's what you can't quantify with stats to figure these things out. You have to talk about them, and that's what debate's for, is to figure out what's right. The stat can't tell right from wrong. A stat can tell true or false. You know, it can say this stat says that it's true that this is something that happens, but it can't. A stat can't determine whether that's right or wrong, and that's why stats based around like happiness or things like that are stupid. They're not like real stats.
That's nothing but polls, in your opinion. I can determine true or false.
That's not what all stats are. Polls are different than stats. Polls is asking somebody questions and then they answer. So polls are not very reliable. Stats is where you're like studying something and you're counting something. It has nothing to do with opinions.
And stat says what?
Stat says what? Huh?
The stats can tell you what's true or false.
Yeah, stats tell you what's true or false. But stats don't tell you what's right or wrong.
If you ask the right people, they will.
So like in an abortion debate, we can find stats that say this many people get late-term abortions. This many people in urban areas get abortions. This many people get early abortions because of this reason. We can ask them the reasons, but even then it gets cloudy because they could tell you a reason. That doesn't necessarily mean it's true. But we could say people say this is the reason they get abortions. That's true that's what they say.
Exactly. You proved my point.
Yeah, but that's one situation where that would be more like a poll. And that's what I was saying. Stats about feelings. Stats.
This race goes to jail more than this. That's right or wrong. It's still, you say, okay, you putting the wrong on these people. And
so if you take that stat, we could say this rate gets arrested and goes to jail this much. That's not an opinion. That's not a poll. That's not opinion. That's not subjective. That's just this many people of this race goes to jail each year. So that's a stat. That's true. It's not. It doesn't mean it's right or wrong, and it doesn't tell you the reason for why that is, and it's up to us to figure out the reason for why that is. Is it because this race of people are cursed, or is it because of socioeconomic burdens on the person throughout history? Is it because of oppression? What is it that causes this stat to be true? The stat's true, but it doesn't tell you if it's right or wrong or what caused it. Does that make sense?
Nope.
It should make sense. It should make perfect sense. What are you talking about?
When it comes down to juice, it's all about.
the Horklump juice. We could say it is statistically true that a lot of the elites in the world have a certain heritage or religion or background. So it's statistically true, but does that mean that it doesn't, that's true, but it doesn't say if that's right or wrong. It doesn't say why that is.
Yeah, if you look at the web spreadsheet, you're gonna make your own opinion. So it doesn't tell you if it's right or wrong. If this many
it's not wrong. It's not wrong that one specific
people are let out of jail wrongly convicted.
No, that's not wrong.
It just tells you how many people was let out of jail wrongly convicted. You gotta make up your own mind if it was right or wrong. If they was wrongly convicted, it tells you it was wrong. So therefore, the stats on a wrongly convicted rate can be
that's
telling
a different
you
example.
if it was wrong or not.
That's a different example. You just jump from the Horklump juice to
You can't pick and choose examples. Either it's a standard or it don't fly.
What I'm saying is stats don't. So if the stat says this many people, if the stat says this many people were wrongly convicted.
All right, I hear you trying to change your cookie cutter.
No, you put the word wrongly in it. If the stat says this many people were wrongly convicted of crimes, then it would probably be wrong that people were wrongly committed of crimes. You added wrong to this. We were talking about a stat.
Majority that want them there. If you got a majority that want them there, and you said don't look at the crime or why they in there, and just say that they're in there, and it's not for the stat to decide, then you're gonna put yourself in the perception. What you putting out there? It's not just the stat. It comes with water.
What?
Okay. You at 400 degrees, like juvenile.
I don't know. What you just said didn't make any sense. See, I was saying something based, and you ruined it.
Yeah, because I always do.
And even if if a stat says this many people were wrongly committed of crimes, that's still not right or wrong. It's just a stat. It's just true. Then you have to look at why were people wrongly committed of crimes. Well, some sort of government, blah, 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 blah. That's wrong. So it's not the stat that says that it's right or wrong, except if the stat says wrong in it, then then it's kind of different. But like if we have a stat that says 50% of houses are painted red, that's not right or wrong. It's just a stat. Oh, okay. And that has no opinion or no subjectivity.
If the stats said Christianity was nearly extinct in 500 AD.
If that's what the stat said, I would say that's a true stat. I wouldn't say that that's right or wrong, or that's just a stat. Now, then I would look into what the stat says, and I would say that's not a good thing. We should try to work on that. But it's not it's not like I'm gonna get mad at the stat. But, the stat is just saying the numbers.
Well, statistically, it's just a
so
stat.
Stats make you mad, huh?
Not really.
Yeah, because you're trying to pull out like a stat that you thought you're trying to. Because I was talking about maybe I did say crime rates. I don't know, but you got what I was hinting at. Or I was talking about abortion, and then you brought in the crime rates, and so that's a stat that makes you upset and so you're arguing against stats because that one stat makes you upset. So you try to pull up a stat that you thought would make me upset. But it doesn't. I don't care if the numbers of Christianity is going down. We still got 22 billion people, or 22%, something like that. We got a large percent of the population that's Christian, and the numbers are going down. But that so stats make you mad or something. What's up?
No, I don't think that you can pull up a stat or anything Or apparently you can't. I thought you were saying you can find anything on the internet that can contradict what you're saying, but stats are something that's can't. No, apparently not. It's
No, you won't be able to find stats on it, because to find stats on something, you're going to have studies.
All right, that's what I'm talking about.
And even stats, and I will say, stats are supposed to tell you what's true and what's false, but stats could be lies.
No, what
there are
are
some
you
fake,
saying?
because there are some fake stats that are based off biased studies. I'm just saying.
Listen to you.
What do you mean? I'm not saying anything that's like laughable or wrong. It's just that's like how it is. So if I have a stat that says 97% of climate scientists,
You said it was factual, but if somebody got another stat that contradicts your stat, it's not factual, or it could be factual.
No. So there's a stat that says 97% of climate scientists believe in anthropogenic climate change. Okay? That's a stat. But when you look into that stat, you come to find out that there's a lot of interesting things around it that make it not true. It's not.
What's the stats say?
The
Are
stats.
You gonna find stats that contradict the first stats that you found.
I'm saying
like
you
you
can
said
disprove
in the beginning
stats.
of your argument.
You can disprove
in the
stats.
beginning of your argument. You said you can find anything on the internet that contradicts what somebody else says. So are stats one of them things? Since you said in the argument you can always find anything on the other side to contradict that.
I didn't say you can always find stats to contradict. Sometimes you can, but not always.
Is stats what you're saying? You hearing what I'm saying?
I'm saying any sort of like debate or something, you can find.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can find studies and stats for both sides. You could find stats if we were gonna get in a debate about climate change. You could find stats that say that stats are supposed to represent facts.
If that's the case, that's not facts.
If the scientific method is followed correctly and you control for all variables, then a stat will tell you the truth. But if if something is not done right, like the 97% of climate change people supporting climate change, that was based off of a poll or off of a card that was only given in offices at this climate change office that specializes in this stuff. And if they voted no to it, they wouldn't have a job. And it was handed in stacks to secretaries, and secretaries would just go through and hit yes, turn it back in.
Don't compare the two.
It's like ballot harvesting. It's like ballot harvesting. It's like when people go around to every registered Democrat house that hasn't turned in a vote yet, and they say, "Hey,
I'm gonna let you talk till you convince yourself.
You got a ballot. Let me collect that for you and turn it in." It makes the stats skewed. It skews the stats. So there you can disprove stats, and you can find stats that say everything. Not everything, but lots of stuff.
You can't disprove the stats, but you can find stats that say everything.
Yeah.
How can you say that in one sentence?
How does that not make sense? What doesn't make sense about that? You can find stats that
stats, but you can find
if there's a large debate that's been happening throughout history, like is murder evil, you can find stats to support it. You can find stats to support the other argument, and you can disprove both sides' stats sometimes, not always. If it's done right, you shouldn't be able to disprove it. That would make it a verified stat. Yeah. Yeah, everything I've said is correct.
Even when people supposed to be a statistic, they don't be, because there's always that chance that stats aren't facts. That's the simple thing that you're missing. Just because it's statistically proven that these people go through this, don't mean all of them will.
Stats don't predict. Stats don't like predict things or predict the future. It just shows what it was. Listen. If I had a stat, I could count. If I counted every house in America, and I said this house is yellow, this house is red, this house is blue, and I counted every house in America, I could give you a stat that says this is the statistic. This many percent of houses is this color. This is a statistic. This is true. We controlled for everything. We did it the right way. We counted every house. We looked at it. And we labeled it these colors based on these parameters, blah, 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 blah. This many houses is this many colors. But
in 10 years, maybe some people paint their house. Maybe some houses
get to the last house. The first house could have been painted already. You don't know in the next 10 years.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
You don't know by the time you walk away from
That's what I'm saying. So in the next 10 years, things could change. So it's a good parameter, but it doesn't.
Oh, you're moving the ball again. Good parameter.
What are you talking about?
How much do you owe JS?
Oh my Lord.
It's a good parameter now. But not facts. It could be facts. You can find facts to prove facts on both sides, depending on how it's calculated, done right scientifically. But then the other one wouldn't be a stat. It'll be, hold on, no.
Listen, everything I said is correct.
Yeah, okay. Fuck yourself up to believe that. This is crazy, dude.
I made points. You haven't even made no points.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right.
Like, I know what I'm talking about.
People beat statistics, so statistics not facts.
Statistics should show facts. They're done right.
Nope.
Damn, what time is it? It's 11 o'clock.
What the?
Introducing the
Put the kid to bed. I'm gonna try to go out and get this master sword real quick. Hopefully I can get it fast. I got the 2 stamina wheels.
Iconic Master Sword, and Tears of the Kingdom is no different. There is actually several ways to claim the weapon, and a few dabble in spoilers, so consider this your warning.
Yeah, buddy.
Despite there being several methods, they all amount to the same thing, which is the removal of the Master Sword from the head of the giant light dragon roaming around Hyrule. If you're lucky enough to stumble upon the magnificent beast during your playthrough, then feel free to launch yourself up there and claim the Master Sword whenever you see fit. The only thing that you need to have prepared in advance is 2 full stamina circles, as that is the strength that you're required to have to pull the sword from the dragon. If you don't happen to come across the dragon though, or it's not in an optimal position during finding the location of the dragon, infinitely easier. Here's how you do it. When following the main quest, you'll actually be presented with a quest to find the Master Sword, after completing Guidance from Ages Past. The quest, titled Trail of Forest. Sounds simple enough, right? Well, unlike in Breath of the Wild, the forest isn't accessible from the fields of Hyrule, and can only be accessed by taking a detour into the depths. Navigate your way to the Manishi Woods, which can be found slightly northeast
I just gotta find the golden dragon,
and dive into the chasm. Carefully venture your way through the depths in a northwest direction until you find the Riko Nazem light route. And right next to it, you'll find the roots of the Deku Tree and a stone structure that allows you to ascend into the Korok Forest. Although you've arrived at the Deku Tree, you'll notice that he's feeling a little under the weather, and you must next descend into the chasm that's inside to help him with the unpleasantness and to get him chatting. Before doing so though, make sure you're prepared for a fight, as you're about to come face to face with a tricky Phantom Ganon. Hit the Phantom Ganon with everything that you've got. And
all right, we're not doing all that. We got 2 stamina. All we got to do is find the golden dragon and jump on him and pull the sword out of his head. So we're just going to launch up on towers until we see him. All right. What were you saying, Freddy?
I ain't saying shit.
I don't even think I'm going to get this done tonight. I'm about to jump off.
All right. What was I talking about? I was looking at something.
Trying to disprove what statistics are, which isn't even like a debate.
Yeah, you done lost it. No, I was talking about Hank said he was gonna go live or something. So did you see him say that, or when he was talking about going? I don't know. It was earlier today. Thought he wanted some feedback on how he did.
Yeah.
Hey, tell her I said, Hank. I said, Hank, holler, quiet woman. Where's my spittoon?
I saw that.
That's right. Damn, Hank. That's what he should have hollered on the show. That ought to be his hook, his go-to. Hop to it. Where's my spittoon? He phrased that on every show. He'd be all right. Yeah, I think it's almost there. Let it warm up a little bit more. All right, I'll catch you tomorrow or another day. I'm going to call in Jamie, bug him tomorrow. Today's Saturday, right?
Yep.
I'm supposed to go to church tomorrow. I might go to church tomorrow. Go mess with JLP. You think I should troll JLP in the morning?
I don't think you control him at his church, but
I done trolled him at his church before.
Nah. You got trolled.
Nah.
You put money in the offering plate?
Yep. Hell, swipe my Visa. He got my Visa on record.
They got the swipe machine there?
Hell yeah. They some rip-off artists.
Whatever, you gave him money. I'm not saying that you shouldn't give him money. I would give him money too. I've given him money. I did a birthday fundraiser for Bond. I think I raised like $175.
You gave it to him?
It was on Facebook. I never even saw the money. It was just my family and stuff was donating.
I only gave a shit. They got money. Fuck them. I made it Cashapp jsurban. Straight up. Just like that.
Yeah, my roommate's moving out. I'm gonna need some money. Cash out that money.
Oh yeah. You already put him out?
No, I'm not putting him out. He's just moving out at the end of the month.
Oh. Dig that. He be low key in there. How you like him though?
Huh?
That's how you like him, quiet, low key, not making no noise. If I had a roommate, I wouldn't want to hear their mouth. Like, hide, motherfucker.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyway, I'm about to go. I got butter this cornbread.
Butter cornbread?
Yes, sir. Dang it.
Oh, I was going to make those dang peanut butter cookies. I'm going to make them. I'm going to make them after the stream.
You got an egg?
I got eggs. I got milk. I got Betty
butter.
Crocker. No, they already have the... They already got all that. Or,
you can't have the butter in them already. What you
not
mean?
butter. I thought you meant peanut butter.
No.
But I have peanut butter too.
I got snickerdoodles I got sitting out. I was gonna make these at the same time, but the butter got to soften for the cookies. My butter ain't that cold. I mean, I'll warm it up and let it. Yup. Make them cookies. Make yourself useful.
I'm very useful.
Yeah, all right, boy. Spend your life on that game. You're gonna catch hemorrhoids. You're gonna be crying.
What else am I gonna do? It's Saturday. I'm not working. Go to the bar.
Hell yeah. Go to the bar. Turn your phone on. Go live. Let me ask them Utah host some questions.
That's called an IRL stream. Should I do IRL streams? Just go out to the bar and.
Hell yeah. Feel like I got my partner on the line. He got questions. We got questions. Black man ask a Utah white girl question like, oh, okay. Like, yeah, where can I watch this set? They tell all their friends, I talked to a black guy.
I know there's not many of them out here. They would think that was cool.
So y'all should go watch it. They're gonna be drunk and not even remember it. Make sure you got the NDAs just fill out. Them motherfuckers gonna be coming out the club throwing up. Homo. I'll be like, hold these nuts.
All right. This is the last drawing I'm doing. I'm done.
All right, peace. I gotta go.
All right. See you.
Good night.
All right, stream. We got enough stamina to get the Master Sword. That's what people voted on, was the Master Sword. We ended up just chatting the whole time and talking on the Discord, not really doing much in this game. And playing some Dragon Ball. I'm liking my beer stick. I'm thinking this is going to work. These changes I made to it. I just need to find out if Dirty Burst is going to be banned. I think it is. But is it necessary to run 2 in the deck? This is the deck I'm going to run once it's banned. I like this. 50 cards. Clean, tight, like a Toiga. Lots of negates. I like this. This I'm going to change. Yeah. So this is the list I'm going to run when Dirty Burst is banned. Until Dirty Burst is banned, I'll probably do it like this, but I'll switch out one. I'll switch out the Heroic Prospect. I don't know. I might just do it like this. I might just do it like this and just have 2 Dirty Bursts in the side deck. In case we run up against red. Green goes wide. Green goes wide, so we go... something like this. What's that one? Unison? It's Goku. It's a blue. It's Goku. This card is played during your opponent's turn. Next turn, they can't attack with battle cards unless choose one of their battle cards and plus 2 or more. Place at the bottom of its owner's deck. Yeah, this is great for that Piccolo matchup, but it's 5 energy, which I'm not going to get to 5 energy till real late. Choosing one of your looted cards. Battle cards gets 15,000 power for the duration of the battle. For the Piccolo matchup, for the green, go white. Ah, I closed it. I closed it. My collection. I'm gonna fix his deck real quick, and then we're gonna be jumping off. All right. Yeah. 50 cards. I think I switched this. All right. Edit. Green is a threat. Go 3. Three there. 2 there. Unison. Unison. Goku, put one of those inside just for go wide decks like Piccolo deck. 3 those for hand control. What was the other card we was about to put in there? I had it in there and then I had it in there and then I closed it on accident. I was just putting it in there. Crap. I just had it in there. Wasn't Dirty Burst. Go wide. Oh, it was UI. So basically, oh, and also one God Scythe. It's 15. That's 15. The Kamehameha. It's the Goku Black Kamehameha. Or the Goku Black God Sight, God Sealing card. What's Absolute Release Ball? The card is blue and you left at 4 less. Battle card being played and then costs 3 less. Return to its owner's hand instead of being played. That's at 4 less, so it costs 1 is free. If you have a multicolored card in energy, it won't have a multicolored, so it's going to be 1 cost, restand at energy for 3 or less. I don't think that helps me much. It's not what I'm looking for. For the Android matchup, I'm looking for the Goku Black. It's none of these. What is it? God Slicing? What's this? If you have a blue Unison card to play, draw 1 card. The battle card being played has an energy cost of 4 or less. It's placed at the bottom center of the deck instead of being played. Play energy counter skill player without paying its energy cost by choosing 2 other cards in your hand and discarding them. Absolute Release Ball is kind of cool too. I think this looks good. And then when Dirty Burst is banned, then we just have to change stuff in our side deck. So we get used to playing it with it like this, which I think this will be better anyway, because more 5Ks. Yeah. Yeah, I think this will work. I like this. Alright, guys. I think that's the deck I'm going to play at this stream this week. GT is cool, but I need to play with what I played with last time, get better with it. And this is the best deck I got. Get used to it, because I think it's going to step up when the ban list kicks into effect. So in the last tournament I played in, I didn't have these Borgoses. I didn't have the right number of cells. I had too many 10Ks in my deck. I think this is a cleaner, better version of the deck. My side deck was clunky. I've played with it before. Extra Gabors for hand control. I think we can do better. We play with it again. We need to get our Nationals invite so I can take a trip down to Florida. It's going to be tough to figure out what to do with Echo during that if I get it. But this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to stick with. But yeah, we got a tournament coming up next Saturday. Tomorrow there will be no stream. Tomorrow is going to be tomorrow we're going to be fishing with Echo, putting the show together for Monday. I don't know what we're going to talk about Monday. We'll talk about BLM being bankrupt. DeSantis is doing all kinds of crazy stuff, but we've been focused on DeSantis and Trump for the last couple weeks, so maybe we'll take a break a little bit from that stuff. Try to find other interesting things to talk about. Maybe we'll just have a chill kickback stream and talk about whatever. I don't know. Maybe we'll try something different this Monday, but we'll see. Monday night Dreaded Conservative show. Check that out. Hit the like button on you guys' way out. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks, David Cooksey. Just got here. I'm about to head out. Dean Melkin, Flat Sabbath, Freddie. My brother was talking to me. We had some funny conversations. It was some good content tonight, guys. So thanks for hanging out. But I'll catch everybody later. I'll see you Monday night, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Mountain Time. I'll see you boys later. Next time we play Zelda will probably be Tuesday. We're going to take a little break tomorrow and Monday from Zelda. Tuesday night or Wednesday night, whenever we stream next some Zelda, we'll get the Master Sword. We'll have to find this light dragon and get this Master Sword. But we got the full paraglider set, full glide set, so we're good. We're doing good. Maybe we'll work on the Goro quest line to get the Goro Sage next stream. We'll see. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Have a good night. God bless. We out. Peace.